New State Spaces. Urban Governance and the Rescaling of Statehood. Neil Brenner. Preface. This book represents a synthesis of theoretical and empirical work I embarked upon in the mid-1990s. At that time, as a graduate student in political science at the University of Chicago, I became frustrated with the apparent indifference of state theorists, comparative political economists, and political sociologists to the role of territoriality, spatiality, and scale in modern political life. The translation of Henry Lefebvre's The Production of Space in 1991 exposed me to the conception of the state as a spatial framework and inspired me to inquire further into the geographies of state power under modern capitalism. I subsequently slogged my way through Lefebvre's untranslated, 4-volume work De l'État. Upon reading the remarkable chapter on space and the state in Volume 4 of that book, with its provocative but tantalizingly incomplete analysis of state space, I knew I had begun an intellectual journey that would preoccupy me for some time into the future. The opportunity to study in UCLA's Department of Geography during the 1995-6 academic year enabled me to explore the cutting edge of critical socio-spatial theory, political economic geography, and urban studies, and provided me with solid foundations on which to pursue my goal of developing a spatialized approach to the contemporary state. Equipped with a more thorough grasp of critical geographical political economy and a rejuvenated excitement about the possibilities for importing some of the insights of this remarkably vibrant research into the non-geographical social sciences, I returned to Chicago in the summer of 1996 and began outlining a dissertation project. During my year at UCLA, I had written an extended research paper on the restructuring of urban governance in Western European global city regions. The paper was critical of the tendency among global cities researchers to postulate a declining role for national states under contemporary conditions. Against such assumptions, I attempted to demonstrate that Western European national states had played key roles in facilitating the process of global city formation, and that they were in turn being transformed, both functionally and geographically, through this role. After leaving Los Angeles, I remained convinced that globalizing city regions would provide fascinating sites in which to investigate such transformations of statehood more systematically. I was drawn, in particular, to the idea of comparing the interplay between global city formation and state spatial restructuring in different national and local contexts. I settled on Frankfurt and Amsterdam, two of Europe's major second-tier global city regions, as suitable ELD sites and, a year later, dissertation fellowships from the Alexander von Humboldt Stiftung and the Social Science Research Council enabled me to pursue such an inquiry. During the second half of the 1990s, debates on metropolitan institutional reform had exploded in each of these city regions. Although efforts to install a regional county in Frankfurt and a city province in Amsterdam ultimately failed, I found that struggles over metropolitan governance were an important expression and medium of significant changes in local, regional, and national regulatory configurations. In both city regions, changes in state spatial organization were being justified, from a variety of ideological perspectives, as a means to enhance locally and regionally embedded socio-economic assets, and thus to attract mobile external capital investment within an integrated European economy. And, in both city regions, the major strategies of metropolitan institutional reform, whether of neoliberal or social democratic varieties, were premised upon a significant intensification of previous, locally focused forms of economic development policy and urban entrepreneurialism. My dissertation devoted considerable attention to the task of comparing the very different institutional orders, regulatory arrangements, and political alliances that underpin German and Dutch capitalism at national, regional, and local scales. One of its more surprising conclusions, however, was that broadly analogous processes of state rescaling and urban governance restructuring had unfolded in each country's most globally integrated city region during the course of the 1990s. The research left me wondering whether similar transformations of statehood and urban governance were occurring in other city regions as well, both within and beyond a European context. I completed my PhD thesis in the summer of 1999, and then relocated to New York University, where I found a new disciplinary home in the Department of Sociology and Metropolitan Studies program. I had initially intended to write up my case studies of Frankfurt and Amsterdam in the form of a comparative, book-length monograph on global city formation, urban governance, and state rescaling. However, as I returned to the manuscript, I was continually distracted by a desire to work on a more abstract level, in pursuit of additional theoretical insights into the nature of contemporary rescaling processes and the associated transformation of state space. Meanwhile, as I broadened my knowledge of the European situation, I became increasingly convinced that the processes of state rescaling and urban governance restructuring I had observed in German and Dutch city regions were not, in fact, unique to those contexts, but were unfolding in strikingly analogous, if contextually specific forms, throughout the Western European city system. A new book project thus began to take shape in my mind, one that would attempt systematically to forge appropriate theoretical categories for the study of state rescaling while delineating the broadly shared patterns of state spatial restructuring that have emerged in major Western European city regions during the last 30 years. Though they are absolved of all responsibility for the null outcome, discussions with Bob Jessup, Roger Keel, and Nick Theodore convinced me that such a book would be viable, perhaps even valuable. I thus set aside my case studies of Frankfurt and Amsterdam, and embarked upon the new project. A James Bryant Conant Fellowship at Harvard's Center for European Studies during the 2000/1 academic year provided me with the requisite time and space, coupled with a truly superb library infrastructure, in which to embark upon this project. The vast resources of Harvard's Widener Library enabled me to explore in greater detail the trajectories of state spatial restructuring and urban policy change in Britain, France, Germany, Italy, and the Netherlands, among other European countries, since the post-war period. My year at Harvard also enabled me to read more systematically on the challenges of combining the key insights developed in my two favorite contributions to state theory, Henry Lefebvre's chapter on space and the state from Volume 4 of De l'État and Bob Jessup's state theory. Thanks to a Goddard Faculty Fellowship from the Faculty of Arts and Sciences at NYU, I was able to make considerable progress with the writing of this book during the summer and fall of 2002. The remainder of the writing was completed during the summer and fall of 2003. This book thus draws together approximately 8 years' research on state theory, state rescaling, and urban governance restructuring in Western Europe. While initial formulations of some of its arguments were published in various academic journals and edited volumes during the late 1990s and early 2000s, these ideas have been reformulated completely for purposes of this book, and have been embedded within a synthetic theoretical and empirical framework. An early version of Chapter 2 has been published elsewhere, but it has been revised and expanded extensively for inclusion here. This book is intended as a RST installment on what I hope will become a longer-term, comparative investigation of the diverse pathways of state rescaling that have crystallized across the older capitalist world since the global economic recession of the early 1970s. Whereas this book is devoted to the tasks of theorizing the process of state rescaling and explicating major pan-European trends, much work remains to be done in order to decipher, and to explain, the contextually specific forms in which state rescaling processes have unfolded in divergent national, regional, and local settings, both within and beyond Western Europe. The theoretical framework and macro-historical perspective developed in this volume are intended to serve as a foundation for this type of variation-ending comparative investigation. As will be evident from my extensive citations to their work, my greatest intellectual debts are to radical scholars Henry Lefebvre, Bob Jessup, and Eric Swingadug. These authors' ideas on state spatiality, state restructuring, and rescaling processes have provided much theoretical inspiration for my own efforts. Ever since I began working on urban political economy and state theory in the mid-1990s, Margit Meyer and Roger Keel have provided invaluable critical feedback on my evolving research agenda. Their mentorship, encouragement, and friendship have helped me maintain my momentum throughout the long gestation of this project. More recently, I have been extraordinarily lucky to be able to rely upon the intellectual comradeship of Bob Jessup, Martin Jones, Gordon MacLeod, and Nick Theodore. My collaborative work with these remarkably creative, diligent, and dedicated scholars has been a formative intellectual and personal experience, and it proved essential to my ability to undertake, and to complete, this book. Additionally, and often unbeknownst to them, a number of friends and colleagues have helped me grapple with various theoretical and empirical problems during the period in which I was working on this book. For this, sincerest thanks are due to Bob Beauregard, Julianne Boudreau, Nitsan Chorev, Jurgen S. Letzbeichler, Jamie Goff, Steve Graham, Suzanne Heeg, Andrea Kahn, Stefan Kipfer, Andrew Kirby, Stefan Kratka, Helga Leitner, Peter Marcusa, Andy Marield, Harvey Malach, Sean Orion, Ansi Pazai, Jamie Peck, Alan Pred, Mark Purcell, Klaus Ronberger, Saskia Sasson, Nathan Sayer, Christian Schmidt, Jessica Sewell, Bill Seitz, Neil Smith, Guy Ling Sum, Peter Terhorst, Dick Walker, Danny Walkowitz, and Kevin Ward. During my meandering foray through graduate school, I was privileged to work with a number of generous but intellectually demanding scholars including Nick Antriken, John Friedman, Alan Scott, and Ed Soja at UCLA, and Gary Hareigel, Moishe Postone, Bill Sewell, and George Steinmetz at the University of Chicago, each of whom deserves my warmest, sincerest thanks. I owe a particularly massive intellectual and personal debt to my erstwhile dissertation chair, Bill Sewell, who has been a steadfast advocate, a wonderfully constructive critic, and a consistently reliable advisor ever since I first met him over a decade ago. In addition, through his embarrassingly frequent notation of JA on more of my writings than I care to remember, Bill has been a staunch defender of clear prose, despite my often stubborn resistance to his good intentions. While I doubt that the present text will live up to his high standards, I can only hope that Bill's influence on my thinking and writing will be evident. Since the fall of 1999, I have had the good fortune to work in the sociology department at New York University, which has provided a supportive, tolerant, and stimulating intellectual environment for research and teaching. NYU's Metropolitan Studies program has been an exciting post-disciplinary space, thanks in no small way to the seemingly boundless energy, enthusiasm, and everyday cheerfulness of my tireless colleagues. Participants in my graduate seminar on state/space in NYU's Sociology Department deserve special thanks for their enthusiastic critical engagement with many of my ideas on state theory during the spring of 2002. I would also like to thank the participants in colloquia held in the Political Science Department at York University, Toronto, and in the Geography Department at Rutgers University for their incisive critical reactions to some of the key arguments developed in this book. A particularly massive thank you is due to Nitsan Chorev, Bob Jessup, Eric Kleinenberg, Andy Marield, Nathan Sayer, and Nick Theodore, for dutifully and meticulously reading all or part of the null manuscript, at inexcusably short notice. Their detailed suggestions, questions, and criticisms helped me navigate my way through anal round of revisions in the early winter of 2004. I eagerly look forward to an opportunity to return their generosity. Of course, I assume full responsibility for all remaining errors of fact or interpretation and for any other limitations in the null text. It has been a genuine pleasure to work with Anne Ashby of Oxford University Press, who has been a supportive, patient, and reliable editor at every stage of this project. Paul Cleal, design manager at OUP, likewise deserves my sincerest gratitude for grappling with the unwieldy formatting dilemmas presented by the menigers and boxes included in this book. Warmest thanks are due to Richard Malinitsa of the NYU Digital Studio for expertly and patiently scanning the maps, and also to Morgan Jones and Matthew Murphy, who provided research assistance at various stages of my work. It took me a little while to get into the groove of life in New York City. For helping me do so, and for preventing me from wandering astray in so many ways, I am deeply grateful to Nitsan Chorev, Peter Dodds, Doug Guthrie, Karina Hawks, Andrea Kahn, Andy Marield, Duncan Watts, and Liz Workman. In addition, a number of truly good friends and comrades including Antonio Belisario, Jeremy Bendick-Kiemer, Stephen Collier, Moira Egan, Jürgen S. Letzbichler, Ted Ham, Howard Harrington, Ruth Horowitz, Eric Kleinenberg, Steve Monty, Tara Murphy, Eason Rodney, Nathan Sayer, John Chiflin, Jibril Sina Yoko, Sandra Smith, and Caitlin Zalum contributed countless good vibes and helped me keep my balance beyond the world of book writing. Cycling wizard Chris Griffin deserves special thanks for inspiring me to ratchet up the pace. Last but not least, I am endlessly grateful to Sarah Nadal for giving me so much of her vie quotidienne. Her young sidekick, Lula Martini, helped me stay focused, and kept me laughing, during the null push to niche this book. Beyond New York City, I would like to thank my grandmother, Sylvia Brucker, for inspiration and encouragement. I will always be grateful to Manu Goswami for the many years in which, through her love, companionship, and laughter, she sustained me in life and in work. Deepest thanks go to my brothers and sisters Clayton and Michael, Jill, and Tracy for remembering not to take me too seriously, and to my nephew Jonah, for bringing so much more light into my world, even from afar. I dedicate this book to my wonderful parents, Ronnie and Sandy Brenner. Their unconditional love and support, through the crazy twists and turns of life, have sustained me in more ways than they will ever know. NB Brooklyn, New York, January 2004. 1. Introduction, Cities, States, and the Explosion of Spaces. 1. 2. The Globalization Debates, Opening Up to New Spaces. 27. 3. Under Capitalism, A Framework for Analysis. 69. 4. Urban Governance and the Nationalization of State Space, Political Geographies of Spatial Keynesianism. 114. 5. Interlocality Competition as a State Project, Urban Locational Policy and the Rescaling of State Space. 172. 6. Alternative Rescaling Strategies and the Future of New State Spaces. 257. 1.1 Approaching the Scale Question. 8. 1.2 Theorizing Scale and Rescaling Processes, Core Propositions. 9. 1.3 Key Elements of the New Political Economy of Scale. 12. 4.1 Key Axes of Regulation under Fordist Keynesian Capitalism. 128. 4.2 Key State Spatial Projects Promoting Spatial Keynesianism. 135. 4.3 Key State Spatial Strategies Promoting Spatial Keynesianism. 136. 4.4 Intellectual Foundations, Regional Economic Theory and the Logic of Spatial Keynesianism. 139. 4.5 Data and the Rise of Nationalized Spatial Planning in France. 148. 4.6 Public Enterprise as a Means of Regional Policy. The Case of the Italian Institute for Industrial Reconstruction. 154.7 Rotterdam's Rayonnement, A Typical Case of Metropolitan Governance under Spatial Keynesianism. 158. 5.1 Key Perspectives on the Post-Keynesian Competition State. 173. 5.2 The Rescaling of Regulatory Forms After Fordism. 175. 5.3 Global City Formation in Western Europe. 182. 5.4 The Return of the Regional Problem, North/South Divides in Germany, Britain, and Italy in the 1980s. 186. 5.5 Endogenous Development Strategies and the New Politics of Place in the 1980s. 195. 5.6 The Single European Market and the New Interspatial Competition. 202. 5.7 Key State Spatial Projects Promoting Urban Locational Policy. 215. 5.8 Key State Spatial Strategies Promoting Urban Locational Policy. 218. 5.9 Intergovernmental Reform in the Netherlands, The Quest for Bestuur op Niveau. 223. 5.10 Towards Central Government Localism, Intergovernmental Reform and Urban Locational Policy in Thatcherite Britain. 225. 5.11 Reworking the Politics of Uneven Geographical Development, The Case of Spatial Planning in Post-Unification Germany. 233. 6.1 Neighborhood-Based Anti-Exclusion Initiatives, Selected Western European Examples. 276.2 Cooperation and Competition in the New Metropolitan Regionalism. 281. 6.3 Interurban Networking Initiatives, Selected Western European Examples. 289. 1. Introduction, Cities, States, and the Explosion of Spaces. We find ourselves faced with an extraordinary, little-noticed phenomenon, the explosion of spaces. Neither capitalism nor the state can maintain the chaotic, contradictory space they have produced. Henry Lefebvre. This book is an attempt to decipher the transformation of statehood under contemporary capitalism. In recent decades, this issue has attracted considerable attention among globalization theorists, international political economists, political sociologists, and other students of contemporary politics. Across the political spectrum, from pro-globalization boosterists to anti-globalization critics, many scholars have forecast the imminent demise of national state power due to the purportedly borderless, politically uncontrollable forces of global economic integration. During the last decade, however, a significant strand of political economic research has advanced the counterargument that national states are being qualitatively transformed, and not dismantled, under contemporary geo-economic conditions. Within this emergent interdisciplinary literature, scholars have explored the ways in which diverse arenas of national state power, policy formation, and socio-political struggle are being redesigned in response to both global and domestic pressures. The new forms of statehood that are resulting from these wide-ranging transformations have been variously characterized as competition states, workfare states, internationalized states, catalytic states, network states, post-Fordist states, post-national states or, more generically, as post-Keynesian states. While these recent, transformationist approaches have contributed valuable theoretical and empirical insights to the study of contemporary statehood, they have invariably focused upon two overarching geographical scales: the national and the supranational. For instance, scholars of contemporary state restructuring have investigated, among other institutional shifts, the crisis and reorganization of the Keynesian welfare national state, the increasing internationalization of national policy systems, the consolidation of new supranational institutional arrangements, and various putative challenges to national state power associated with geo-economic integration. Against the background of such studies, this book is intended to broaden and deepen the geographical imagination of contemporary state theory by investigating the major role of urban regions as key sites of contemporary state institutional and spatial restructuring. Rather than treating cities and city regions as mere subunits of national administrative systems, I suggest that urban policy broadly deemed to encompass all state activities oriented towards the regulation of capitalist urbanization has become an essential political mechanism through which a profound institutional and geographical transformation of national states has been occurring. My claim is not simply that the institutional infrastructure of urban governance is being redesigned but, more generally, that transformations of urban policy have occurred crucially within a fundamental reworking of national statehood since the early 1970s. A geographically attuned and scale-sensitive approach to state theory is required in order to decipher the new state spaces that are being produced under contemporary capitalism. The core of this analysis focuses upon a major realignment of urban governance and state spatial policy that has occurred across Western Europe during the last 3 decades. During the 1960s, most Western European states established relatively uniform, standardized administrative structures throughout their territories and mobilized redistributive spatial policies designed to alleviate intranational territorial inequalities by extending urban industrial growth into underdeveloped, peripheral regions. This project of spatial Keynesianism continued into the 1970s, but was widely abandoned during the subsequent decade, as policymakers became increasingly preoccupied with the challenges of urban industrial decline, welfare state retrenchment, European integration, and economic globalization. Subsequently, in a shift that has been famously characterized by Harvey as a transition to entrepreneurial urban governance, national, regional, and local governments mobilized new, growth-oriented approaches to urban and regional policy in an effort to promote economic development from below, rather than through centrally steered programs. As of the early 1980s, national states began to introduce new, post-Keynesian spatial policies intended to reconcentrate productive capacities and specialized, high-performance infrastructural investments into the most globally competitive city regions within their territories. Meanwhile, major urban regions were equipped with place-specific forms of state administration and special purpose, customized regulatory arrangements, which were increasingly seen as a crucial institutional basis for enhancing global competitive advantages and attracting mobile capital investment. The highly polarized national political economic geographies that have resulted from these realignments are characterized by the diffusion of neoliberal discourses emphasizing market-driven growth, excitability, and locational competitiveness, by the intensification of interspatial competition between urban regions, and by a growing differentiation of national political space among distinctive urban and regional economies, each with their own unique, place-specific economic proles, infrastructural configurations, institutional arrangements, and developmental trajectories. The post-war project of national territorial equalization and socio-spatial redistribution has thus been superseded by qualitatively new national, regional, and local state strategies to position major urban economies optimally within global and supranational circuits of capital. One of the central agendas of this book is to trace this fundamental re-articulation of urban policy and to explore its multifaceted implications for the nature of statehood in post-1970s Western Europe. I argue, RST, that city regions have become key institutional sites in which a major rescaling of national state power has been unfolding. The intensified national targeting of local and regional spaces for economic development strategies during the last 2 decades has not occurred within a XED institutional framework, but has been enabled by, and has in turn accelerated, a fundamental transformation of state scalar configurations. The long-entrenched primacy of the national scale of political economic regulation has been destabilized as new scalar hierarchies of state institutional organization and state regulatory activity have been forged. Within these rescaled configurations of state power, major urban regions have become important geographical targets for a variety of far-reaching institutional changes and policy realignments designed to enhance local economic growth capacities. For this reason, processes of state downscaling, the devolution or decentralization of regulatory tasks to subnational administrative tiers, coupled with the restructuring of subnational institutional configurations, are as fundamental to the contemporary remaking of political space as the forms of state upscaling that have been examined at length by international political economists. Second, I argue that national state institutions continue to play key roles in formulating, implementing, coordinating, and supervising urban policy initiatives, even as the primacy of the national scale of political economic life is decentered. From this point of view, the erosion of spatial Keynesianism has not generated a unidirectional process of Europeanization, decentralization, regionalization, or localization, in which a single scale, be it European, regional, or local, is replacing the national scale as the primary level of political economic coordination. We are witnessing, rather, a wide-ranging recalibration of scalar hierarchies and interscalar relations throughout the state apparatus as a whole, at once on supranational, national, regional, and urban scales. As Peck explains, contingently scaled functions, such as those associated with the national welfare state, are not simply being moved around, they are undergoing a process of qualitative transformation through rescaling. Therefore, in contrast to analyses that forecast a linear denationalization of statehood, whether through the strengthening of supranational institutional blocks or due to the enhanced regionalization or localization of state regulatory capacities, this book underscores the continued importance of spatially reconfigured national state institutions as major animateurs and mediators of political economic restructuring at all geographical scales. As deployed here, therefore, the notion of state rescaling is intended to characterize the transformed form of statehood under contemporary capitalism, not to imply its erosion, withering, or demise. I have attempted, as much as stylistically possible, to minimize references to the state, as a singular noun. In my view, the singular concept of the state misleadingly implies that the institutions in question converge, by definitional necessity, upon a single geographical scale and are subordinated to a single political center. While the notions of the local state, the regional state, and the national state remain appropriate for referencing specific tiers of state power within a multiscalar institutional hierarchy, I believe that the generic concept of the state has become increasingly problematic. The notion of statehood seems to me a more precise basis for describing modern political institutions, because it does not ontologically prejudge the configuration of state-scalar organization, the level of state centralization, or the degree of institutional isomorphism among state agencies. 3. While we shall see that political strategies to establish a centralized, nationalized hierarchy of state power have indeed played a key role throughout much of the 20th century, they are today being widely superseded as a more polycentric, multiscalar, and non-isomorphic configuration of statehood is created. Consequently, new conceptual vocabularies are required in order to transcend some of the entrenched assumptions about state spatial and institutional organization that have been inherited from the Westphalian geopolitical epoch. In the chapters that follow, I attempt to confront this task systematically by developing and deploying an explicitly historicized, spatialized, and scale-sensitive approach to the production and transformation of statehood. From the scale question to the new political economy of scale. Epochs of world history hinge not only upon the rise and fall of great powers or the successive struggles among mobilized social groups but on the attributes of political space, whether weakened or strengthened or rescaled into larger or smaller commanding units. Charles Mayer. My point of departure is the proposition that historically entrenched forms of national state territoriality are being systematically unraveled and, consequently, that diverse socio-political struggles to reorganize the institutional geographies of capitalism are proliferating at all spatial scales. Writing in the late 1970s, the French social theorist Henri Lefebvre vividly described this situation as an explosion of spaces in which established geographies of industrialization, state power, urbanism, and everyday life were being thoroughly destabilized and rewoven. These trends have intensified since that period, as a transformed configuration of globalizing, neoliberalizing, and urbanizing capitalism has crystallized. Throughout the social sciences, the origins, contours, and implications of these shifts remain a matter of considerable controversy. Nonetheless, some initial evidence that inherited nationalized and territorialized formations of political economic space are today being significantly reworked can be gleaned from a cursory examination of 3 contemporary worldwide trends. 1. Global economic integration. National territorial economies are becoming more permeable to supranational, continental, and global o's of investment, money trade and labor. During the last 30 years, the massive expansion of foreign direct investment, the development of advanced informational, communications, and transportation technologies, the dismantling of various legal constraints on cross-border financial transactions, the liberalization of trade policy, and the intensification of international labor migration have combined to generate what Castells has famously termed a space of O's that appears to lie beyond the territorialized national economic systems inherited from previous phases of capitalist development. With the expansion of foreign direct investment and speculative cross-border financial transactions, new offshore economies have emerged, composed of euro markets, tax havens, export processing zones, free trade areas, and other virtual regulatory spaces. While considerable disagreement persists regarding the appropriate interpretation of economic globalization, most scholars would agree that we are currently living through a phase of significantly intensive geo-economic integration that is destabilizing inherited national economic formations. Under these conditions, as national economies become at once more permeable and more tightly intertwined on a global scale, purely territorialist models of economic life with their rigid distinction between the inside and the outside of state borders are losing intellectual plausibility. 2. Urban and regional resurgence. In conjunction with the crystallization of offshore economies, the expansion of global trade relations and the worldwide integration of capital markets, localized agglomeration economies have acquired a renewed importance for major fractions of industrial, financial, and service capital. Precisely under conditions in which geo-economic integration is rapidly intensifying, locally embedded economic interactions have become basic preconditions for globalized capital accumulation. Consequently, a local and regional renaissance has been unfolding as superclusters of producers come into being in the shape of dense agglomerations, tied functionally together in a global division of labor. A huge literature on global cities, industrial districts, learning regions, offshore financial centers, and other new industrial spaces has proposed that these subnational territorial production complexes today represent the regional motors of the global economy insofar as they harbor the socio-economic assets, innovative capacities, technological infrastructures, specialized skills, institutional networks, and socio-cultural milieu upon which the leading sectors of transnational capital depend. This resurgence of urban and regional economies cannot be adequately appreciated on the basis of state-centric models that envisage economic activity into self-enclosed, nationally scaled territorial units. As debates on the contemporary local, global interplay proliferate, the role of urban and regional economies as engines of industrial growth is being more widely acknowledged. 3. The consolidation of new supranational and cross-border institutions. The regulatory significance of supranational institutions and multi-state regulatory arrangements from the EU, NAFTA, APEC, ASEAN, and Mercosur to the IMF, the World Bank, the G8, and the GATT has also been enhanced throughout the world economy. Such supranational institutions have played an instrumental role in institutionalizing neoliberal ideology and, consequently, in establishing the political preconditions for the expansion of inter- and intra-bloc trade and investment. They have also underpinned the development of new forms of multilevel governance grounded upon dense interdependencies between various tiers of political authority, both above and beneath national state institutions. These trends have been articulated in conjunction with an intensification of horizontal networking, translocal linkages, and cross-border cooperation initiatives among local and regional states and other non-central governments. Thus, new forms of institutional organization, political authority, and economic coordination appear to be proliferating above and below the national scale of state power, leading to a complex intertwining of institutions at all levels of the world, from the global arena to the regional level. Such developments suggest that capitalist economies no longer represent coherent, neatly self-contained geographical units, but are today being permeated by new types of vertical and horizontal linkages among diverse, multi-scaled institutional forms. As THI's abbreviated sketch of contemporary political economic transformations indicates, purely territorialist, nationally focused models have become an inadequate basis for understanding the rapidly changing institutional and geographical landscapes of capitalism. Under contemporary conditions, the institutional arrangements that at one time were congruent at the national level are now more dispersed at multiple spatial levels. Meanwhile, a multifaceted causality runs in virtually all directions among the various levels of society, nations, sectors, free trade zones, international regimes, supranational regions, large cities, and even small but well-specialized localities. Most crucially for the present study, these wide-ranging institutional and geographical realignments have been intimately intertwined with processes of rescaling through which entrenched scalar hierarchies stretching from the urban and the regional to the national, the continental, and the global have been destabilized and re-articulated. A key agenda of this book is to investigate the origins, dynamics, and consequences of such rescaling processes in contemporary Western Europe, above all with reference to the rescaling of state spatial regulation and urban policy. The essential task, in this context, is to examine the dissolution of the nationally centered, Fordist Keynesian configuration of statehood and the contested consolidation of qualitatively new scalar hierarchies of state regulatory activity across the Western European political economic landscape. Investigations into contemporary rescaling processes pose some daunting methodological challenges. Foremost among these is the need to develop a theoretically precise yet also historically specific conceptualization of geographical scale as a key dimension of social, political, and economic life. Erication of scale appears to be built into everyday scalar terms insofar as they represent distinctive socio-territorial processes as if they were static entities frozen permanently into geographical space. Relatedly, existing scalar vocabularies are rather poorly equipped to grasp the complex, perpetually changing interconnections and interdependencies among geographical scales. 4. insofar as terms such as local, urban, regional, and so forth are used to demarcate purportedly separate territorial islands of social relations, they mask the profound mutual imbrication of all scales. These difficulties are: Introduction 7. Exacerbated still further by the circumstance that much of the social scientific division of labor is organized according to distinctive scalar foci, for instance, urban studies, regional studies, comparative politics, international relations, and so forth, which systematically obstruct efforts to explore the intricacies of interscalar relations. Drawing upon Lefebvre's terminology, I shall refer to this cluster of methodological dilemmas as the scale question. In order to confront the scale question effectively, it is necessary to elaborate a dialectical approach to scaling processes under capitalism that is capable of capturing the ways in which, as Swingerto has proposed, scales and their nested articulations become produced as temporary standoffs in a perpetual transformative socio-spatial power struggle. In the rapidly expanding literature on the social production of geographical scale, this task is now being directly confronted. For, as contributors to this literature have convincingly argued, scalar hierarchies are not XED or Preg-Ivan scaffolds of social interaction, but are themselves produced and periodically moded in and through that interaction. As Smith explains, geographical scale is traditionally treated as a neutral metric of physical space. Specific scales of social activity are assumed to be largely given as in the distinction between urban, regional, national, and global events and processes. There is now, however, a considerable literature arguing that the geographical scales of human activity are not neutral givens, not XED universals of social experience, nor are they an arbitrary methodological or conceptual choice. Geographical scale is socially produced as simultaneously a platform and container of certain kinds of social activity. Far from. Box 1.1. Approaching the scale question. Today the question of scale inserts itself at the outset, at the foundation, as it were, of the analysis of texts and the interpretation of events. Key methodological challenges. Conceptualizing scale as a process rather than as a permanently XED, Preg-Ivan thing. Conceptualizing the intrinsic relationality of all geographical scales and their embeddedness within broader interscalar hierarchies. Developing post-disciplinary methodologies that emphasize interscalar relations and multiscalar transformations rather than ontologizing the distinct scalar foci upon which traditional disciplinary divisions of labor have been grounded. Neutral and XED, therefore, geographical scales are the product of economic, political, and social activities and relationships. As such they are as changeable as those relationships themselves. The contemporary period of intense geo-economic integration, Europeanization, welfare state retrenchment, and accelerated urban regional restructuring provides a dramatic illustration of this proposition, for it has arguably entailed one of the most wide-ranging and transformative re-articulations of scalar arrangements ever to have occurred in the history of capitalist development. I shall interpret the reworking of state space in post-1970s Western Europe as an important medium, catalyst, and expression of these broader rescaling processes. I shall also have occasion, at various junctures of this study, to consider the relationship between the rescaling of state space and the rescaling of other institutional forms, in particular, capitalist economies and urban systems. Box 1.2 summarizes the conceptualization of scaling processes that underpins this analysis. Box 1.2. Theorizing scale and rescaling processes, core propositions. In recent scholarship, geographical scale has been defined in a variety of ways. Representative definitions include the following. Scale is a nested hierarchy of bounded spaces of differing size. Scale is the level of geographical resolution at which a given phenomenon is thought of, acted on, or studied. Scale is the geographical organizer and expression of collective social action. Scale is the geographical resolution of contradictory processes of competition and cooperation. The conceptualization of geographical scale used in this book is broadly compatible with the aforementioned definitions, but emphasizes, above all, the hierarchization of spaces in relation to one another. From this point of view, geographical scale or More precisely, the process of scaling is tied intrinsically to what Kalinga has termed the vertical ordering of social formations. The geographical dimensions of social life consist not only in the fact that social relations assume contextually specific forms in different places, localities, or territories. In addition to this horizontal or aerial differentiation of social practices across geographical space, there is also a vertical differentiation in which social relations are embedded within a hierarchical scaffolding of nested territorial units stretching from the global, the supranational, and the national downwards to the regional, the metropolitan, the urban, the local, and the body. It is this vertical ordering of social, economic, and political practices that deans scalar organization in any social formation. A number of propositions follow from this initial conceptualization, such as capitalist production, social reproduction, state regulation, and socio-political struggle. Insofar as any social, political, or economic process is internally differentiated into a vertical hierarchy of distinct spatial units, the problem of its scalar organization arises. As Smith indicates, geographical scales provide a partitioned geography within which diverse forms of social interaction unfold. At the same time, the differentiation of social processes into determinate scalar hierarchies is never accomplished once and for all, but is continually forged through everyday practices, conics, and struggles. The scalar organization of a social process or institutional form may thus become an object of direct socio-political contestation and may, by consequence, be recalibrated. 2. The relationality of scales. Scale cannot be construed as a system of nested territorial containers defined by absolute geographic size. The institutional configuration, functions, history, and dynamics of any one geographical scale can only be grasped relationally, in terms of its upwards, downwards, and transversal links to other geographical scales situated within the broader scalar order in which it is embedded. Consequently, the significance of scalar terms such as global, national, regional, urban, and local is likely to differ qualitatively depending on the specific social processes or institutional forms to which they refer. 3. Mosaics of scalar organization. The institutional landscape of capitalism is not characterized by a single, all-encompassing scalar pyramid into which all social processes and institutional forms are neatly subsumed. This is because different kinds of social process have very different geographies and they do not all tie neatly into the same set of nested hierarchies. Insofar as every social process or institutional form may be associated with a distinctive pattern of scalar organization, the scalar configuration of capitalism as a whole may be described as a mosaic of superimposed and interpenetrating scalar hierarchies. Any systematic account of scaling processes under capitalism must therefore begin with an analysis of how, why, and when the social process or institution in question has been subdivided into a vertical hierarchy of separate yet intertwined geographical scales. Concomitantly, such an account must also specify the relevant spatial units within that hierarchy, their evolving role within the hierarchy and their changing relation to other units within that hierarchy. 4. Scalar XES. The major large-scale institutional forms of modern capitalism such as capitalist RMS and national states interact and evolve continually to produce certain nested hierarchical structures of organization that enframe social life within provisionally solided scalar XES. Such scalar XES are composed of temporarily stabilized geographical hierarchies in which social, economic, and political activities organized at some scales tend to predominate over others. Once established, these scalar hierarchies constitute relatively XED geographical structures bounding political, economic, and cultural activity in specific ways. The long-run historical geography of capitalist development has been grounded upon a succession of determinate, if chronically unstable, scalar XES through which the socio-territorial preconditions for capital accumulation have been successively secured, destabilized, junked, and remade. Throughout much of the history of capitalism, national state institutions have played a significant role in constructing, reproducing, modifying, destroying, and creating a new such scalar XES. In sum, I am concerned to explore what Jessup has recently termed the new political economy of scale. The new political economy of scale may be usefully contrasted to what might be termed the old political economy of scale, which involved epistemological debates regarding the appropriate unit of analysis for social scientific investigation. As Wallerstein has shown, such debates have recurred periodically within the social sciences since their institutionalization in the late 19th century. It is only recently, however, that social scientists have explicitly recognized the historically malleable and politically contested character of scalar organization. The new political economy of scale is thus grounded upon an explicit, re-exive concern to decode the multifarious ways in which inherited forms of scalar organization are being systematically rejigged. Box 1.3 summarizes the key elements of the new political economy of scale that are explored in this book. I believe that contemporary rescaling processes pose fundamental theoretical and methodological challenges for social scientists concerned to analyze the changing institutional landscapes of contemporary capitalism. In the following chapters, I develop and deploy one particular strategy for investigating the new political economy of scale in the context of recent scholarly debates on globalization, the transformation of statehood, and the remaking of urban governance. There are, certainly, other theoretical perspectives, methodological orientations, and empirical focal points through which contemporary rescaling processes may be fruitfully investigated. 5. My analysis is thus intended as a contribution to ongoing social scientific research on contemporary rescaling processes and their implications for social, political, and economic life under early 20th century capitalism. Some scales as others supersede them. On the contrary, rescaling processes generally occur through a path-dependent interaction of inherited scalar arrangements with emergent, often highly experimental strategies to transform the latter. Consequently, even in the midst of intense pressures to restructure a given scalar order, inherited scalar configurations may close off certain pathways of rescaling by circumscribing the production of new scales within determinate institutional and geographical parameters. The dominant scalar orderings of one historical period may thus strongly condition and constrain the development of subsequent scalar configurations. While established patterns of interscalar relations are never permanently XED, they are generally destabilized and transformed only in the wake of intense socio-political struggles. Rescaled states, polarized territories, reworking uneven spatial development. The old bugbear of uneven development refuses to go away despite the blurring of borders and extension of transnational corporations. It keeps coming back in new forms. Richard Walker. My investigation of state rescaling is centrally concerned with the regulation of capitalist urbanization and, more generally, with the changing political form and institutional mediation of uneven geographical development. In the most general terms, uneven geographical development refers to the circumstance that social, political, and economic processes under capitalism are not distributed uniformly or homogeneously across the Earth's surface, but are. Box 1.3. Key elements of the new political economy of scale. There is no new privileged scale around which other levels are now being organized to ensure structured coherence within and across scales. Instead, there are continuing struggles over which spatial scale should become primary and how scales should be articulated, and this is wreaked in a more complex nesting and interweaving of different scales as they become re-articulated. The new political economy of scale does not involve a pre-given set of places, spaces, or scales that are merely being reordered. Instead, new places are emerging, new spaces are being created, new scales of organization are being developed, and new horizons of action are being imagined. Geographical scales and interscalar hierarchies are continually produced and contested as arenas and outcomes of collective social action. As such, they may be moded or transformed during the process of socio-historical development. Under contemporary conditions, the scalar configuration of major institutional forms and social processes including capital accumulation, state regulation, urbanization, and socio-political mobilization is being destabilized. In each of these institutional arenas, we are currently witnessing a proliferation of strategies intended to dismantle inherited scalar configurations and to produce qualitatively new scalar hierarchies. The emergent scalar architecture of globalizing, neoliberalizing capitalism is more complex, tangled, eccentric, and volatile than the nationalized interscalar arrangements of the post-war, Fordist Keynesian period. There is no longer a single, privileged scale of political economic organization, and emergent scalar configurations do not overlap with one another in neatly isomorphic, congruent patterns. Consequently, different scales of action come to be linked in various hybrid combinations of vertical, horizontal, diagonal, centripetal, centrifugal, and vortical ways. The study of uneven development has long been one of the foundational concerns of critical geographical political economy. 6. S. Smith argues in his seminal work on the topic, patterns of uneven geographical development under capitalism are not merely the accidental, contingent byproducts of pre-capitalist geographical differences or of individual household or Riemann-Level locational decisions. Rather, they represent systemic expressions of the endemic tension under capitalism between the drive to equalize capital investment across space and the pressure to differentiate such investment in order to exploit place territory and scale-specific conditions for accumulation. On the one hand, the coercive forces of intercapitalist competition pressure individual capitals to replicate one another's profit-making strategies in dispersed geographical locations, and thus tend to equalize the conditions for capital accumulation across space. On the other hand, the forces of intercapitalist competition engender an equally powerful process of geographical differentiation in which individual capitals continually seek out place-specific locational assets and territorially specific conditions of production that may enable them to enhance their competitive advantages. Consequently, each phase of capitalism is grounded upon historically specific patterns of uneven geographical development in and through which the contradictory interplay of equalization and differentiation is articulated. These patterns of socio-spatial polarization crystallize horizontally, among different types of places and territories, and also vertically, among divergent geographical scales stretching from the local, regional, and national to the continental and global. The contours of this uneven geography are not inscribed permanently onto the institutional landscapes of capitalism, but are reworked continually through capital's restless developmental dynamic, and through successive political strategies to subject it to some measure of state regulatory control. Each historical pattern of uneven geographical development is also intertwined with certain basic regulatory dilemmas, for the uneven development of capital serves not only as a basis for the accumulation process but may also, under certain conditions, become a significant barrier to the latter. Uneven development, in other words, is not merely an aggregate geographical effect of differential patterns of capital investment, but generates a variety of fundamental regulatory problems, both within and beyond the circuit of capital, that may severely destabilize the accumulation process as a whole. For instance, the polarization of territorial development between dynamic urban cores and peripheralized regions may enable certain individual capitals to reap the benefits of scale economies and other externalities, but it may also generate dysfunctional political economic effects that destabilize the space economy as a whole. An erosion of national industrial capacities may ensue as declining industrial cities and peripheralized regional economies are constrained to adopt defensive, cost-based strategies of adjustment, leading to a premature downgrading of local infrastructures and to worsening life conditions for many local inhabitants. Moreover, even within the most powerful, dynamic urban agglomerations, the problem of uneven development may also come home to roost as social polarization, overproduction, the threat of capitalite, and various negative externalities unsettle established patterns of industrial development. And nally, if patterns of socio-spatial inequality are not maintained within politically acceptable limits, disruptive socio-political connects between classes, class fractions, growth coalitions, social movements, and other place-based alliances may arise within a territory, leading in turn to severe legitimation crises. Uneven geographical development is thus associated not only with new profit-making opportunities for capital, but also with potentially destabilizing, disruptive effects that can erode the socio-territorial preconditions for sustainable capital accumulation. While most studies of uneven geographical development have focused upon the interplay between capital investment patterns and the evolution of territorial inequalities, this book explores the major role of state institutions, at various scales, in mediating and regulating that interplay. Such an inquiry is of considerable importance because, since the consolidation of organized capitalism during the early 20th century, national states have deployed a variety of spatial policies designed to enhance the geographies of capital investment and, thereby, to manage the process of uneven development within their territorial boundaries. For instance, national states may mobilize strategies of territorial redistribution and other compensatory regional policies to promote the dispersion. 14. Introduction of industry across their territories, and thus alleviate intranational territorial inequalities. However, national states may also mobilize diametrically opposed spatial policies to facilitate the concentration of growth capacities, socio-economic assets, and infrastructural investments within the most economically dynamic urban regions. As Hudson explains, the endemic political tension between redistributive, cohesion-oriented, and developmentalist, growth-oriented forms of state spatial policy is derived from the underlying contradiction within capitalist social formations between a location as a socially produced place to which its inhabitants are attached and as part of a socially produced space in which capital can make Prot 7. During the course of 20th century capitalist development, state spatial policies have combined the priorities of cohesion and growth in distinctive, historically specific, and often deeply contradictory ways. In the Western European context, most national states introduced nationally redistributive, cohesion-oriented regulatory strategies during the 1930s. Such strategies reached their historical high point during the mid-1970s, as the Fordist regime of accumulation was being destabilized. Subsequently, since the late 1970s, city-centric, growth-oriented approaches to spatial policy have increasingly superseded previously dominant forms of territorial redistribution. While these opposed approaches to state spatial policy have often failed to achieve their declared goals, and have frequently generated any number of unintended, dysfunctional effects, they must both be acknowledged as essential mediating influences upon the process of uneven geographical development at all spatial scales. While I shall devote considerable attention to the consolidation of redistributive, cohesion-oriented regulatory strategies during the post-war, Fordist Keynesian period, I am equally concerned with the post-Keynesian, growth-oriented, and competitiveness-driven approaches to state spatial policy that have been deployed since the late 1970s. Initially, with the ascendancy of neoliberalism and the imposition of new forms of fiscal austerity by national governments during the second half of the 1970s, inherited programs of intranational territorial redistribution were scaled back, thereby exposing local and regional economies more directly to the pressures of Europe-wide and even global economic competition. Such policy initiatives were aimed primarily at reducing public expenditures and at undermining traditional forms of dirigiste, centralized economic management. Subsequently, during the course of the 1980s, a variety of entrepreneurial, competitiveness-oriented regulatory experiments were mobilized by national, regional, and local state institutions in order to promote economic rejuvenation within strategic subnational spaces. Thus, rather than continuing to serve as a localized relay station within national systems of territorial redistribution, urban policy has been transformed during the post-1970s period into a field of state intervention whose overarching goal is to promote localized territorial competitiveness within a European and global context. The German term Standardpolitik, which translates roughly as locational policy, provides an appropriate characterization of this rescaled approach to urban policy, for its central aim is to promote the competitiveness of particular territorial locations within broader spaces of competition at European and global scales. Such urban locational policies have not only attempted to turn localities into self-promoting islands of entrepreneurship, they have also entailed a fundamental redefinition of the national state's role as an institutional mediator of uneven geographical development. This latter transformation is central to this book's argument. During the Fordist Keynesian period, the problem of uneven geographical development was generally construed as a matter of redressing insufficient or imbalanced industrialization on a national scale. The task of state spatial intervention, under these conditions, was to mold the geography of capital investment into a more balanced, cohesive, and integrated locational pattern throughout the national territory. By contrast, with the rescaling of state space and the proliferation of urban locational policies during the post-1970s period, this project of national territorial equalization has been fundamentally inverted. It is no longer capital that is to be molded into the geography of state space, but state space that is to be molded into the geography of capital. In other words, through the deployment of urban locational policies, state space is now being redifferentiated and rescaled so as to correspond more directly to the imprint of transnational capitals' locational preferences within each national territory. The relatively uniform, nationalized administrative geographies of post-war capitalism are thus being superseded by what might be described as a splintered institutional configuration composed of customized, place-specific regulatory arrangements designed to position particular subnational jurisdictions strategically within global and European circuits of capital. In this manner, within the polarized economic geographies of post-Keynesian Western Europe, a parallel mosaic of differentiated spaces of regulation is being established through ongoing processes of state rescaling and urban policy reform. The goal of national, regional, and local state spatial policies is no longer to alleviate uneven geographical development, but actively to intensify it through the deployment of urban locational policies designed to strengthen the place-specific socio-economic assets of strategic, globally linked city regions. As we shall see, however, the systemic failure of this rescaled, post-Keynesian urban policy regime to confront the polarizing, disruptive, and politically volatile effects of uneven geographical development at any spatial scale, represents one of its major internal contradictions. For, as indicated above, while unfettered uneven development may, under certain conditions, provide a temporary basis for short-term bursts of capital accumulation, it may also generate severe negative externalities, coordination problems, and legitimation deficits that threaten the medium and long-term reproduction of capital. Accordingly, as I argue in ch6, the disruptive, dysfunctional political economic consequences of urban locational policies have become increasingly evident during the last decade, leading the European Commission and diverse national, regional, and municipal state institutions to mobilize a range of spatially selective crisis management strategies that have involved a further extension and intensification of state rescaling processes. In particular, recent projects to promote neighborhood-based anti-exclusion programs, enhanced intrametropolitan cooperation, and new forms of interurban networking have addressed at least some of the disruptive effects of unfettered uneven spatial development, albeit still within the parameters of an explicitly growth-driven, competitiveness-oriented model of state spatial regulation. As such, these alternative projects of state rescaling have entailed important institutional and scalar shifts within the architecture of European statehood, and thus deserve close analytical scrutiny. Accordingly, I shall analyze the evolution of state rescaling processes during the last 3 decades not only with reference to the proliferation of urban locational policies. In addition, I shall consider the deployment of new, highly scale-sensitive forms of crisis management which have attempted, albeit unsuccessfully, to alleviate some of the regulatory failures of such policies. Between generality and diversity, levels of abstraction and empirical focus. In contemporary debates on globalization, international political economy, and urban/regional restructuring, the specter of convergence has generated considerable scholarly controversy. In each of these fields, a number of scholars have forecast the eventual convergence of social, political, and economic structures towards a uniform, encompassing organizational pattern. Others have vigorously rejected such predictions, emphasizing instead the continued diversity of national, regional, and local models of capitalism. 8. While this book is not intended directly to contribute to such debates, it may be useful to situate my argument in relation to them. The following analysis suggests that a number of broadly analogous tendencies of state rescaling and urban governance restructuring have been crystallizing across Western Europe during the last 3 decades. However, my emphasis on these shared pathways of institutional and spatial reorganization among Western European states should not be construed as an endorsement of the view that a single, generic model of territorial governance has emerged. On the contrary, I believe that individualizing and variation-ending comparisons which generally emphasize contextual specificity, institutional diversity, path dependency, and the divergence of evolutionary pathways are as salient as ever under contemporary geoeconomic conditions. A number of urbanists have recently directed attention to the latter issues through detailed comparative studies of economic restructuring, urban regime formation, and patterns of socio-spatial polarization in Western European and North American cities. 9. While I am highly sympathetic to such approaches, the analysis presented in this book has a different purpose than to demonstrate the variety of local or national responses to geoeconomic restructuring. Instead, my aim is to explore the major elements of what I view as a systemic reorganization of state spatiality across Western Europe during the last 3 decades. It is highly questionable, in my view, whether a coherent, stabilized, and reproducible post-Fordist framework of territorial development has crystallized through these variegated, contested, and profoundly uneven transformations. It is also evident that these shifts have unfolded at divergent speeds and in diverse politico-institutional forms within each national context, leading to highly variegated socio-spatial outcomes at national, regional, and local scales. I shall argue, nonetheless, that regulatory responses to the crisis of North Atlantic Fordism have reconfigured the landscapes of Western European statehood in a number of quite fundamental ways that can be analyzed in general terms, across multiple national contexts. Evidence for such an underlying structural transformation of state spatiality has become apparent across Western Europe since the crisis of North Atlantic Fordism, even in the midst of otherwise persistently diverse institutional frameworks and regulatory geographies. One of the central tasks of this study is to present such evidence in a synthetic, yet appropriately detailed, form and to explicate its ramifications for the interpretation of contemporary statehood. The methodological approach deployed here can be further clarified by distinguishing 3 levels of abstraction, each of which is central to my argument. 1. Abstract level. Consideration of the abstract level enables scholars to examine the general, systemic features of a given historical social system. Depending on the degree to which such concrete abstractions underpin social life within a particular historical geographical context, this level may nationally, regionally, and locally specific pathways of industrial restructuring and urban regional change, production of new geographies of uneven geographical development nationally, regionally, and locally specific pathways of state spatial restructuring and regulatory experimentation, production of new state spatial configurations and regulatory landscapes, empirical foundations, case study material on state spatial restructuring, institutional change, and regulatory experimentation in Western European cities and states. Be more or less useful to sociological inquiry. Under modern capitalism, in which abstract social forms play a critical role in mediating social interaction and historical change, the abstract level is an essential analytical lens. In capitalist contexts, the abstract level provides a basis for examining, in general terms, a number of systemic processes that underpin all capitalist social formations. For instance, the commodification of labor power, the accumulation of capital, class struggle, the tendency towards large-scale urbanization, the separation of the economic and the political, and so forth. Within modern capitalist social formations, empirical studies of industrial production, urban restructuring, and state regulation usually presuppose that certain general, underlying properties deem their core objects of analysis, even though the latter are often taken for granted rather than explicitly interrogated. Insofar as the abstract level denotes certain deep structures of social life that persist even through tumultuous scales of socio-historical change, it is generally associated with long durée time scales. 2. Meso level. The meso level refers to the relatively durable institutional arrangements, regulatory frameworks, and territorial configurations that underpin distinct periods of historical development. In a capitalist context, the meso level differs from the abstract level because it illuminates the historically specific, regularized forms in which the system's underlying social processes such as commodification, capital accumulation, urbanization, and state regulation are articulated. It is on this level, therefore, that periodizations of capitalist development are most commonly developed. For instance, the French regulationist categories of regime of accumulation and mode of regulation are articulated on the meso level insofar as they attempt to identify certain historically specific institutional forms and regulatory practices that temporarily displace the endemic contradictions of capitalism. 10. While considerable institutional diversity and geographical unevenness may obtain among distinct national, regional, or local contexts within such encompassing modes of development, the meso level reveals the underlying regularities that tie together these variegated contexts within a shared historical geographical configuration. The meso level has recently become a focal point for major scholarly controversies, particularly among globalization theorists, state theorists, macro-historical sociologists, and comparative political economists, for it is on this level that fundamental questions regarding the character of contemporary large-scale social, political, and economic transformations can be posed. Insofar as the meso level refers to certain entrenched but potentially malleable institutional arrangements, regulatory practices, and developmental tendencies, it involves the analysis of secular trends over a medium-term time scale, generally a period of several decades. 3. Concrete level. The concrete level refers to the contextually specific political economic frameworks and territorial configurations through which everyday social reproduction unfolds. It is on this level that the differences among distinct national, regional, and local models of capitalism can be observed most coherently, for it is here that the particular properties of production systems, state institutional hierarchies, regulatory practices, and socio-spatial arrangements are most readily apparent. For instance, even while acknowledging the impacts of recent meso-level transformations such as the crisis of North Atlantic Fordism, the retrenchment of the Keynesian welfare national state, and the process of geo-economic integration, research on the varieties of capitalism has been conducted primarily on a concrete level. On this basis, this literature has fruitfully explored a number of key empirical issues regarding the restructuring of national systems of technological innovation, industrial relations, corporate governance, finance, and macroeconomic policy. 11. The most sophisticated concrete research on the geopolitical economy of capitalism is characterized by an explicit effort to relate contextually specific institutional dynamics and outcomes to broader, meso-level transformations. This has arguably been one of the key accomplishments of recent work in regulation theory, neo-Marxist state theory, the new industrial geography, and comparative urban studies, to name just a few representative strands of contemporary research on capitalist restructuring. Insofar as the concrete level entails a focus on the contextually specific features of national, regional, or local political economies, it is usually concerned with relatively short-term time scales, such as conjunctures and events. The abstract level, the meso level, and the concrete level are not to be conceived as ontologically separate spheres of social life. Rather, they represent three analytically distinct, if dialectically intertwined, epistemological vantage points for social theory and research. In a capitalist context, consideration of each of these levels can generate useful insights about social, political, and economic relations that could not be gleaned through an exclusive focus upon either of the others. A key intellectual task, therefore, is to combine these levels of analysis effectively in order to pursue particular research questions. In this book, my overarching analytical concern is with the meso level, for it is on this level that the possibility of a systemic reorganization of state spatial structures and scalar hierarchies across multiple cities, regions, and states can be most coherently investigated. In light of the foregoing discussion, however, it is clear that such an analysis must build upon the abstract and concrete levels as well. Accordingly, I consider the abstract level in order to explicate certain basic features of the capital relation, capitalist socio-spatial configurations, and the modern state form. Likewise, I consider the concrete level at considerable length in order to specify the major patterns of state rescaling, urban policy change, and regulatory experimentation that have crystallized in different Western European cities, regions, and states during the last 4 decades. The bulk of the book's empirical material refers to realignments, during the 1960 to 2000 period, in Britain, Denmark, France, Germany, Italy, and the Netherlands. My focus on the meso level should therefore not be construed as a denial of the institutional diversity that can be readily observed on the concrete level, through the investigation of nationally, regionally, and locally specific trajectories of state rescaling and urban governance restructuring. On the contrary, the meso-level analysis elaborated in this book is grounded upon extensive empirical case studies of such trajectories, both in my own research and in the vast scholarly literatures on, among other topics, state spatial policy, intergovernmental relations, urban infrastructural systems, urban governance, and urban policy. However, in drawing upon such concrete research, my concern is not to explain the nuances of particular cases, or to engage in a systematic comparative analysis of different national, regional, or local outcomes. Instead, I deploy such research as an empirical foundation on which to articulate broader, meso-level generalizations regarding the new state spaces that have been crystallizing across Western Europe. Experts on specific states, regions, and cities may nd that my account neglects important contextual details regarding many of the institutional changes and policy realignments under discussion. I would hope, nonetheless, that they will nd my meso-level claims to be broadly consistent with the basic facts of contemporary trends in the states, regions, and cities with which they are most familiar. My aim, in proceeding in this manner, is to situate the extensive case study-based literature on urban governance restructuring in a broader geohistorical and theoretical context, thereby revealing locally, regionally, and nationally specific trends to be expressions and catalysts of a systemic, Europe-wide transformation of statehood. 12. Although major transformations of state spatiality and urban governance are currently occurring throughout the world economy, this book focuses upon Western European developments. This empirical focus enables me to contain the investigation within a single macro-geographical region, the European Union, whose member states have become increasingly interdependent during the period examined here, and whose institutional apex, the EU Commission, has in turn mobilized a variety of spatial policies throughout the European territory. The EU constitutes a key institutional arena, agent, and product of the rescaling processes examined in this book. It represents a major scale on which new competitive pressures have been exerted upon cities and regions, particularly since the consolidation of the single European market in 1993. It also represents an increasingly important level of supranational policy formation. It would be of considerable interest to explore the degree to which analogous trajectories of state rescaling and urban governance reform have crystallized in other major capitalist superregions, such as North America and East Asia. While I shall not attempt to investigate such matters here, I believe that many of the core theoretical categories and research strategies introduced in the chapters that follow could provide an initial methodological basis for confronting such questions. Towards a post-disciplinary approach to the study of new state spaces. This study does not tie neatly into established disciplinary approaches to social science. My goal, on the contrary, is to contribute to the advancement of what Sayre has aptly described as post-disciplinary modes of social inquiry. Within such approaches, conceptual tools and methodological strategies are adopted with reference to the challenges of making sense of particular social phenomena rather than on the basis of traditional disciplinary divisions of labor. As Sayre explains, post-disciplinary studies emerge when scholars forget about disciplines and whether ideas can be identified with any particular one, they identify with learning rather than with disciplines. They follow ideas and connections wherever they lead instead of following them only as far as the border of the discipline. It doesn't mean dilettantism or eclecticism, ending up doing a lot of things badly. It differs from those things precisely because it requires us to follow connections. One can still study a coherent group of phenomena, in fact, since one is not dividing it up and selecting out elements appropriate to a particular discipline, it can be more coherent than disciplinary studies. Such heterodox, post-disciplinary approaches to social analysis have become increasingly relevant in an era in which established divisions between social, economic, political, and cultural processes are being undermined. The contemporary round of global socio-spatial restructuring has also unsettled the state-centric geographical assumptions that have long underpinned traditional, disciplinary approaches to social science, in which social, economic, and political processes have been presumed to be geographically congruent within national state boundaries. Under these conditions, at the margins of the traditional disciplinary division of labor, new heterodox modes of analysis are being developed that explore the mutually constitutive relationships among social, political, economic, and cultural processes and introduce alternative mappings of political-economic life that do not naturalize nationalized forms of socio-spatial organization. Over 30 years ago, Lefebvre lambasted mainstream social science for its fragmentation of urban life in the name of scientific objectivity, arguing instead for a more synthetic, multiperspectival approach to the study of urban socio-spatial dynamics. During the last 3 decades, Lefebvre's critique of mainstream urban studies has been taken to heart by a variety of critical urbanists, who have led the way in linking geographical, sociological, and political economic modes of analysis and in developing new understandings of the production and transformation of urban space. Although traditional disciplinary approaches to urban processes persist within mainstream sociology and political science, the field of critical urban studies has become an extraordinarily lively terrain for post-disciplinary theoretical debate, methodological innovation, and empirical research. It is only more recently that post-disciplinary approaches to state theory have been developed. With the major exception of Marxist approaches, which never embraced traditional disciplinary boundaries, most work on the nature of statehood has been oriented towards the specific methodological and thematic concerns of particular disciplinary or subdisciplinary communities. Nonetheless, during the last decade, this situation has changed through a number of key developments. First, with the proliferation of institutional, neo-Polanyian approaches to economic sociology, the growing interest in the cultural constitution of state forms, and the development of anthropological approaches to political life, many scholars have begun to acknowledge the multifaceted character of statehood and, by implication, the limitations of disciplinary ontologies. Second, in part through a critical engagement with traditional Marxist models, new theoretical approaches to state theory have been introduced that have likewise broadened the parameters of the field to explore a variety of key themes in an interdisciplinary, if not post-disciplinary, manner. These new theoretical paradigms include Foucauldian approaches, feminist state theory, and discourse analysis. Third, many state theorists have begun more explicitly to question nation-state-centric models of political space and to develop new mappings of state spatiality. Although this line of research was pioneered by geographers, spatially attuned approaches to statehood are now being pursued by scholars from across the social sciences, particularly in the context of debates on globalization and the future of statehood. This has opened up the possibility for approaches to state theory that transcend the traditional focus on self-enclosed national state territories. This book is situated within, and intended to contribute to, these emergent, cross-cutting currents of post-disciplinary scholarship within urban studies and state theory. Like other post-disciplinary approaches to geographical political economy, my analysis of state restructuring is premised upon the assumption that economic and political processes are not situated in ontologically distinct spheres, but mutually constitute one another at all spatial scales. Additionally, one of my key concerns is to transcend the geographical assumptions associated with mainstream, disciplinary approaches to the study of modern statehood. These assumptions will be specified and criticized at length in the chapters that follow, with the aim of developing a post-disciplinary perspective on the new state spaces that are currently being forged in Western European city regions and beyond. Structure of the book. The rest of the book is organized as follows. Chapter 2 critically examines some of the major geographical assumptions that are implicit within recent interdisciplinary work on globalization and, on this basis, develops an alternative, scale-sensitive conceptualization of contemporary political economic transformations. While readers who are more directly interested in questions of state theory and urban governance than in the globalization debates may want to skip over this chapter, it introduces some of the key theoretical and methodological foundations for my subsequent analysis. Chapter 2 concludes by outlining various core methodological challenges for spatialized research on global capitalist restructuring. Chapter 3 addresses one of these challenges by developing a new theoretical approach to the changing geographies of statehood under modern capitalism. I argue that an explicitly spatialized, scale-sensitive approach to state theory is needed in order to decipher the reterritorialized, rescaled forms of statehood that are currently emerging. I develop such an approach through a systematic spatialization of Jessop's strategic relational state theory. This approach is then mobilized in order to characterize the broad patterns of state spatial regulation, state spatial restructuring, and state rescaling that have crystallized across Western Europe during the last 4 decades. Building upon these theoretical foundations, the remainder of the book explores, on meso and concrete levels, the role of urban policy as an animateur, mediator, and product of state rescaling processes during the last 4 decades in Western Europe. Chapter 4 examines the consolidation and subsequent demise of spatial Keynesianism, the nationalizing, territorially redistributive approach to state spatial policy and urban governance that prevailed throughout most of Western Europe from the early 1960s until the late 1970s. Chapter 5 investigates the rescaled, growth-oriented, and competitiveness-driven forms of state spatial policy and urban governance that began to crystallize as of the late 1970s, in conjunction with widespread concerns about urban industrial decline, intensified interspatial competition, welfare, state retrenchment, European integration, and economic globalization. During the 1980s and 1990s, I argue, these new urban locational policies served as key catalysts and expressions of broader processes of state rescaling. They also contributed to an enhanced geographical differentiation of state regulatory arrangements and to an intensification of uneven spatial development across Western Europe. Finally, Chapter 6 develops a general interpretation of the deeply unstable, crisis-prone formation of state spatiality that has been consolidated through the institutionalization of urban locational policies in post-1980s Western Europe. I refer to this new configuration of statehood as a rescaled competition state regime, and I argue that it contains a number of chronic regulatory deficits and crisis tendencies. I then consider 3 alternative forms of state rescaling that have emerged, during the 1990s and early 2000s, in response to these problems: neighborhood-based anti-exclusion initiatives, metropolitan reform initiatives, and interurban networking initiatives. While these rescaled strategies of crisis management have contributed to the further institutional and scalar differentiation of RCSRs, I suggest that they have deepened rather than alleviated the political economic dislocations, regulatory failures, and territorial inequalities that were generated through previous rounds of urban locational policy. In the absence of a broader challenge to global and European neoliberalism, I argue, the establishment of an alternative, territorially redistributive framework of state spatial regulation at any geographical scale is likely to be an extremely difficult task. 26 Introduction. 2. The globalization debates, opening up to new spaces. An argument can be made that social science has been too geographical and not sufficiently historical, in the sense that geographical assumptions have trapped consideration of social and political economic processes in geographical structures and containers that defy historical change. John Agnew. The preeminence of the global in much of the literature and political rhetoric obfuscates, marginalizes and silences an intense and ongoing socio-spatial struggle in which the reconfiguration of spatial scales of governance takes a central position. Eric Swingadu. Introduction, Rethinking the Geographies of Globalization. Since the early 1970s, debates have raged throughout the social sciences concerning the process of globalization, an essentially contested term whose meaning is as much a source of controversy today as it was nearly 3 decades ago, when systematic research began on the topic. Contemporary research on globalization encompasses an immensely broad range of themes, from the new international division of labor, transnational corporations, technological change, forms of industrial organization, the nationalization of capital, the consolidation of neoliberalism and urban regional restructuring to transformations of state power, civil society, citizenship, democracy, public spheres, war, nationalism, politico-cultural identities, ideologies, consumption patterns, environmental problems, localities, and architectural forms. Yet, despite this proliferation of research on the topic, little academic consensus has been established regarding the interpretation of even the most rudimentary elements of the globalization process, its appropriate conceptualization, its historical periodization, its underlying causal determinants, or its socio-political implications. Nevertheless, within this whirlwind of opposing perspectives on globalization, numerous studies have devoted detailed attention to the question of how the geographies of social, political, and economic life are being transformed under contemporary conditions. Major strands of contemporary globalization research are permeated with explicitly geographical concepts such as space-time compression, space-time distanciation, space of O's, space of places, deterritorialization, localization, the global, local nexus, the global, local interplay, supraterritoriality, diasporas, translocalities, and scapes, among many other terms. Meanwhile, contributors to the literatures on globalization commonly deploy a variety of geographical prexes such as sub, supra, and trans in order to describe a range of social processes that appear to be operating either below, above, or beyond entrenched geopolitical boundaries. Globalization is, in short, an intrinsically geographical concept, the recognition that social relations are becoming increasingly interconnected on a global scale necessarily problematizes the spatial parameters of those relations, and therefore, the geographical context in which they occur. Under these circumstances, space cannot be conceived as a static, pregiven platform of social relations, but must be recognized as one of their constitutive, historically produced dimensions. As Harvey has suggested, the recent explosion of research on globalization provides an occasion for a broader inquiry into the socially produced character of spatial forms under modern capitalism. One of the things that the adoption of the term globalization now signals is a profound geographical reorganization of capitalism, making many of the presumptions about the natural geographical units within which capitalism's trajectory develops less and less meaningful. We are therefore faced with an historical opportunity to seize the nettle of capitalism's geography, to see the production of space as a constitutive moment within the dynamics of capital accumulation and class struggle. In my view, the key methodological link between these major reorientations in the contemporary social sciences, the explosion of interest in globalization studies, and the recent reassertion of space in critical social theory too, has been the pervasive questioning of the territorial nation-state as a preconstituted geographical unit of analysis for social research. As various authors have recently argued, significant strands of 20th-century social science have been locked into a state-centric epistemological framework in which national states are viewed as relatively self-enclosed geographical containers of social, economic, political, and cultural relations. However, to the extent that the current round of global restructuring has significantly reconfigured, and at least partially undermined, the container-like qualities of national states, this inherited model of territorially self-enclosed, nationally organized societies, economies, or cultures has become deeply problematic. Thus arises the need for new modes of analysis that do not naturalize national state territoriality and its associated, Cartesian image of space as a static block, platform, or container. Particularly since the early 1980s, globalization researchers have constructed a variety of heterodox, interdisciplinary, and even post-disciplinary methodologies that have begun to challenge the iron grip of the nation-state on the social imagination. This wide-ranging effort to transcend state-centric epistemologies arguably represents one of the unifying theoretical agendas underlying contemporary research on globalization. Against the background of the apparent spatial turn in contemporary globalization studies, this chapter examines critically the efforts of globalization researchers to transcend state-centric modes of social analysis. This goal is, in practice, considerably more difficult to accomplish than is usually recognized, for it entails much more than an acknowledgement that transnational or global processes are gaining significance. On the contrary, as I suggest below, the overcoming of state-centrism requires a comprehensive reconceptualization of entrenched understandings of space as a preg-even container or platform for social relations. Despite the persistent efforts of critical human geographers in recent decades to unsettle such assumptions, the conception of space as a realm of stasis, zity, and stability which contains but is not substantively moted by social action is still surprisingly pervasive throughout the social sciences. 3. Even within contemporary globalization studies, in which debates on the problematic of social spatiality have proliferated in recent decades, many analyses are still grounded upon atemporal geographical assumptions that are derived from an increasingly obsolete, nation-state-centric configuration of capitalist development. Thus, one of the central intellectual barriers to a more adequate understanding of contemporary global transformations is that we currently lack appropriately historical and dynamic conceptualizations of social space that are attuned to the possibility of systemic transformations within established political economic geographies. The challenges of transcending state-centric modes of analysis do not end here. Even when static, territorialist models of social spatiality are effectively overcome, the question of how more adequately to conceptualize the spatial ideas of globalization remains thoroughly contentious. Those globalization researchers who have successfully transcended such state-centric geographical assumptions have generally done so by asserting that national state territoriality and even geography itself are currently shrinking, contracting, or dissolving due to alleged processes of deterritorialization. A break with state-centrism is thus secured through the conceptual negation of the national state and, more generally, of the territorial dimensions of social life. I shall argue, however, that this methodological strategy sidesteps the crucially important task of analyzing the ongoing reterritorialization and rescaling of political-economic relations under contemporary capitalism. Consequently, within most standard accounts of deterritorialization, the goal of overcoming state-centrism is accomplished on the basis of a seriously one-sided depiction of currently emergent socio-spatial forms. In contrast to these positions, this chapter provides an initial sketch of the alternative conceptualization of contemporary socio-spatial restructuring that will be developed at length in this book. At the heart of this argument is the contention that capitalism is currently experiencing the transcendence of the nationalized socio-spatial arrangements that prevailed throughout much of the 20th century, and, concomitantly, the production of new, rescaled socio-spatial configurations that cannot effectively be described on the basis of purely territorialist, nationally scaled models. An essential, if apparently paradoxical, corollary of this thesis is the claim that state-centric mappings of social spatiality severely limit our understanding of the national state's own major role as a site, medium, and agent of contemporary global restructuring. Therefore, the effort to transcend state-centric modes of analysis does not entail a denial of the national state's continued relevance as a major locus of political economic regulation. What such a project requires, rather, is a reconceptualization of how the geographies of state space are being transformed at various geographical scales under contemporary geoeconomic conditions. Such a reconceptualization is one of the key goals to be pursued in subsequent chapters of this book. In the next section, I summarize the conceptualization of socio-spatial restructuring under capitalism that grounds my analysis of the globalization debates. On this basis, I develop an interpretation of the epistemology of state-centrism, and I indicate various ways in which the contemporary round of global restructuring has undermined state-centric modes of analysis. Then, through a critical analysis of two major strands of globalization research labeled, respectively, global territorialist approaches and deterritorialization approaches, I sketch an alternative interpretation of contemporary global restructuring as a contradictory process of reterritorialization and rescaling in which state institutions play crucial mediating and facilitating roles. A concluding section outlines various key methodological challenges for contemporary studies of global restructuring that will be explored in the remainder of this book. Capitalist development and the creative destruction of socio-spatial configurations. Globalization is a thoroughly contested term. Some researchers focus upon shifts in the world economy such as the dissolution of the Bretton Woods monetary regime in the early 1970s, the enhanced importance of transnational corporations, the deregulation of NAN's capital, the liberalization of trade and investment, the massive expansion of foreign direct investment, the intensive deployment of information technologies, and the reduction in the cost and time of long-distance transport. For some scholars, globalization is associated with a variety of threats to, or transformations of, established forms of national state power. Others emphasize newly emergent forms of collective identity, political mobilization, and diaspora, often mediated through new information technologies, that appear to have unsettled the principle of nationality as a locus of everyday social relations. And nally, some authors have suggested that globalization has entailed the consolidation of worldwide forms of popular consciousness and political authority that open up new possibilities for human emancipation. For clearly, the relative merits of these and other approaches to globalization hinge upon their relative usefulness as tools of analysis with reference to particular research questions and political concerns. Yet, regardless of which specific social, political, economic, or cultural processes are foreground, it is crucial to avoid the widespread tendency to treat globalization as a single, all-encompassing megatrend, causal force, or end state. The notion of globalization is first and foremost a descriptive category denoting, at the most general level, the spatial extension of social interdependencies on a worldwide scale. 5. To the extent that worldwide social interdependencies are being enhanced, this development must be interpreted as the aggregate consequence of a variety of interrelated tendencies rather than being viewed as the expression of a single, internally coherent causal mechanism. From this perspective, an adequate analysis of globalization must differentiate the multifaceted causal processes that have underpinned this worldwide extension of social relations, while simultaneously attempting to trace the variegated, uneven effects of such processes in different political-economic contexts. In other words, globalization as an outcome cannot be explained simply by invoking globalization as a process tending towards that outcome. 6. Considerable methodological reactivity is therefore required in order to circumvent some of the many chaotic presuppositions and explanations that underpin mainstream accounts of contemporary globalization. 7. For present purposes, my concern is to explore the implications of the current round of global restructuring for the changing geographical organization of capitalism. Thus, before examining more closely the geographical contours of the contemporary globalization debate, it is necessary to explicate some of the key theoretical assumptions upon which my own understanding of social spatiality and socio-spatial restructuring is grounded. The starting point for this analysis is a processual conceptualization of socio-spatial forms under modern capitalism. In this view, space is not opposed to time and historicity but must be viewed as a co-constitutive dialectically inseparable moment of the latter. Thus, while concepts such as space, territory, geography, place, and scale are generally used to connote XED objects, precise platforms or static things, I shall use them throughout this book as shorthand labels for more precise, if also more stylistically cumbersome, terminological formulations such as spatialization processes, territorialization processes, geography making, place making, and scaling. In other words, All aspects of social space under modern capitalism must be understood as presuppositions, arenas, and outcomes of dynamic processes of continual social contestation and transformation. Such a conceptualization entails the replacement of traditional Cartesian notions of space as thing or space as platform with a dialectical, social constructionist notion of space as process. For the sake of stylistic convenience, I shall continue to use standard terms such as space, territory, place, and scale, but it must be emphasized that these labels connote ongoing processes of spatialization, territorialization, place-making, and scaling rather than XED, preggiven, or static entities. Over 2 decades ago, Soja summarized this essential methodological point with the memorable phrase, the socio-spatial dialectic. A directly analogous idea is also at the heart of Lefebvre's now well-known concept of the production of space. A foundational question for any study of the production of space under capitalism is how such processes of spatialization, territorialization, place-making, scaling, and so forth mold and continually reshape the geographical landscape. 8. In the present context, I shall build upon Harvey's conceptualization of the production of spatial configuration under capitalism as a basis for examining the distinctively geographical parameters of contemporary forms of global restructuring. According to Harvey, capitalism is under the impulsion to eliminate all geographical barriers to the accumulation process by seeking out cheaper raw materials, fresh sources of labor power, new markets for its products, and new investment opportunities. This deterritorializing, expansionary tendency within capitalism was clearly recognized by Marx, who famously described capital's globalizing dynamic as a drive to annihilate space by time and analyzed the world market as its historical product and its geographical expression. In Marx's famous formulation in the Grundrisse, the tendency to create the world market is inherent to the concept of capital itself. Every limit appears as a barrier to be overcome. Thus, for Harvey, as for Marx, capital is oriented simultaneously towards temporal acceleration and spatial expansion. More recently, Harvey has referred to these spatio-temporal tendencies within the capital relation as a process of time-space compression. Insofar as they eliminate historically specific territorial barriers to accumulation, these tendencies may be said to embody capital's moment of deterritorialization. At the same time, Harvey insists that the impulsion to reduce the socially necessary turnover time of capital and to expand its spatial orbit necessarily hinges upon the production of relatively XED and immobile socio-spatial configurations. Indeed, according to Harvey, it is only through the production of historically specific socio-geographical infrastructures composed, for instance, of urban-built environments, industrial agglomerations, regional production complexes, systems of collective consumption, large-scale transportation networks, long-distance communications grids, and state regulatory institutions that processes of time-space compression can unfold. In this sense, each moment of deterritorialization hinges upon an equally essential moment of reterritorialization in which relatively XED and immobile spatial arrangements are established or moded as a basis for extending and accelerating capital's orbit. As Harvey explains, the ability to overcome space is predicated on the production of space. From this perspective, the historical evolution of capitalism has entailed the increasing replacement of inherited pre-capitalist landscapes with specifically capitalist socio-spatial configurations, a second nature of socially produced geographical infrastructures that are suited to the operations of capital under particular conditions. In a capitalist context, these socially produced geographical landscapes, to which I shall refer generically as capitalist socio-spatial configurations, represent an essential force of production, while they serve as presuppositions, arenas, and outcomes of particular types of social activities. They also play essential roles in providing the logistical foundations for the process of capital circulation as a whole. Each framework of capitalist socio-spatial organization is closely intertwined with historically specific patterns of uneven development insofar as it entails the systemic privileging of some locations, places, territories, and scales and the marginalization or exclusion of others. Harvey refers to these historically specific socio-spatial configurations, and their associated forms of uneven development, as capital spatial X, a tendency towards a structured coherence to production and consumption within a given space. By providing a relatively XED and immobile basis upon which capital's circulation process can be accelerated, extended, and intensified, each spatial X entails the conversion of temporal into spatial restraints to accumulation. However, Harvey also insists that no spatial X can ever permanently resolve the endemic crisis tendencies that pervade capitalism. Consequently, each socio-spatial configuration is merely temporary, a chronically unstable dynamic equilibrium within a broader, chaotic seesaw of perpetual socio-spatial change. On this basis, Harvey interprets the historical geography of capitalism as a process of continual restructuring in which socio-spatial configurations are incessantly created, destroyed, and reconstituted anew. Capitalist development must negotiate a knife edge between preserving the values of past commitments made at a particular place and time, or devaluing them to open up fresh room for accumulation. Capitalism perpetually strives, therefore, to create a social and physical landscape in its own image and requisite to its own needs at a particular point in time, only just as certainly to undermine, disrupt, and even destroy that landscape at a later point in time. The inner contradictions of capitalism are expressed through the restless formation and reformation of geographical landscapes. This is the tune to which the historical geography of capitalism must dance without cease. For Harvey, then, the endemic tension between zity and motion, between the rising power to overcome space and the immobile spatial structures required for such a purpose, provides the analytical key to the investigation of processes of socio-spatial restructuring under capitalism. Capitalist socio-spatial configurations are produced as historically specific geographical preconditions for capital's globalizing dynamism, only to be eventually torn down, reconfigured, and re-territorialized during recurrent waves of systemic crisis, disinvestment, and institutional reorganization. Through this tumultuous process of creative destruction, inherited geographical landscapes, in situ. 34 The globalization debates. National arrangements, and forms of uneven development are reshaped quite dramatically, as major factions of capital strive to amortize the full value of existing spatial configurations, to wash away the dead weight of past investments and to wrest open new possibilities for accumulation. Harvey's approach to the creative destruction of socio-spatial configurations under capitalism has proven highly influential during the last 2 decades in the fields of geographical political economy, urban and regional studies, and socio-spatial theory. My goal here is to underscore its implications for interpreting the diverse restructuring processes that are generally subsumed under the rubric of globalization. As indicated, globalization is a multifaceted concept that refers, at core, to the extension of spatial interdependencies on a worldwide scale. While it would clearly be problematic to reduce this tendency to any single causal mechanism, Harvey's conceptualization of capitalist socio-spatial configurations provides a useful analytical basis on which to interpret some of its core spatio-temporal dynamics. From this perspective, the contemporary round of global restructuring can be interpreted as the most recent historical expression of the longue durée dynamic of deterritorialization, reterritorialization, and uneven geographical development that has underpinned the production of capitalist spatiality throughout the modern era. As in previous rounds of crisis-induced socio-spatial restructuring, contemporary global shifts have entailed a multifaceted, dialectical process through which, the movement of commodities, capital, and people through geographical space has been expanded and accelerated. Relatively XED and immobile socio-territorial infrastructures have been produced or transformed in order to enable such expanded, accelerated movement, and inherited patterns of uneven geographical development have been systematically reworked at various spatial scales. Therefore, much like earlier periods of creative destruction under capitalism, the contemporary round of global restructuring has been grounded upon a multi-scalar, dialectical interplay between deterritorializing and reterritorializing tendencies. I shall develop this conceptualization of contemporary global restructuring in more detail below, through a critical analysis of major strands of the globalization literature. At this juncture, 6 initial implications of the theorization outlined above deserve special emphasis. 1. Contemporary forms of global restructuring represent connectual, uneven, and dialectical processes of socio-spatial change rather than a static end state or a terminal condition. 2. Contemporary processes of global restructuring are both spatial and temporal. 3. Contemporary processes of global restructuring are unfolding simultaneously upon multiple, intertwined geographical scales not only within global space, but also through the production and reconfiguration of diverse subglobal spaces such as supranational blocks, national states, regions, cities, localities, and neighborhoods. 4. These multiscalar shifts have not entailed a total obliteration of inherited socio-spatial configurations but rather their functional, institutional, and geographical redefinition. They are thus premised upon a complex mix of continuity and change. 5. Contemporary processes of deterritorialization and reterritorialization stem from a diverse range of political economic causes including, among others, the reorganization of corporate accumulation strategies, the consolidation of neoliberalism, financial deregulation, accelerated technological change, new population movements, geopolitical shifts, and transformations of the global labor force rather than from a single megatrend. Their consequences are equally variegated in different political economic contexts. 6. Finally, and most crucially, national territorial states must be viewed as essential geographical arenas and agents of contemporary forms of global restructuring rather than as the passive or helpless victims of these processes. The latter point is particularly essential to my argument here. While numerous authors have usefully underscored the activist role of national states in facilitating the contemporary round of geo-economic integration, I am concerned in this book to explore the territorializing operations of state institutions in relation to capital at both national and subnational spatial scales. 4. Much like urban regional agglomerations, national states have long operated as relatively XED and immobile forms of territorialization for successive rounds of time-space compression, particularly since the Second Industrial Revolution of the late 19th century. With the consolidation of national developmentalist political regimes during that period, national states became ever more central to the promotion, regulation, and financing of capitalist expansion above all through their role in the construction of large-scale geographical infrastructures for industrial production, collective consumption and long-distance market exchange, transportation, and communication. From this perspective, late 19th and early 20th century forms of geo-economic integration entailed the consolidation of the national state's role as a territorialized scaffolding for accelerated capital circulation and as an institutional interface between subnational and supranational scales. Throughout this period, processes of globalization and territorialization proceeded in tandem, mutually reinforcing one another in powerful ways. I shall argue below that, under contemporary geo-economic conditions, national states continue to operate as key forms of territorialization for the social relations of capitalism, but that the scalar geographies of this state-organized territorialization process have been fundamentally reconfigured. This development has systematically undermined inherited, state-centric conceptions of political economic space. But what sorts of geographical assumptions do such state-centric visions entail? It is to this question that I now turn. Hidden geographies and the epistemology of state-centrism. As a youthful philatelist in the mid-20th century, I sorted my stamps by political jurisdiction. I directed attention to the national forms technical and symbolic through which both intranational and international communication took place. Much social science sorted social relations in the same way, simply assuming the coincidence of social boundaries with state boundaries and that social action occurred primarily within, and secondarily across, these divisions. Social relations were represented by the national societies that were assumed to frame them. Just as I collected the various ephemera of national postal systems, social scientists collected distinctive national social forms. Martin Shaw. Embedded statism contains the remarkable geographical assumption that all the important human social activities share exactly the same spaces. This spatial congruence can be stated simply: the society which sociologists study, the economy which economists study, and the polity which political scientists study all share a common geographical boundary, that of the state. However abstract the social theory, it is national societies which are described; however quantitative the economic models, it is national economies which are depicted; and however behavioral the political science, it is national governance at issue. Peter Taylor. Agnew has questioned whether recent discussions of space, territory, and place in the social sciences amount to a fully-edged socio-spatial turn. Insofar as social science has always been permeated by historically specific geographical assumptions, Agnew argues, the notion of a resurgence or reassertion of spatial nuances makes little sense. 10 Although I believe that contemporary studies of globalization have indeed confronted the problematic of social spatiality with a renewed intensity, this section provides support for Agnew's argument. As the above quoted statements by Shaw and Taylor indicate, state-centric approaches do not exclude geographical considerations to constitute a despatialized social science. On the contrary, a distinctively ahistorical spatial ontology lies at their very heart. In my view, state-centrism can be deemed most precisely in terms of its three most essential, if usually implicit, geographical assumptions: the conception of space as a static platform of social action that is not itself constituted or moded socially, the assumption that all social relations are organized within territorially self-enclosed spatial containers, and the assumption that all social relations are organized at a national scale or are undergoing a process of nationalization. 11 The RST assumption results in a spatial fetishism in which space is seen as being timeless, and therefore immune to historical change. The second assumption results in a methodological territorialism in which territoriality, the principle of spatial enclosure, is treated as the necessary spatial form for social relations. The third assumption generates a methodological nationalism in which the national scale is treated as the ontologically primary locus of social relations. Taken together, these assumptions generate an internalist model of societal development in which national territoriality is presumed to operate as a static, XED, and timeless container of historicity. While all three of these assumptions have pervaded mainstream social science, any given mode of analysis may be said to be state-centric, in the terms proposed here, when the assumption of spatial fetishism is linked either to methodological territorialism or methodological nationalism. Deemed in this manner, a state-centric epistemology has pervaded the modern social sciences since their inception during the late 19th century. Not surprisingly, political science has been the most explicitly state-centric among the social sciences. States have been viewed as politically sovereign and economically self-propelled entities, with national state territoriality understood as the basic reference point in terms of which all subnational and supranational political economic processes are to be classified. On this basis, the state has been viewed as the container of society, while the interstate system has been mapped in terms of a distinction between domestic politics and foreign relations in which national state boundaries are said to separate inside from outside. Crucially, however, the above definition extends the problematic of state-centrism well beyond those fields of inquiry that are focused directly upon state operations and political life to various modes of anthropological, sociological, and economic analysis in which the concept of the state may not even be explicitly deployed. Indeed, as deemed above, a state-centric epistemology has arguably underpinned significant strands of sociology, anthropology, and macroeconomics. First, as it has traditionally been deployed, the concept of society has implied that the boundaries of social relations are spatially congruent with those of the national state. Even when the notion of society has not been deemed explicitly in terms of the state's national boundaries, it has still been widely understood as a territorially self-enclosed entity, essentially as a subnational replication of the state-deemed society, its geographical analog on a smaller spatial scale. Although anthropology avoided this explicit form of state-centrism prior to the advent of area studies during the post-war era, Throughout its history, most of the discipline has still presupposed a territorialized concept of culture as a localized, spatially XED community. Finally, from Smith and Ricardo to List, Keynes, and the contemporary monetarists, macroeconomic theory has long conceived the territorialized national economy as its most elemental unit of analysis, the preconstituted container of production, exchange, and consumption that is likewise said to be spatially coextensive with the state's territorial boundaries. While trade theory has always contained an explicitly international dimension, this too has remained markedly state-centric insofar as national states have been viewed as the primary geographical blocks between which the factors of production are moved and in terms of which comparative advantage is measured. 12. This unhistorical conception of spatiality can be usefully characterized as a state-centric epistemology because its widespread intellectual plausibility has been premised upon a naturalization of the modern state's specifically national/territorial form. Among the most rudimentary features of territoriality in social life is its role as a strategy grounded upon the parcellization and enclosure of space. However, in the modern interstate system, territoriality has assumed a historically specific geographical significance. With the dissolution of feudal hierarchies in late medieval Europe, political space came to be organized in terms of exclusive state control over self-enclosed territorial domains. This development was institutionalized in the Treaty of Westphalia of 1648, which recognized the existence of an interstate system composed of contiguous, bounded territories ruled by sovereign national states committed to the principle of non-interference in each other's internal affairs. The consequence of this transformation has been the long-term enclosure of political, economic, and military power within a global grid of mutually exclusive yet geographically contiguous national state territories. This bundling of territoriality to state sovereignty is arguably the essential characteristic of the modern interstate system. In this system, political authority is grounded upon the territorialization of state power, in which each state attempts to exercise exclusive sovereignty over a delineated, self-enclosed national space, and the globalization of the territorial state form, in which the entire globe is progressively subdivided among contiguous, non-overlapping national state territories. Clearly, the notion of territoriality is a polysemic category and not all its meanings refer to the statist global and national geography. However, since the late 19th century, the social sciences have come to presuppose a territorialist, nationalized image of social space derived from the form of territory sovereignty nexus that has been produced and continually reinscribed at a national scale within the modern interstate system. By the mid-20th century, each of the conceptual building blocks of the modern social sciences, in particular, the notions of state, society, economy, culture, and community, had come to presuppose the simultaneous territorialization and nationalization of social relations within a parcellized, XED, and essentially timeless geographical space. The resultant state-centric epistemology entailed the transposition of the historically unique territorial and scalar configuration of the modern interstate system into a generalized model of socio-spatial organization, whether with reference to political, societal, economic, or cultural processes. Within this framework, socio-historical change is said to occur within the XED territorial boundaries of a national state, society, culture, or economy rather than through the transformation of those boundaries, their scalar contours and the political economic practices they putatively enclose. State-centric modes of analysis acquired a doxic, taken for granted character during the course of the 20th century, as their spatial premises enter into the realm of common sense where interrogation is deemed both unnecessary and quite uncalled for. 13 Particularly from an early 20th century vantage point, it is crucial to recognize that the epistemology of state-centrism was not merely a fantasy or an ideological projection. Indeed, its widespread intellectual plausibility was derived from the late 19th and early 20th century historical geographical context in which the social sciences emerged, during which the territorial state's role in engaging socio-economic and politico-cultural relations within its boundaries dramatically intensified. Although the lineages of the statist developmental configuration can be traced to the late 18th century, When England's territorial economy superseded the city-centered economy of Amsterdam, it was above all during the 20th century that the interstate system came to operate like a vortex, sucking in social relations to mold them through its territoriality. Britain's attempt to institutionalize a self-regulating world market during the 19th century by combining imperialist expansion with trade liberalization eventually resulted in a countervailing great transformation in which increasingly autarkic, protectionist regulatory frameworks were constructed throughout Western Europe and North America. Under these conditions, as McMichael notes, the world market was internalized within the nation-state, which became the locus of reproduction of capital. The nationally organized forms of state regulation that were subsequently consolidated served as the institutional basis for organized capitalism, the global regime of accumulation that prevailed from the early 20th century until the early 1970s. During the post-World War II period, under the rubric of U.S. global hegemony, Cold War geopolitical divisions, the Bretton Woods global monetary regime, and the non-aligned movement of newly decolonized states, national developmentalist practices and ideologies were further consolidated throughout the world system, grounded upon the notion that each national state would guide its own national society and economy through a linear, internally deemed, and self-propelled process of modernization. Within this nationalized but worldwide political geography, the organizing world principle of nation-states allowed the soothingly comprehensible vision of polities as bound up together by economic fate, all in the same large boat called the national economy, competing with other national economies in a worldwide regatta. This intensive territorialization of social relations at a national scale suggests that the state-centric nature of social science faithfully wreaked the power containers that dominated the social world it was studying. However, the theorization of capitalist socio-spatial configuration outlined previously points toward a somewhat different interpretation. From this perspective, the epistemology of state-centrism is to be viewed less as a faithful reaction of its historical geographical context than as a politically mediated misrecognition of that context. The epistemology of state-centrism was tightly enmeshed within the national developmentalist round of deterritorialization and reterritorialization that unfolded during the late 19th and early 20th centuries. On the one hand, processes of space-time compression intensified dramatically in conjunction with the Second Industrial Revolution, the globalizing expansion of the world economy, and the imperialist forays of the major capitalist national states. On the other hand, this dramatic spatial extension and temporal acceleration of capitalism was premised upon the construction of qualitatively new forms of capitalist socio-spatial configuration, including, most crucially, the production, distribution, and consumption infrastructures of major industrial city regions, newly consolidated, nationalized networks of market exchange, transportation, and communication, and the highly bureaucratized institutional regulatory systems of national states. The essence of state-centric modes of analysis, I would argue, is to focus one-sidedly upon a single term within this dialectic of deterritorialization and reterritorialization, that of territoriality, as embodied in the national state's bounded, territorialized form. Lefebvre's analysis of the modern state as a form of violence directed towards a space helps illuminate this territorialist misrecognition. In Lefebvre's view, modern national states are grounded upon a relentless drive to rationalize, unify, and homogenize social relations within their territorial boundaries. Each state claims to produce a space wherein something is accomplished, a space, even, where something is brought to perfection, namely, a 42. The globalization debates. Unit and hence homogeneous society. But, as he is quick to add, the space that homogenizes has nothing homogeneous about it. One of the basic epistemological features of state-centric modes of analysis is to connate the historical tendency towards the territorialization of social relations on a national scale, which has undoubtedly intensified during much of the 20th century with its full historical realization. Processes of territorialization and nationalization are thus represented as preggiven, natural conditions of social life rather than being seen as the products of historically specific strategies of parcelization, centralization, enclosure, and encaging at a national scale. Accordingly, as Lefebvre elaborates with reference to the abstract space of modern capitalism. Only in this specific sense, then, did the epistemology of state-centrism reach its historical geographical context not through an operation of mimesis, but rather through a form of rication in which the result sought, the fetishization of space in the service of the state, is treated as an actualized reality rather than as an unstable tendency within an ongoing dialectic. The crucial point, therefore, is that territorialization, on any spatial scale, must be viewed as a historically specific, incomplete, and connectual process rather than as a preggiven, natural, or permanent condition. To the extent that the national scale acquires tendential primacy as an organizational arena for social, political, and economic relations, this must be viewed as a historically contingent outcome of scale-specific projects and strategies rather than being conceived as the expression of an ontological necessity. By contrast, state-centric epistemologies freeze the image of national state territoriality into a generalized feature of social life, and thereby neglect to consider the ways in which the latter has been produced and continually transformed during the history of capitalist development. Rescaling territoriality, from globalization to the relativization of scales. As noted at the outset of this chapter, the geographies of capitalism have been profoundly transformed since the early 1970s, leading many commentators to acknowledge the socially produced, and therefore malleable, character of the globalization debates. 43. Inherited formations of political economic space. Smith has aptly described this state of affairs as follows. Smith's formulation puts into stark relief what is arguably one of the central methodological challenges of contemporary globalization research, namely, to map the geographies of contemporary capitalism in ways that transcend the habitual spatial assumptions of state-centric epistemologies. As the geographical foundations of 20th-century capitalism are unsettled and reworked, an urgent need arises for analytical frameworks that do not imprison the sociological imagination within timeless, territorialist, and unhistorical representations of social space. To date, however, most globalization researchers have confronted this methodological challenge in one of two deeply problematic ways: either through an analysis of the global scale in implicitly state-centric terms, as a globally stretched territorial grid, or through an emphasis on processes of deterritorialization that purportedly trigger the erosion of national state territoriality as such. The former approach transposes state-centric mappings of space onto the global scale, and thus remains trapped within a narrowly territorialist understanding of contemporary capitalism. The latter approach transcends the territorialist epistemology of state-centrism on the basis of two equally problematic assumptions: the notion that globalization is an essentially non-territorial, borderless, superterritorial, or territorially disembedded process, and the notion that globalization entails the contraction or erosion of national state power. In the remainder of this chapter, I argue that neither of these methodological strategies can provide an adequate mapping of contemporary socio-spatial transformations. In the course of this discussion, I also begin to sketch the general interpretation of contemporary rescaling processes that will be developed at length in the rest of this book. The crux of my argument is the proposition that the contemporary round of global restructuring has radically reconfigured the scalar organization of territorialization processes under capitalism, relativizing the primacy of the national scale while simultaneously enhancing the role of subnational and supranational scales in such processes. The contemporary round of globalization arguably represents a major new wave of deterritorialization and reterritorialization in which global socio-economic interdependencies are being significantly extended in close conjunction with the establishment, or restructuring, of relatively XED forms of capitalist socio-spatial organization at diverse subglobal geographical scales. Crucially, however, the political economic geographies of this dynamic of deterritorialization and reterritorialization are today being fundamentally rescaled relative to the nationally configured patterns in which it has unfolded since the late 19th century. Whereas previous rounds of deterritorialization and reterritorialization occurred largely within the geographical framework of national state territoriality, The current round of socio-spatial restructuring has significantly decentered the role of the national scale as the primary institutional arena for the territorialization of capital. Kalinga has characterized these multifaceted shifts as a relativization of scales in which, in marked contrast to earlier configurations of capitalist socio-spatial organization, no single level of political-economic interaction currently predominates over any others. As this process of scale relativization has proceeded apace, a range of subnational and supranational socio-spatial configurations from global city regions, industrial districts, and regional state institutions to multinational economic blocs, supranational regulatory institutions, and regimes of global governance have acquired major roles as geographical infrastructures for the reproduction of global capitalism. Swangitu describes contemporary scalar transformations in closely analogous terms. Over the last decade or so, the relative dominance of the nation-state as a scale level has changed to give way to new configurations in which both the local/regional and the transnational/global have risen to prominence. Global corporations, global national movements and global politics play deciding roles in the structuring of daily life, while simultaneously more attention is paid to local and regional responses and restructuring processes. There is, in other words, a double movement of globalization on the one hand and devolution, decentralization, or localization on the other. The local/global interplay of contemporary restructuring processes should be thought of as a single, combined process with two inherently related, albeit contradictory movements, and as a process which involves a de facto recomposition of the articulation of the geographical scales of economic and of social life. For Swangitu, these rescaling processes represent a connectual dynamic of globalization in which global socio-spatial integration is proceeding in tandem with a pervasive triadization, regionalization, and localization of social relations. 14 In this sense, globalization is not just about one scale becoming more important than the rest, it is also about changes in the very nature of the relationships between scales. I view this rescaling of national territoriality as the differentia specifica of the currently unfolding round of global socio-spatial restructuring. Even though contemporary forms of deterritorialization have partially eroded the container-like qualities of national borders, I shall argue that national states continue to operate as essential political and institutional sites for, and mediators of, the territorialization of social, political, and economic relations. The key point is that the political-economic geographies of this territorialization process are no longer focused predominantly upon any single, self-enclosed geographical scale. In the next two sections, the notion of a rescaling of national territoriality is further developed through a critical analysis of the two major strands of globalization research mentioned above. Because so much of globalization research remains grounded upon state-centric or otherwise deeply problematic geographical assumptions, I consider this type of epistemological critique to be a crucial prerequisite for the project of developing a more geographically re-exhive and scale-sensitive approach to the investigation of contemporary socio-spatial transformations. Global territorialism, state-centrism on a world scale. It is truly astonishing that the concept of territoriality has been so little studied by students of international politics. Its neglect is akin to never looking at the ground one is walking on. John Ruggie. All accounts of globalization entail some version of the claim that the global scale has become increasingly important as an organizing locus of social relations. However, this emphasis on the global scale among globalization researchers has been intertwined with extraordinarily diverse conceptualizations of global social space. This section considers approaches to globalization studies that conceive global space in essentially state-centric terms, as a preggiven territorial container or as a form of territoriality stretched onto the global scale. The deployment of this type of methodology, to which I shall refer as global territorialism, is frequently quite explicit, as in Albrow's definition of globalization as those processes by which the peoples of the world are incorporated into a single world society, a global society. The concept of world society has played a defining role within a major strand of mainstream research on globalization, according to which globalization entails not only the growing interconnectedness of distinct parts of the globe, but in Waters's characteristic formulation the construction of a single society and culture occupying the planet. 15 Other globalization. Researchers have elaborated closely analogous accounts of global culture and transnational civil society. 16 In each case, the modier global is positioned before a traditionally state-centric, territorialist concept society, civil society, or culture in order to demarcate a realm of social interaction that transcends the borders of any single state territory. Whether this sphere of interaction is understood in normative terms, institutionally, or experientially, world society approaches share an underlying conception of global space as a structural analog to state territoriality. Insofar as the interpretation of global space is derived directly from an understanding of the territorially congruent spaces of national societies and national cultures, the question of the qualitative socio-spatial organization of world-scale processes is essentially foreclosed through a choice of conceptual grammar. The difference between global and national congruations of social space is thereby reduced to a matter of geographical size. Meanwhile, because globalization is understood primarily as a world-scale process, the role of national and subnational territorial transformations in contemporary processes of global restructuring cannot be explicitly analyzed. In this sense, even as their unit of analysis is extended beyond national territorial boundaries, world society approaches remain embedded within a state-centric epistemology that conceives space on both global and national scales as a timeless, territorial container of social relations. The preconstituted geographical space of the globe is presumed simply to be LLED by the social practices associated with the process of globalization rather than being produced, recongrued, or transformed through the latter. Robertson's Neo-Parsonsian cultural sociology of globalization, as articulated in his book Globalization, Social Theory and Global Culture, exemplifies a somewhat less explicit but still widely influential version of a global territorialist approach. 17 Here, global space is not characterized through directly state-centric terms such as society or culture, but rather through the more geographically ambiguous categories of place and eld. For Robertson, globalization is a multifaceted process that has led to the formation of what he terms a situation of global unicity, the development of the world as a single place or the concrete structuration of the world as a whole. Robertson's analysis of globalization consists of a synchronic aspect and a diachronic aspect. According to Robertson, the global eld is an underlying structural matrix upon which socio-cultural conceptions of the world are organized. Its components are the quintessential features of the terms in which it is possible to conceive of the world. Robertson classes the latter according to four basic dimensions: societies, individuals, the system of societies, and mankind, which are together said to constitute the global human condition. Globalization is then deemed as a heightened self-consciousness of the relations among these dimensions that in turn leads to an increasing differentiation of the main spheres of globality. Robertson elaborates a VE stage periodization to describe this world historical trend towards intensive global unicity: the germinal phase, the incipient phase, the take-off phase, the struggle for hegemony phase, and the uncertainty phase. Despite Robertson's concern to analyze world-scale processes, his analysis reproduces a state-centric conceptualization of global space as a timeless, territorial framework that contains historicity without itself evolving historically. First, Robertson conceives the global scale as a self-enclosed territorial container within which the structural differentiation of individuals, societies, intersocietal relations, and humanity occurs. Globality is viewed essentially as a macro-geographical formation of territoriality. Thus conceived, as in the world society approaches discussed above, globalization entails an intermeshing of preconstituted Gesellschaft and Gemeinschaft structures on the scale of the world as a whole rather than a qualitative restructuring, reterritorialization, or rescaling of these inherited, statist forms of territorial organization. Second, Robertson's conception of global space is essentially unhistorical. Robertson analyzes the changing interdependencies between individuals, states, societies, and the global human condition in orthodox Parsonsian terms, as a unilinear, evolutionary process of structural differentiation among preconstituted spatial scales. This differentiation is said to occur within the Pregg-Ivan space of globality, yet this global space is not said to be constituted, moded, or transformed historically. Instead, the global ELD is viewed as an invariant, systemic hierarchy, stretching from the individual and society to the interstate system and the global human condition. In Robertson's theorization, the globalization process passes through each of these components without qualitatively transforming them or the scalar hierarchy in which they are embedded. Consequently, by subsuming currently unfolding global transformations within a universal, historically invariant process of structural differentiation, Robertson's analysis excludes a priori the possibility of a fundamental re-articulation of entrenched scalar hierarchies or of other qualitative socio-spatial transformations at any geographical scale. Robertson's cultural sociology of globalization therefore entails the transposition of state-centric modes of analysis onto a world scale rather than their transcendence. A radically different, but equally problematic, form of global territorialism can be found within Wallerstein's approach to world system analysis, which is otherwise among the most sustained critiques of explicitly state-centric frameworks yet to be developed in the social sciences. By demonstrating the longue durée and macro-geographical parameters of capitalism, Wallerstein's pioneering studies have also served as a useful corrective to excessively presentist interpretations of the post-1970s wave of globalization that exaggerate its discontinuity with earlier historical configurations of capitalist development. 18 Despite these substantial achievements, I believe that Wallerstein's theoretical framework replicates on a global scale the methodological territorialism of the very state-centric epistemologies he has otherwise criticized so effectively. To elaborate this claim, the intersection of global space and national state territoriality in Wallerstein's approach to world system analysis must be examined more closely. Wallerstein conceptualizes capitalism as a geographically integrated historical system grounded upon a single division of labor. Global space is conceived neither as a society, a culture, or a place, but rather in terms of the more geographically and historically specific notion of the modern world system. Although Wallerstein deans the capitalist world system on multiple levels, for instance, in terms of the drive towards ceaseless accumulation, the commodification of production, distribution, and investment processes, and the antagonistic class relation between capitalists and wage laborers, he argues repeatedly that its unique scalar form is one of its constitutive features. 19 In contradistinction to previous historical systems, in which the division of labor, state power, and cultural forms overlapped more or less congruently within the same territorial domains, capitalism is composed of a single division of labor but multiple polities and cultures. 20 It is through this abstract contrast between two geometrical images, world empires in which the division of labor is spatially congruent with structures of politico-cultural organization, and world economies in which a single division of labor encompasses multiple states and multiple cultural formations, that Wallerstein delineates the geographical foundations of modern capitalism. In essence, Wallerstein grasps the specificity of capitalist spatiality in terms of the territorial non-congruence of economic structures with politico-institutional and cultural forms. According to Wallerstein, the long-run reproduction of capitalism has hinged crucially upon the durability of this scalar arrangement, which has provided capital with a freedom of maneuver that is structurally based, made possible the constant economic expansion of the world system. On this basis, Wallerstein outlines the long-run history of world capitalism with reference to three intersecting spatio-temporal processes: RST, the Kondratiev cycles, secular trends, and systemic crises of the world-scale accumulation process; second, the cycles of hegemonic ascension and decline among the core states; and third, the geographical incorporation of external areas until, by the late 19th century, the international division of labor had become coextensive with most of the planet's physical geographical surface. 21 However, considering Wallerstein's avowed concern to transcend state-centric models of capitalist modernity, national state territorius occupies a surprisingly pivotal theoretical position within his conceptual framework. Although the division of labor in the capitalist world economy is said to be stratified into three superstate zones, Wallerstein argues that its most elemental geographical units are nevertheless national states, or more precisely, the bounded territories over which national states attempt to exercise sovereignty. To be sure, Wallerstein maintains that the division of labor within the world system transcends the territorial boundaries of each national state, yet he consistently describes the historical dynamics of the world economy in terms of the differential positions of national states within its stratified core, periphery structure, rather than, for instance, with reference to RMS, industries, circuits of capital, urban systems, or spatial divisions of labor. For Wallerstein, then, the economic division of labor is intrinsically composed of states. Capitalist enterprises are in turn said to be domiciled within their associated national state territories. 22 Wallerstein's conception of global space is thus most precisely described as an interstate division of labor. National state territoriality serves as the basic geographical unit of the world economy, meanwhile global space is parcelized among three zonal patterns that are in turn said to be composed of nationally scaled territorial economies. National state territoriality and global space are thereby fused together into a seamless national global scalar topography in which the interstate system and the world economy operate as a single, integrated system. 23 In this sense, Wallerstein's concern to analyze the global scale as a distinctive unit of analysis does not lead to any qualitative modification in the way in which the space is conceptualized. In Wallerstein's framework, the primary geographical units of global space are deemed by the territorial boundaries of national states, which in turn constitute a single, encompassing macro-territoriality, the world interstate system. The national scale is thereby blended into the global scale while the global scale is essentially added into its national components. As in the tale of the traveler Gulliver who encounters identical micro and macroscopic replications of human society, a society of midgets and a society of giants, the global and the national scales are viewed as structural analogues of a single spatial form territoriality. 24 Thus conceived, the global scale simply multiplies national territoriality throughout a global patchwork without modifying its essential geographical attributes. I would argue, therefore, that Wallerstein's approach to world system analysis entails the replication of a territorialist model of space not only on the national scale of the territorial state but on the global scale of the entire world system. Wallerstein's methodological fusion of the global and the national scales also leads to an interpretation of contemporary globalization primarily as a physical geographical expansion of the capitalist system rather than as a re-articulation or transformation of the social, political, and economic spaces upon which it is based. To be sure, Wallerstein conceives global space as a complex historical product of capitalist expansion, but he acknowledges its historicity only in a limited sense, in contrast to previous historical systems such as world empires. 4. Within the capitalist historical system, space appears to be frozen into a single geometric crystallization, one economy, multiple states that cannot change qualitatively without dissolving capitalism's identity as a distinctive type of historical system. In Wallerstein's framework, each long wave of capitalist expansion is said to reproduce the structurally invariant geographical pattern upon which capitalism is grounded, a grid of nationally organized state territories linked through a core, periphery structure to a global division of labor. Paradoxically, then, Wallerstein's definition of the modern world system as a global amalgamation of national spaces generates a fundamentally state-centric methodological consequence, namely, the assumption that a specifically capitalist form of globalization can unfold only among nationally scaled forms of political economic organization. The possibility that the process of capitalist development might unhinge itself from this entrenched national global scalar couplet to privilege other subnational or supranational socio-spatial configurations is thereby excluded by definitional at 25. Two general methodological conclusions may be derived from this critical analysis of global territorialist approaches. 1. An emphasis on the global spatial scale does not necessarily lead to an overcoming of state-centric epistemologies. Global territorialist approaches represent global space in a state-centric manner, as a pre-given territorial container within which the process of globalization unfolds, rather than analyzing its historical production, reconfiguration, and transformation. As noted, one of the major deficiencies of state-centric modes of analysis is to conceive territorialization as a static condition rather than as an ongoing, dialectical process. Global territorialist approaches are premised upon the transposition of this state-centric misrecognition from the national to the global scale. The current round of global restructuring does indeed appear to be intensifying globally scaled forms of interaction and interdependence. However, global territorialist approaches refy this emergent, contradictory tendency into an actualized, globally scaled territorial system and thus circumvent the key methodological task of analyzing global space as an historically constituted, polymorphic arena composed of multiple, superimposed spatial forms. 2. State-centric conceptions of global space mask the national state's own crucial role as a site and agent of global restructuring processes. The global territorialist approaches discussed above treat national state territoriality as a static institutional framework over and above which globalization occurs, and thereby bracket the profound transformations of state territorial and scalar organization that have played a crucial enabling role in the contemporary round of global restructuring. The persistence of state-centric epistemologies in globalization studies thus represents a major intellectual barrier to a more adequate understanding of currently emergent forms of national state territoriality and state scalar organization. These arguments are summarized schematically in Fig 2.3. Main features: 2 of the 3 key components of state-centric modes of analysis, spatial fetishism and methodological territorialism, are transposed from the national to the global scale. Consequently, the global scale is analyzed as a pre-given, unchanging arena for social relations, and/or as a grid of national territorialities stretched onto the global scale. Prominent examples: World Society approaches, Robertson's cultural sociology of globalization, Wallerstein's approach to world system analysis. Problems and limitations. Neglects to examine systematically the historical constitution and continual transformation of the global scale as an arena of diverse social, economic, and political processes, or the complex, continually changing interdependencies between global and subglobal relations. Territoriality is conceived as the natural form in which socio-spatial processes are organized. Consequently, the polymorphic geographies of the global scale are described in a narrowly territorialist conceptual grammar. Neglects to examine the key role of national states in contemporary processes of global restructuring, and the ways in which national states are in turn being reshaped through their role in animating and mediating these processes. As suggested above, the contemporary round of global restructuring can be fruitfully conceived as a connectual re-articulation of political economic space on multiple, superimposed geographical scales. I shall now consider these socio-spatial transformations more closely through a critical discussion of deterritorialization approaches to globalization studies. Jumping scales, between deterritorialization and reterritorialization. The question that remains open is whether territory loses its institutional role in general, or whether we are just in one of the eras of rescaling of territorial resources, as in the transition from Habsburg to French power, or Dutch to British commercial strategies in the late 17th century, or from the province and the land to the national state and the metropolis after 1860. Charles Mayer. As globalization intensifies, it generates pressures towards a reterritorialization of socio-economic activity in the form of subnational, regional, and supranational economic zones, mechanisms of governance and cultural complexes. It may also reinforce the localization and nationalization of societies. Accordingly, globalization involves a complex deterritorialization and reterritorialization of political and economic power. David Held et al. In contrast to global territorialist approaches, analyses of deterritorialization confront explicitly the task of analyzing social spatiality in a historically specific manner. From this perspective, territoriality is viewed as a historically specific form of socio-spatial organization that is being systematically decentered under contemporary conditions. New superterritorial geographies of networks and OS are said to be supplanting the inherited geography of state territories that has long preoccupied the social scientific imagination. Deterritorialization researchers have analyzed these emergent, purportedly post-territorial geographies as the outcomes of diverse causal processes, including the deployment of new informational, military, and transportation technologies, the internationalization of capital, monetary, and financial markets, the virtualization of economic activity through electronically mediated monetary transactions, the global crisis of territorialized definitions of state regulation and citizenship, the expanded activities of transnational organizations, including multinational corporations and NGOs, the intensified role of electronic media in organizing socio-cultural identities, the proliferation of worldwide ecological problems, and the increasing density and velocity of transnational diasporic population movements. In most research on deterritorialization, the spaces of globalization and the spaces of territorialization are represented as mutually opposed systems of social interaction. Thus, for O'Brien, global financial integration has generated a situation in which geographical location no longer matters, or matters less than hitherto money will largely succeed in escaping the canons of the existing geography. Likewise, in their widely discussed book, Empire, Hart, and Negri speak of a general equalization or smoothing of social space in which capital supersedes entrenched territorial borders and the power of national states is effectively dissolved. More generally, for Skold, global space is placeless, distanceless, and borderless, and in this sense superterritorial. In global relations, people are connected with one another pretty much irrespective of their territorial position. To that extent they effectively do not have a territorial location, apart from the broad sense of being situated on the planet Earth. Global relations thus form a non-post-superterritorial aspect of the world system. In the global domain, territorial boundaries present no particular impediment and distance is covered in effectively no time. This image of global space as a placeless, distanceless, and borderless realm is the geographical essence of deterritorialization approaches. From Castell's account of the space of Oz, Jameson's theorization of postmodern hyperspace, Ruggies' interpretation of the EU as the world's RST postmodern political form, and Apatoure's concept of ethnoscapes to Skold's conceptualization of globality as supraterritoriality, Ami's notion of a borderless world, O'Brien's thesis of an end of geography, and Hart and Negri's notion of empire, analyses of deterritorialization have generally been premised upon this basic conceptual opposition between the purportedly superterritorial or deterritorialized spaces in which globalization occurs and diverse subglobal territories, localities, and places. 26. The logical corollary of this conceptualization is the contention that globalization entails the decline, erosion, or disempowerment of the national state. Whereas global territorialist approaches map global space essentially as a territorial state writ large, studies of deterritorialization invert this territorialist epistemology to emphasize the increasing permeability or even total negation of national state territoriality. The decline of national state power is viewed at once as the medium and the result of contemporary processes of deterritorialization. Onthionen theorization of nationally scaled forms of territorial enclosure is said to open up a space for increasingly non-territorial forms of interaction and interdependence on a global scale. On the other hand, these globally scaled processes of deterritorialization are in turn said to accelerate the state's loss of control over its national borders and thus further to undermine its territorial self-enclosure. In this sense, the state decline thesis and the notion of deterritorialization entail cumulative, mutually reinforcing rather than merely additive, externally related conceptions of global socio-spatial transformation. Global space can be viewed as non-territorial in form precisely because it is seen through the trope of an eroding or disappearing national scale. Meanwhile, the thesis of state decline is elaborated not through an account of the national scale per se, but rather with reference to the role of various globally scaled, purportedly superterritorial and deterritorializing socio-economic processes. By emphasizing the historicity and potential malleability of territoriality, deterritorialization approaches have begun to articulate an important challenge to the epistemology of state-centrism. This methodological denaturalization of territoriality has also enabled deterritorialization researchers to construct alternative geographical categories for describing currently emergent socio-spatial forms that do not presuppose their enclosure within territorially bounded spaces. Nevertheless, when examined through the lens of the conception of capitalist socio-spatial configuration outlined above, deterritorialization approaches contain three serious deficiencies. 1. The historicity of territoriality is reduced to an either/or choice between two options, its presence or its absence. Consequently, the possibility that territoriality is being reconquered and rescaled rather than eroded cannot be adequately explored. 2. The relation between global space and national territoriality is viewed as a zero-sum game in which the growing importance of the former is presumed necessarily to entail the decline of the latter. By conceiving geographical scales as mutually exclusive rather than as co-constitutive, relationally intertwined levels of social interaction, this dualistic conceptualization cannot adequately theorize the essential role of subglobal transformations, whether of supranational political economic blocs, national state territories, regions, cities, localities, or places in contemporary processes of global restructuring. 3. Most crucially for the argument of this book, deterritorialization approaches bracket the various forms of spatiality, spatial embedding, rescaling, and reterritorialization upon which global O's are premised. From this perspective, processes of deterritorialization are not delinked from territoriality. Indeed, their very existence presupposes the production and continual reproduction of XED socio-territorial infrastructures including, in particular, urban regional agglomerations and state regulatory institutions within, upon, and through which global O's can circulate. Thus the apparent deterritorialization of social relations on a global scale hinges intrinsically upon their reterritorialization within relatively XED and immobile socio-spatial configurations at a variety of interlocking subglobal scales. A major agenda of this book is to advance an interpretation of contemporary global restructuring as a rescaling of the nationally organized socio-spatial configurations that have long served as the underlying geographical scaffolding for capitalist development. In the context of this ongoing scalar shift, processes of deterritorialization can be reinterpreted as concerted yet uncoordinated strategies to decenter the national scale of political economic organization. If territoriality operates as a strategy grounded upon the enclosure of social relations within a bounded geographical space, deterritorialization may be understood most coherently as a countervailing strategy to jump scales, that is, to circumvent or dismantle historically entrenched scalar hierarchies. From this point of view, one of the most significant geographical consequences of contemporary processes of deterritorialization has been to unsettle and re-articulate the entrenched, nationally scaled configurations of political economic organization upon which capitalist industrial growth has been grounded since at least the late 19th century. This denationalizing, scale-jumping strategy has also been closely intertwined with various connectual forms of reterritorialization through which new subnational and supranational socio-spatial configurations are being constructed. Crucially, however, the national territorial state, albeit now significantly rescaled and reterritorialized, has continued to serve as a crucial geographical infrastructure for this multi-scalar dialectic of deterritorialization and reterritorialization. These arguments may be specified further through a critical reinterpretation of two commonly invoked forms of deterritorialization: the deterritorialization of capital, and the deterritorialization of the national state. The rescaling of capital. The concept of deterritorialization was developed in the early 1970s to describe the apparently footloose activities of transnational corporations in coordinating globally dispersed production networks. Since this period, the notion of deterritorialization has acquired a broader meaning to encompass as well the role of new information and communications technologies in linking geographically dispersed parts of the globe to create a temporally integrated world economy. The massive expansion in the role of transnational finance capital since the demise of the Bretton Woods currency controls in the early 1970s presents a further indication of capital's increasing velocity and geographical mobility in the world economy. Under these circumstances, the worldwide circulation of capital can no longer be analyzed adequately with reference to self-enclosed, discrete national economies or, more generally, on the basis of strictly territorial representations of space. Nonetheless, no matter how rapidly turnover times are accelerated, the moment of territorialization still remains endemic to capital, a basic structural feature of its circulation process. Capital remains as dependent as ever upon relatively XED, localized and territorially embedded technological institutional ensembles in which technology, the means of production, forms of industrial organization and labor power are productively combined to extract surplus value. For, as Jung succinctly remarks, capital is place sticky. The processes of deterritorialization associated with the current round of geo-economic integration are best conceived as one moment within a broader dynamic of socio-spatial transformation in which the reindustrialization of strategic subnational economic spaces such as global cities, industrial districts, technopoles, offshore financial centers, and other exable production complexes has played a constitutive role. 27 These shifts have been closely intertwined with a marked rescaling of corporate accumulation strategies as key factions of industrial, financial, and service capital attempt to secure competitive advantages within global production chains through the exploitation of locally and regionally specific conditions of production. Although the growth of these urban and regional territorial production complexes has been crucially conditioned by national political economic frameworks, a number of scholars have suggested that, due to these new forms of global localization, urbanized regions are today increasingly superseding national economies as the most rudimentary geographical units of world capitalism. 28 This pervasive rescaling of capital is illustrated schematically in Fig 2.4. The essential point here is that capital's drive to diminish its place dependency does not, in practice, entail the construction of a quasi-autonomous, placeless, or distanceless space of O's, as writers such as Castells, Ami, Hart, and Negri, and many others have implied. We are witnessing, rather, a profoundly uneven rescaling and reterritorialization of the historically entrenched, state-centric geographical infrastructures that underpin the last century of capitalist industrialization. From this point of view, scholarly representations of contemporary global capitalism as a smooth world or as a borderless space of O's are grounded upon an uncritical appropriation of a neoliberal ideological myth. Such arguments, as Radis remarks, amount to ideological cover for the policy preferences of big business. In a forceful critique of Castell's recent writings, Smith further elaborates this point. Capital may entertain the fantasy of spacelessness and act accordingly, but in practice, every strategy to avoid and supersede historically established mechanisms and territories of social control involves not the extinction of place per se but the reinvention of place at a different scale, a capital center jumping of scale. Indeed, the perpetuation of control by these organizations depends precisely on this reinvention of discrete places where power over and through the space of O's is rooted. Deterritorialization must therefore be viewed as a distinctively geographical accumulation strategy, as a mechanism of global localization through which major capitalist RMS are attempting to circumvent or restructure the nationally organized systems of social, monetary, and labor regulation that prevailed under the Fordist Keynesian regime of accumulation. To be sure, capitalist strategies of deterritorialization may well succeed in partially circumventing the constraints imposed by national territorial boundaries. But, even when successful, such strategies do not translate into a situation of pure capital hypermobility or placelessness. As capital strives to jump scale, it is forced to reconstitute or create anew viable socio-spatial infrastructures for its circulation process at other scales, whether through the reorganization of existent scales or through the construction of qualitatively new ones. In this sense, Capital's apparent transcendence of nationally scaled regulatory systems in recent decades has been inextricably bound up with the production of new subnational and supranational spaces of accumulation and state regulation that provide the place and territory-specific conditions for accumulation. Thus, rather than releasing capital from its endemic dependence upon places, cities, regions, and territories, the current round of geo-economic integration has hinged upon a change in the scale at which spatial divisions of labor are organized. The drive towards deterritorialization incessantly reinscribes the role of capitalist socio-spatial configurations while, at the same time, reconfiguring their scalar architecture in pursuit of location-ally-specific productive capacities and competitive advantages. Rescaling the state. As noted, accounts of deterritorialization conceptualize the emergence of global space through the trope of a declining or eroding state territoriality. The current round of geo-economic integration has indeed rendered states more permeable to transnational ows of capital, money, commodities, labor, and information. However, this development has not entailed the demise, erosion, or weakening of the state as such. Instead, there has been a significant functional, institutional, and geographical reorganization of statehood at a range of spatial scales. While these trends have unsettled the nationalized formations of statehood that have long preoccupied social scientists, they have not undermined the centrality of state institutions, albeit now significantly reterritorialized and rescaled to processes of political economic regulation. During the global economic crises of the 1970s, traditional Keynesian macroeconomic policy instruments proved increasingly ineffectual across much of the older industrialized world. Under these conditions, the national states of the OECD zone began to restructure or dismantle major elements of the post-war Fordist Keynesian regulatory order, such as national social welfare regimes, nationally organized collective bargaining arrangements, and national monetary frameworks. Among other major policy realignments, a range of supply-side regulatory strategies were deployed in order to facilitate industrial restructuring and to encourage accessibility and technological innovation within each state's territorial economy. 29 At this time, as Jung indicates, national states began actively to facilitate the process of geo-economic integration through a variety of policy strategies by constructing and enforcing the legal regimes within which global capital operates, by providing key domestic conditions for the global operations of transnational corporations, by acquiring large shares or full ownership of major home country-based transnational corporations, by establishing territory-specific regulatory conditions for global capital investment, by establishing new supranational or global forms of economic governance, and by controlling key conditions for the reproduction of labor power within their territorial borders. Consequently, the widely prevalent myth of the powerless state represents a misleading basis for the understanding of contemporary political dynamics. The state is not a helpless victim of globalization but one of its major politico-institutional catalysts. As Panich explains, capitalist globalization is a process which also takes place in, through, and under the aegis of states. It is encoded by them and in important respects even authored by them, and it involves a shift in power relations within states that often means the centralization and concentration of state powers as the necessary condition of and accompaniment to global market discipline. Since the 1980s, throughout the OECD zone, global economic criteria have acquired an enhanced significance in the formulation and implementation of national state policies. This transformation has been famously described by R. Cox as an internationalization of the state in which adjustment to global competitiveness the new categorical imperative. In a similar vein, Kearney has examined the consolidation of post-Keynesian competition states whose central priority is to create a favorable investment climate for transnational capital within their boundaries. According to Kearney, as the mobilization of territorial competitiveness policies becomes an increasingly important priority for dominant actors and alliances across the political spectrum, the state itself becomes an agent for the commodification of the collective, situated in a wider, market-dominated playing field. These realignments of state power in turn generate a whipsaw effect in which each level of the state must react to a wide range of competitive forces, political pressures, and institutional constraints operating both within and beyond its boundaries. A central geographical consequence of this development, Kearney proposes, has been the establishment of new plurilateral forms of state power that do not converge upon any single, optimal scale or coalesce together within an internally cohesive, nationally scaled bureaucratic hierarchy. As we shall explore at length in subsequent chapters, the consolidation of post-Keynesian competition states in contemporary Western Europe has indeed been closely intertwined with fundamental, if often rather haphazard, transformations of state spatial and scalar organization. These ongoing reterritorializations and rescalings of state space cannot be understood merely as defensive responses to intensified global economic competition, but represent expressions of concerted political strategies through which state institutions are attempting, at various spatial scales, to facilitate, manage, mediate, and redirect processes of geoeconomic restructuring. On a continental scale, states have promoted geoeconomic integration by forming supranational economic blocs such as the EU, NAFTA, ASEAN, and the like, which are intended at once to enhance structural competitiveness, to facilitate capital mobility within new continental zones of accumulation, and to provide protective barriers against the pressures of global economic competition. Supranational agencies such as the IMF, the WTO, and the World Bank have likewise acquired key roles in enforcing neoliberal, market-led strategies of political economic restructuring throughout the world system. At the same time, even as national states attempt to fracture or dismantle the institutional compromises of post-war Fordist Keynesian capitalism in order to reduce domestic production costs, they have also devolved substantial regulatory responsibilities to regional and local institutions, which are seen to be better positioned to promote industrial development within major urban and regional economies. This downscaling of regulatory tasks should not be viewed as a contraction or abdication of national state power, however, for it has frequently served as a centrally orchestrated strategy to promote transnational capital investment within major urban regions, whether through the public funding of large-scale infrastructural projects, the mobilization of localized economic development policies, the establishment of new forms of public-private partnership or other public initiatives intended to enhance urban territorial competitiveness. Figure 2.5 provides an initial, schematic representation of the rescaled landscape of statehood that has been forged through these transformations. In subsequent chapters, I shall interpret the current wave of state rescaling within Western European urban regions as an expression, medium, and outcome of diverse political strategies designed to enhance the place and territory-specific competitive advantages of particular subnational political jurisdictions. In the present context, the key point is that these ongoing transformations of state institutional and spatial organization do not herald the end of territoriality as such, as deterritorialization theorists contend. We are witnessing, rather, the consolidation of increasingly polymorphic, reterritorialized political geographies in which territoriality is redifferentiated among multiple institutional levels that are no longer clustered around a single predominant center of gravity. Whereas the traditional Westphalian image of political space as a self-enclosed geographical container does today appear to have become increasingly obsolete, territoriality nevertheless remains a fundamental characteristic of statehood and an essential institutional scaffolding for the process of political economic regulation at all spatial scales. As Fig 2.5 illustrates, territoriality is no longer organized predominantly or exclusively on the national scale, for subnational and supranational levels of socio-spatial organization have today come to play essential roles in processes of political economic regulation. Under these circumstances, as Anderson argues, new geographical metaphors are needed in order to grasp the structural features and dynamics of emergent, post-Westphalian political geographies. There may sometimes be a linear chain of command between institutions or parts of institutions at different levels, but in general such a linear model does not tee the complex reality. The contemporary world is not a ladder up or down which processes move from one rung to the next in an orderly fashion, the central state mediating all links between the external or higher levels and the internal or lower ones. That was never the case, but it is even less true today. Not only are there now more rungs, but qualitatively they are more heterogeneous, and direct movements between high and low levels, missing out or bypassing intermediate rungs, are now a defining characteristic of contemporary life. A complex set of climbing frames, slides, swings, ropes and rope ladders, complete with weak or broken parts, might be nearer the mark. The metaphor of adventure playgrounds, with their mixture of constructions, multiple levels, and encouragement of movement up, down, sideways, diagonally, directly from high to low, or low to high, captures the contemporary mixture of forms and processes much better than the latter metaphor. In subsequent chapters, I shall devote detailed attention to the many challenges of theorizing and analyzing such post-Westphalian political spaces, above all at subnational scales. As we shall see, large-scale urban regions represent crucial geographical, institutional, and political arenas in which the rescaled geographies of statehood under contemporary capitalism are being forged and contested. By indicating the ways in which a historically entrenched form of national state territoriality is being superseded, deterritorialization researchers have made an important contribution to the project of theorizing social space in an explicitly historical manner. However, because they recognize the historicity of territoriality primarily in terms of its disappearance, obsolescence, or demise, deterritorialization approaches cannot analyze the types of qualitative reconfigurations and rescalings of territoriality that have been outlined above. Even if the role of the national scale as an autocentric territorial container has been unsettled, national states continue to play a key role in producing the geographical infrastructures upon which the process of capital circulation depends, and in regulating political economic life at all spatial scales. The reterritorialization and rescaling of inherited, nationally organized institutional forms and policy relays represents an important political strategy through which national states are attempting to adjust to, and to assert control over, a rapidly changing geo-economic context. Figure 2.6 provides a schematic summary of the preceding critique of deterritorialization approaches to globalization studies. Conclusion: rethinking the geographies of globalization. Like the forms of state-centrism that have dominated the social sciences for much of the last century, the methodological opposition between global territorialist and deterritorialization approaches to globalization studies can be viewed as a real abstraction of contemporary social practices. Throughout this discussion, I have argued that each of these approaches grasps real dimensions of contemporary social reality, albeit in a truncated, one-sided manner. As noted, capital has long presupposed a moment of territoriality or place-boundedness as a basic prerequisite for its ever-expanding circulation process. Whereas state-centric epistemologies fetishize this territorialist moment of capitalism, deterritorialization approaches embrace an inverse position, in which territoriality is said to erode or disappear as globalization intensifies. The bifurcation of contemporary globalization studies into these opposed methodological approaches wreaks these contradictory aspects of contemporary socio-spatial transformations without critically explaining them. The alternative theorization of global restructuring introduced in this chapter suggests that deterritorialization and reterritorialization are mutually constitutive, if highly connectual, moments of an ongoing dialectic through which political economic space is continually produced, reconfigured, and transformed under capitalism. Thus conceived, the contemporary round of global restructuring has entailed neither the absolute territorialization of societies, economies, or cultures onto a global scale, nor their complete deterritorialization into a superterritorial, distanceless, placeless, or borderless space of O's. What is occurring, rather, is a multiscalar restructuring of capitalist socio-spatial configurations, coupled with a reshaping of entrenched hierarchies of scalar organization, leading in turn to qualitatively new geographies of capital accumulation, state regulation, and uneven development. In my view, a crucial challenge for future research on the geographies of global capitalism is: main features territoriality is said to be declining, eroding, or disappearing as placeless, distanceless, and superterritorial geographies of networks and flows proliferate throughout the world system. Consequently, the capacity of national states to regulate their territorial jurisdictions is said to be weakening or eroding. Prominent examples. Major accomplishments. In contrast to methodologically territorialist approaches, the historicity and potential malleability of territoriality are emphasized. Introduces alternative geographical categories for describing currently emergent spatial forms that do not presuppose their enclosure within territorially bounded geographical spaces. Problems and limitations. The historicity of territoriality is reduced to an either/or choice between two options, its presence or its absence, thus the possibility that territoriality is being reconfigured, reterritorialized, and rescaled rather than being eroded cannot be adequately explored. The relation between global space and national territoriality is viewed as a zero-sum game in which the growing importance of the former necessarily entails the decline of the latter. Consequently, the role of subglobal transformations in processes of global restructuring cannot be examined. The various forms of spatial fixity, embedding, and territorialization, particularly at national, regional, and local scales, upon which global flows are necessarily premised. Apatare's theory of global cultural flows, Castells's theory of the space of flows, Hart and Negri's concept of empire, Jameson on postmodern hyperspace, Ami's notion of the borderless world, O'Brien's conception of the end of geography, Ruggi's analysis of the EU as a non-territorial region, Skold's theory of supraterritoriality. Contexts. This chapter has attempted to outline some methodological foundations for confronting this task. At the most general level, I have suggested that the contemporary round of global capitalist restructuring has destabilized the entrenched, nation-state-centric geographical assumptions that have underpinned the social sciences throughout most of the 20th century. It is for this reason, I believe, that contemporary debates on globalization have induced many scholars to develop more reflexive, dynamic, and historically specific understandings of social spatiality. The preceding discussion of these debates underscores four particularly crucial methodological challenges for contemporary studies of global socio-spatial restructuring. 1. The historicity of social space. The contemporary round of global restructuring has put into relief the distinctive, historically specific character of national state territoriality as a form of socio-spatial organization. As the primacy of national state territoriality has been decentralized and relativized, the historical, and therefore malleable, character of inherited formations of political economic space has become dramatically evident both in sociological analysis and in everyday life. The overarching methodological challenge that owes from this circumstance is to analyze social spatiality, at all scales, as an ongoing historical process in which the geographies of social relations are continually molded, reconfigured, and transformed. 2. Polymorphic geographies. National state territoriality is today being intertwined with, and superimposed upon, an immense variety of emergent socio-spatial forms, from the supranational institutional structures of the EU to global NANCHLOs, new forms of transnational corporate organization, post-Fordist patterns of industrial agglomeration, global interurban networks, and transnational diasporic communities that cannot be described adequately as contiguous, mutually exclusive, and self-enclosed blocks of territorial space. Under these circumstances, the image of political economic space as a complex, tangled mosaic of superimposed and interpenetrating nodes, levels, scales, and morphologies has become more appropriate than the traditional Cartesian model of homogeneous, self-enclosed and contiguous blocks of territory that has long been used to describe the modern interstate system. New representations of socio-spatial form are urgently needed in order to analyze these newly emergent polymorphic, polycentric, and multiscalar geographies of global social change. 30. A crucial methodological challenge for contemporary socio-spatial research is therefore to analyze newly emergent geographies in ways that transcend the conventional imperative to choose between purely territorialist and deterritorialized mappings of political economic space. 3. The new political economy of scale. The current round of global restructuring has significantly decentered the national scale of political economic life and intensified the importance of both subnational and supranational scales of socio-spatial organization. These transformations undermine inherited conceptions of geographical scale as a static, XED, and nested hierarchy and reveal its socially produced, historically variegated, and politically contested character. From this perspective, geographical scales must be viewed not only as the products of political economic processes, but also as their presupposition and their medium. Scalar arrangements are thus never XED in stone but evolve continuously in conjunction with the dynamics of capital accumulation, state regulation, social reproduction, and socio-political struggle. Under these conditions, a key methodological challenge is to conceptualize geographical scales at once as an institutional scaffolding within which the dialectic of deterritorialization and reterritorialization unfolds and as an incessantly changing medium and outcome of that dialectic. For the remaking of state space. Finally, this discussion has emphasized the key role of national states in promoting and mediating contemporary socio-spatial transformations, and concomitantly, the ways in which national states have in turn been reorganized functionally, institutionally, and geographically in conjunction with this role. Contemporary state institutions are being significantly rescaled at once upwards, downwards, and outwards to create qualitatively new, polymorphic, plurilateral institutional geographies that no longer overlap evenly with one another, converge upon a single, dominant geographical scale or constitute a single, nested organizational hierarchy. These developments undermine traditional, Westphalian models of statehood as an unchanging, self-enclosed national territorial container and suggest that more complex, polymorphic, and multiscalar regulatory geographies are emerging than previously existed. Under these conditions, an important methodological challenge is to develop a spatially attuned and scale-sensitive approach to state theory that can grasp not only the variegated regulatory geographies associated with inherited, nationalized formations of political space, but also the profoundly uneven reterritorializations and rescalings of statehood that are currently unfolding throughout the world system. Subsequent chapters of this book confront the aforementioned methodological challenges in the context of a post-disciplinary investigation of political, economic, institutional, and socio-spatial change in contemporary Western Europe. These challenges are complementary insofar as addressing any one of them also opens up new methodological and empirical perspectives through which to confront the others. However, given my overarching concern in this book with transformations of state space, it is the fourth methodological challenge that occupies center stage in subsequent chapters. I shall thus grapple with each of the RST3 methodological challenges through a more direct confrontation with the task of deciphering contemporary processes of state spatial restructuring. Accordingly, building upon the approach to socio-spatial theory introduced above, the next chapter elaborates the theoretical foundations for a spatialized, scale-sensitive approach to state theory. 68. The globalization debates. 3. Under capitalism, a framework for analysis. There is never a point when the state is nally built within a given territory and thereafter operates, so to speak, on automatic pilot according to its own denied, XED and inevitable laws. Whether, how and to what extent one can talk in denied terms about the state actually depends on the contingent and provisional outcome of struggles to realize more or less specific state projects. Bob Jessup. Curiously, space is a stranger to customary political reaction. Space belongs to the geographers in the academic division of labor. Then it reintroduces itself subversively through the effects of the peripheries, the margins, the regions, the villages, and local communities long abandoned, neglected, abased through state concentration. In the conception proposed here, the relations have social space for support. This entails a spatialization of political theory, including a critique of deterritorialized abstractions which, at the same time, takes into account localities and regions. This entails as well a reconsideration of the economy in terms of space, of the ux of stocks, of mobile elements and stable elements, in short, of the production and reproduction of space. Henry Lefebvre. State Theory Beyond the Territorial Trap. State theorists and political geographers have long emphasized the specifically territorial character of political power in the modern world. Within the Westphalian geopolitical order, states are said to be composed of self-enclosed, contiguous, and mutually exclusive territorial spaces that separate an inside from an outside. For the most part. However, even while being acknowledged as an underlying feature of modern geopolitical organization, territoriality has been treated within mainstream social science as a relatively unproblematic, and inconsequential property of statehood. Just as ASH is unlikely to discover water, most post-war social scientists viewed national state territories as pre-given natural environments for socio-political life. Indeed, most scholars of modern politics and society have long embraced each of the state-centric geographical assumptions that were critically discussed in the previous chapter: spatial fetishism, methodological territorialism, and methodological nationalism. Consequently, in Agnew's memorable phrase, a territorial trap has underpinned mainstream approaches to social science insofar as they have conceived state territoriality as a static background structure for regulatory processes and socio-political struggles rather than as one of their constitutive dimensions. Such assumptions had some measure of epistemological plausibility during the Fordist Keynesian period, in which a historically unprecedented territorial enclosure of political economic space was attempted. Today, however, they have become major intellectual barriers to a more adequate conceptualization of ongoing socio-spatial transformations. 4. In the context of contemporary debates on globalization, state-centric geographical assumptions have underpinned the unhelpful polarization of positions between proponents of the view that national states remain fully sovereign territorial power containers and those who contend that state regulatory capacities are being eroded. Whereas the RST position is generally grounded upon a static understanding of state territoriality as a unchanging grid of national borders, the second position can envision state restructuring only as a process of contraction or disappearance in which territoriality is being rendered obsolete. This debate narrows the conceptualization of state territoriality to two equally limiting possibilities: its presence or its absence, and thus precludes a more contextually sensitive investigation of processes of state spatial restructuring. During the last decade, these entrenched methodological assumptions have been called into question, particularly by scholars working in the interstices of established disciplinary divisions of labor. As many analysts within this heterodox strand of social science have noted, the global political economic transformations of the post-1970s period have reconfigured the Westphalian formation of state territoriality by disintegrating the national scale of state regulatory activity and by undermining the internal coherence of national economies and national civil societies. Under these conditions, the apparently acidity of long-established, nationally organized formations of state territoriality has been thrust dramatically into historical motion. Contemporary scholars are thus confronted with the daunting but exciting task of developing new categories and methods through which to decipher these emergent, post-Westphalian landscapes of statehood. 70. Much of the new research on state spatiality can be situated within a broader body of critical social science concerned to counter neoliberal globalization narratives by emphasizing the essential role of state institutions in promoting market-based regulatory reform throughout the world economy. Thus, among the many arguments that have been advanced regarding the emergent institutional architectures of post-Keynesian states, contemporary discussions of state spatial restructuring are distinguished above all by their emphasis on the qualitatively new geographical scales and territorial contours of statecraft that have been crystallizing in recent decades. This ongoing reconceptualization of state space has been extraordinarily multifaceted, both methodologically and thematically, but it has thus far focused upon at least three intertwined axes of state spatial restructuring. 1. State reterritorialization. The meaning, organization, and functions of state territoriality are being re-examined in the context of debates on neo-medievalism, perforated sovereignties, the internationalization of statehood, and the increased importance of dematerialized, based economic transactions under globalizing capitalism. Territoriality is thus no longer viewed as a pre-given, self-enclosed platform for political relations, but is now being analyzed as a historically specific strategy of spatial enclosure and as an evolving, multiscalar institutional configuration. 2. State rebalancing. The changing roles of state boundaries in the new geopolitical order are being systematically explored with reference to issues such as economic governance, citizenship, immigration, cross-border regions, military violence, and politico-cultural identities. Boundaries are thus no longer viewed as exclusively national demarcators of state sovereignty but are now understood as multifaceted semiotic, symbolic, and political economic practices through which state power is articulated and contested. 3. State rescaling. In contrast to the earlier fetishization of the national scale of political power, scholars have begun to analyze a range of rescaling processes through which new, multiscalar hierarchies of state institutional organization, political authority, and regulatory conduct are being generated. The scalar organization of state power is thus no longer understood as a permanently XED background structure, but is now viewed as a constitutive, contested, and therefore potentially malleable dimension of political economic processes. At the present time, our understanding of the new state spaces that are currently emerging remains relatively rudimentary. Nonetheless, recent contributions to this multidisciplinary literature have clearly illuminated the historically constructed and politically contested character of state spatiality. 71. Thereby opening up a number of productive methodological and empirical starting points through which the changing geographies of contemporary statehood may be explored more systematically. 1. Despite these accomplishments, much recent work on the production of new state spaces has proceeded without an explicit theoretical foundation. In many contributions to this literature, the geographical dimensions of state power are treated in descriptive terms, as merely one among many aspects of statehood that are currently undergoing systemic changes. Relatedly, the causal forces underlying contemporary processes of state spatial restructuring are often not explicitly specified. Yet, given the tumultuous political geographical transformations that have been unfolding during the last 3 decades, there is arguably an increasingly urgent need for more systematic theoretical reaction on the nature and dynamics of state spatiality. Of particular importance, in this context, is a sustained inquiry into the conditions under which inherited geographies of state space may be transformed from relatively XED, stabilized settings in which state regulatory operations occur into potentially malleable stakes of socio-political contestation. Concomitantly, there is an equally urgent need for a more explicit theoretical conceptualization of the determinate social, political, and economic processes through which transformations of state space unfold. The present chapter confronts these tasks in a series of intertwined steps. My overarching goal is to elaborate the theoretical foundations for the analysis of state rescaling and urban governance restructuring that will be developed in subsequent chapters. The next section introduces some initial methodological premises and categories through which the geographies of state space under modern capitalism may be analyzed. On this basis, I demonstrate how the issues of spatiality, territoriality, and geographical scale may be integrated, at a foundational level, into the conceptualization of modern statehood. Building upon the strategic relational approach to state theory developed by Jessup, I argue that state space is best conceptualized as an arena, medium, and outcome of spatially selective political strategies. I then extend this conceptualization by outlining some of the broad institutional and geographical parameters within which state space has evolved during the course of capitalist development. This line of analysis generates a multidimensional conceptual framework through which to investigate contextually specific pathways of state spatial restructuring. It also enables me to introduce a stylized model of state spatial restructuring in Western Europe since the early 1960s, that serves to demarcate the theoretical and empirical terrain on which the remainder of this book is situated. Prior to the current renaissance of spatially attuned approaches to state theory, classical political geographers had already introduced a number of descriptive categories through which to map the spatial contours of state operations and political life. Some scholars addressed the issues of territoriality, borders, core/periphery structures, geopolitics, and war-making. Others focused on various aspects of the state's internal spatial structure, such as federalism, administrative differentiation, gerrymandering, metropolitan jurisdictional fragmentation, and territorial politics. By acknowledging the socially constructed and politically contested character of political jurisdictions at a variety of scales, certain strands of this literature managed at least partially to circumvent the territorial trap of state centrism even during its historical high point under Fordist Keynesian capitalism. However, classical approaches to political geography contained a number of major theoretical deficiencies, including an excessively physicalist and deterministic conception of geographical inerence, an excessive reliance upon biological or organic metaphors, a pervasive functionalism, a naturalization of liberal democracy as a political form, and a bracketing of the broader geo-economic contexts of state activities. It is only during the last 30 years, in conjunction with the intensive interest in critical social theory and radical political economy among human geographers and other spatially attuned scholars, that the geographies of state power have been analyzed in a more contextually specific manner and related explicitly to the historical dynamics of capitalist development. The key concern, from this point of view, has been to analyze the historical relationship between territorial states and the broader social and economic structures and geopolitical orders in which these states must operate. Additionally, contributors to the new literature on the political geographies of statehood have investigated the role of state spatial arrangements in mediating, reproducing, and solidifying everyday power relations at a variety of geographical scales. As argued in the previous chapter, state centrism entails the freezing of political economic life within RIDE, national territorial structures that are presumed to defy historical change. Consequently, state-centric assumptions generate a systemic blindness to the possibility of major ruptures within. 73. Inherited formations of socio-spatial organization. Such assumptions are deeply problematic, not only as a basis for the investigation of contemporary socio-spatial transformations, but also as a means for analyzing the changing geographies of state institutions themselves, whether in historical or contemporary contexts. Therefore, in contrast to the spatial fetishism, methodological territorialism, and methodological nationalism that continue to pervade mainstream social science, the present analysis begins from a radically different theoretical starting point. For my purposes here, state space is conceptualized as an ongoing process of change rather than as a static thing, container, or platform, as having a polymorphic rather than a merely territorial geographical form, and as having a multiscalar rather than merely a national organizational structure. The goal of this section is to add some preliminary descriptive content to these opening propositions. I shall then explicate their theoretical foundations in greater detail and outline some of their substantive implications. Cut: in what sense is state spatiality a process rather than a container, a platform, or a thing? Since the seminal contributions of radical urbanists such as Lefebvre, Harvey, Castells, and Soja over 2 decades ago, processual approaches to the production of social spatiality have been mobilized extensively in the field of critical urban and regional studies. Surprisingly, the methodological insights of critical urban researchers and other geographically inclined social scientists have had only a minimal impact upon the fields of state theory and political sociology. I would argue, nonetheless, that the conceptualizations of socio-spatial dynamics that were developed in these pioneering analyses of urban spatiality may be fruitfully mobilized to investigate the production and transformation of state spatiality as well. Too much like the term city, the term state ostensibly connotes a thing-like entity, in this case, a closed institutional system that occupies a bordered geographical territory, as represented in the colors allotted to each country on a world map. Yet, as theorists of dialectics have argued, a rication of processes of change is entrenched within the conceptual grammar of mainstream social science, leading scholars to presume unreservedly the existence of stasis, zity, and continuity even in the face of compelling evidence of fluidity and transformation. Along with other foundational sociological concepts such as economy, society, and culture, the notions of the city and the state are arguably among the paradigmatic exemplars of this pervasive reification of socio-spatial dynamics within the modern social sciences. Over 2 decades ago, radical urban scholars began to break out of these intellectual constraints by introducing more dialectical, processual concepts for describing the contemporary city, for instance, urbanization or, in Harvey's more precise terminology, the urban process. Against traditional approaches to urban locational analysis, which conceived space in Euclidean Cartesian terms, as a surface upon which economic activity is extended, Harvey introduced a more dynamic, historically specific view. For Harvey, the urban must be understood simultaneously as a presupposition, a medium, and an outcome of the connectual, continually changing social relations of capitalism. From this perspective, any historical configuration of urban spatiality represents a sediment crystallization of earlier patterns of social interaction and an evolving grid of possibilities for, and constraints upon, future social relations. A directly analogous methodological strategy can, I propose, be developed in order to conceptualize under capitalism. Much like the geography of the city, the geography of state spatiality must be viewed as a presupposition, an arena, and an outcome of continually evolving political strategies. It is not a thing, container, or platform, but a socially produced, connectual, and dynamically changing matrix of socio-spatial interaction. The spaces of state power are not simply LLED, as if they were precise territorial containers. Instead, state spatiality is actively produced and transformed through regulatory projects and socio-political struggles articulated in diverse institutional sites and at a range of geographical scales. Therefore, the traditional Westphalian image of states as being located within static, self-contained territorial arenas must be replaced by a dialectical, processual analysis of how historically specific configurations of state space are produced and incessantly reworked. This proposition can be illustrated most directly with reference to the phenomenon of state territoriality, the dimension of political space which, as discussed in the preceding chapter, has been acknowledged and analyzed most explicitly in 20th century social science. The entrenched legacy of Euclidean/Cartesian geographical approaches to territoriality is epitomized in Weber's approach to political sociology, in which self-enclosed territorial borders were included as one of the essential definitional features of modern political organization. While Weber was highly sensitive to the historical specificity of modern state territoriality relative to pre-modern political geographies, he was considerably less interested in its evolution within the modern interstate system. Accordingly, in his major writings on political sociology, Weber reduced the issue to a point on a definitional checklist that could be presupposed relatively unproblematically in any discussion of modern bureaucratic states. This treatment of territoriality as a precise, XED, unchanging, and thus relatively transparent feature of modern statehood has been reproduced unrecursively in most 20th century approaches to statehood, from theories of liberal democracy and realist approaches to international relations theory to major strands of development studies, mainstream analyses of social policy, and traditional Marxist debates on the relative autonomy of the state. 3. While not empirically false, the Weberian definitional insight must be resituated within a more dialectical, historically specific conceptual framework. 4. Even following the historical geographical watershed associated with the Treaty of Westphalia, in which the principle of state territorial sovereignty was institutionalized, borders have never been static, precise features of state power. Rather, their functions within the modern geopolitical and geoeconomic system have been moded, sometimes dramatically, through historically specific regulatory strategies and socio-political struggles. Since the long 16th century, the national state's role as a territorial power container has hinged upon an expanding repertoire of regulatory activities including war-making and military defense, the containment and enhancement of national economic wealth, the promotion of nationalized politico-cultural identities, the institutionalization of democratic forms of political legitimation, and the provision of social welfare. Thus, from the war machines of early modern Europe and the wealth containers of the mercantile era to the national developmentalist states of the Second Industrial Revolution and the Keynesian welfare national states of the Fordist Keynesian period, national states have deployed a variety of regulatory strategies, and have attempted to contain a broad range of social, political, and economic activities, through the principle of territoriality. While the national state may have indeed acted like a vortex sucking in social relations to mold them through its territoriality throughout much of the history of modern capitalism, this territorialization of political life has never been accomplished once and for all. It must be understood, instead, as a precarious, contentious outcome of historically specific state projects of territorial enclosure. To the extent that national states have ever appeared to have captured politics through their territoriality, this situation has never represented more than a temporary moment of stabilization within ongoing struggles over their geographical architectures, regulatory operations, and political orientations. The role of territorial borders as modalities of spatial ensignment is thus best understood as a medium and result of political strategies rather than as a permanent condition. Polymorphic political geographies. Territoriality represents only one, albeit crucial, dimension within the multilayered geographical architectures of modern state spatiality. The processual conceptualization of state territoriality sketched in the preceding paragraphs can thus be extended to illuminate a number of additional aspects of state spatiality that likewise operate as arenas, products, and stakes of ongoing regulatory strategies and socio-political struggles. It is useful, in this context, to distinguish two closely intertwined dimensions of state spatiality: state space in the narrow sense, and state space in the integral sense, for this distinction provides an initial analytical basis on which to conceptualize the polymorphic character of state spatiality under modern capitalism. First, state space in the narrow sense refers to the state's distinctive form of spatial organization as a discrete, territorially centralized, self-contained, and internally differentiated institutional apparatus. This aspect of state space refers, above all, to the changing configuration of state territoriality and to the evolving role of borders, boundaries, and frontiers in the modern interstate system, as sketched above. Additionally, state space in the narrow sense encompasses the changing geographies of state territorial organization and administrative differentiation within national jurisdictional boundaries. With the possible exception of small-scale city-states, most state apparatuses exhibit a significant degree of internal territorial differentiation insofar as they are subdivided among multiple administrative tiers that are allotted specific regulatory tasks. Within modern national states, this internal territorial differentiation has entailed the establishment of intergovernmental hierarchies and place and region-specific institutional forms in which particular types of spaces such as urban areas, metropolitan economies, rural peripheries, border zones, and so forth are encompassed under distinctive administrative arrangements. The resultant scalar divisions of regulation may provide a relatively stabilized framework for state activities during a given period, but such scalar arrangements may also be unsettled as opposing socio-political forces struggle to reorganize the institutional structure, borders, or functions of subnational administrative units. Second, state space in the integral sense refers to the territory, place and scale specific ways in which state institutions are mobilized to regulate social relations and to enhance their locational geographies. This aspect of state space refers, most centrally, to the changing geographies of state intervention into socio-economic processes within a given territorial jurisdiction. Each historical formation of state spatiality is associated with policy frameworks that target specific jurisdictions, places, and scales as focal points for state regulation, public investments, and national aid. Through this process of spatial targeting, state institutions attempt, for instance, to enhance territorially specific locational assets, to accelerate the circulation of capital, to reproduce the labor force, to address place-specific socio-economic problems and to maintain territorial cohesion within and among diverse centers of economic activity and population growth. 5. Thus early industrial capitalist states channeled massive public investments into large-scale territorial infrastructures such as railroads, roads, ports, and canals. These strategies were eventually complemented by state-led initiatives to regulate urban living and working conditions and to establish large-scale public works facilities within major metropolitan areas. Following the Second Industrial Revolution, the large-scale bureaucratic states of Western Europe came to promote the entire national territory as an integrated geographical framework for economic growth. In this context, relatively non-industrialized rural and peripheral regions were targeted in redistributive state projects that aimed to spread urban industrial growth more evenly throughout the national territory. Most recently, following the global economic crisis of the 1970s, major urban and regional economies across Western Europe have become strategically important spatial targets for a range of socio-economic, industrial, and infrastructural policies that aim to enhance national competitive advantages. In addition to these explicit spatial policies, state space in the integral sense also encompasses the indirect socio-spatial effects that flow from apparently aspatial policies. There are two distinct aspects of this phenomenon. On the one hand, apparently aspatial policies may impact particular locations, or particular social groups within those locations, in distinctive ways. For instance, military spending in the USA is not only a form of industrial policy that subsidizes particular sectors, such as aerospace and shipbuilding, but also a form of spatial policy that generates significant employment growth in major industrial regions such as Los Angeles and Seattle. Analogously, U.S. government-sponsored mortgage subsidies and homeowner tax breaks tend to privilege suburban areas rather than cities, in which rental housing predominates. On the other hand, many national state policies generate uneven spatial effects due to their interaction with location-specific conditions. For example, national workfare policies may facilitate enhanced employment in buoyant local labor markets while eliciting the opposite effect within depressed local economies. Analogously, centrally delegated programs to create new forms of regional economic governance may generate radically divergent policy agendas in different locations due to the impacts of place-specific industrial conditions, institutional legacies, and political alliances. The uneven development of state regulation therefore represents an important dimension of state space in the integral sense. The narrow and integral aspects of state space including territoriality, territorial differentiation, spatial targeting, and indirect spatial effects interact reciprocally to produce historically specific formations of state spatiality. Consequently, as Lefebvre explains, each new form of state, each new form of political power, introduces its own particular way of partitioning space, its own particular administrative classification of discourses about space and about things and people in space. Each such form commands space, as it were, to serve its purposes. The main elements of the conceptualization of state spatiality developed thus far are summarized schematically in state scalar configurations. Before we can further unpack the methodological foundations for this dialectical, processual, and polymorphic conceptualization of the state spatial process under capitalism, one additional issue must be addressed: the question of the state's distinctive, historically evolving scalar configuration. As we have already seen, most political sociologists, political economists, and state theorists have unrecognizably presupposed that the state is necessarily organized as a national state and, by implication, that sovereignty and territoriality are permanently bundled together at a national scale. Given the pervasive nationalization of political economic life that was pursued during the course of the 20th century, such assumptions have, until relatively recently, had some measure of plausibility both in social theory and in everyday life. They are, however, directly at odds with the conception introduced above, according to which all aspects of the state's geographical 80. Architecture, including its scalar configuration, represent expressions of ongoing processes of political economic regulation and socio-political contestation rather than permanently fixed features of statehood as such. Therefore, state scalar configurations must be conceptualized in a manner that is explicitly attuned to the historicity, and thus the malleability, of each scale of state institutional organization, regulatory activity, and political struggle. Shaw has recently developed a useful framework for confronting this issue. For Shaw, every historical formation of state spatiality is layered among a variety of distinct but intertwined power centers and tiers of political authority both above and below the national scale. However, as Shaw is quick to emphasize, some scales or layers of state power are subordinate to others, and thus not every level of political authority can be said to constitute, in itself, a distinct state apparatus. Shaw's explicit recognition of the layered, multiscalar character of state power opens up the fundamental question of why a given layer of state is seen as denning a particular period. Shaw's response, which he presents as an extension of Mann's definition of statehood, is of considerable relevance to the present study. According to Shaw, to be considered a state, a particular power center must be to a significant degree inclusive and constitutive of other forms or layers of state power. The crucial point, therefore, is that the question of which scale of regulatory activity is primary within a given configuration of state power is essentially an empirical historical one, and not a matter that can be settled on an a priori basis. Consequently, even though the national scale of statehood has long encompassed and largely constituted those layers of political authority that exist at other scales, there is no reason to regard any particular layer of state power as intrinsically incapable of constituting statehood. Moreover, even when a given scale of state power successfully encompasses and constitutes other scales of political authority, the latter still generally play key roles within the broader, multiscalar institutional architecture of statehood. Accordingly, Shaw points out the various ways in which both municipal state forms and international organizations were subsumed within the organizational apparatuses of what he terms nation-state empires from the late 19th century to the mid to late 20th century. Concomitantly, Shaw emphasizes the ways in which municipal governments and the European Commission today remain largely subordinate to national state apparatuses. In the present context, Shaw's layered conceptualization of modern statehood is particularly useful because it emphasizes the multiscalar character of state power even under conditions in which a single scale predominates, and the possibility that historically entrenched formations of state-scalar organization may be qualitatively transformed. This conceptualization also implies that the substantive politico-institutional content of particular scales 81. Of state institutional organization and state regulatory activity likewise evolves historically. The regulatory functions, institutional expressions, and political significance of the supranational, national, regional, and local scales of statehood are thus likely to differ qualitatively according to the broader interscalar hierarchies in which they are embedded. Building upon the processual conceptualization of state space introduced previously, each scale of state power may be analyzed in a narrow sense, with reference to its internal organizational form, institutional structure, and geographical boundaries, and in an integral sense, with reference to its role as an arena for various forms of state intervention into socio-economic life. This discussion has generated a number of initial methodological premises through which to approach the polymorphic, multiscalar, and continually changing geographies of state space under modern capitalism. These considerations open up two foundational questions. First, why does statehood under capitalism assume a specific spatial, territorial, and scalar form? Second, how and why has the spatial, territorial, and scalar configuration of statehood evolved during the history of capitalist development? Building towards an analysis of contemporary transformations of state space, the remainder of this chapter confronts each of these questions in turn. State space as political strategy, a strategic relational approach. There is an ever-present tension in analyses of the capitalist state. On the one hand, it is vital to acknowledge historical geographical specificities in the ways in which states are constituted. On the other hand, the universalizing effects of the capitalist mode of production mean that a 82 theory of the capitalist state is both possible and necessary. There is an unavoidable tension between the need for a general theory of form and for a theory of historically and territorially specific national states within the shifting limits of that form. Ray Hudson. As Hudson indicates, theorists of the capitalist state have long struggled to integrate arguments regarding the nature of the state form under capitalism and analyses of the historical evolution of specific state apparatuses within the capitalist geopolitical economy. Most traditions of state theory privilege one or the other side of this analytical divide. For instance, early Marxist state theorists and more recent contributors to the German state derivation debate focused their attention primarily on the question of how the forms and functions of state institutions are intertwined with the fundamental features of capitalism as a mode of production. 6. By contrast, other scholarly traditions including historical sociology, institutionalist geopolitical economy, and French regulation theory have directed attention to the diverse political and institutional arrangements upon which state power has been grounded under modern capitalist conditions. 7. A directly analogous tension between abstract logical and concrete historical modes of analysis necessarily accompanies any attempt to decipher the spatial form of statehood under capitalism. Thus, while many theorists have emphasized the fundamental character of state territoriality in the modern geopolitical order, other scholars have focused their attention upon the variegated political geographies that have crystallized in different national, regional, and local contexts and time periods within that order. 8. While this tension is, as Hudson rightly indicates, unavoidable, the task at hand is to confront it in a manner that can illuminate both the generic and the specific aspects of state spatiality under particular historical geographical conditions. I propose to grapple with this issue by integrating questions of space, territoriality, and geographical scale, at a foundational level, into the strategic relational approach to state theory developed by Jessup. To this end, Erst mobilized Jessup's strategic relation framework in order to provide further theoretical grounding for the general arguments regarding the processual character of state spatiality that were developed in the preceding section. On this basis, I build upon Jessup's conceptualization of strategic selectivity in order to specify some of the broad parameters within which state spatial configurations have evolved under modern capitalism. Through a spatialization of Jessup's approach to statehood, it will be possible to analyze, within a single analytical framework, both the state's general spatial form under capitalism and the historical variation of state spatial arrangements during the course of capitalist development. Most crucially, from this point of view, neither the state's spatial form nor historically specific forms of state spatiality are ever structurally preg-even, rather, they represent arenas and outcomes of spatially selective political strategies. This conceptualization forms a theoretical linchpin for the analysis of state rescaling that will be developed in subsequent chapters of this book. The strategic relational approach to state theory, an overview according to Jessup, the capitalist state must be viewed as an institutionally specific form of social relations. Just as the capital relation is constituted through value and the commodity, price, and money, so too, Jessup maintains, is the state form constituted through its particularization or institutional separation from the circuit of capital. However, in Jessup's view, neither the value form nor the state form necessarily engender functionally unit, operationally cohesive, or organizationally coherent institutional arrangements. The value form is underdetermined insofar as its substance, the socially necessary labor time embodied in commodities, is contingent upon class struggles in the sphere of production that condition capital's ability to subordinate labor power in the extraction of surplus value, extra-economic class struggles that condition capital's ability to control labor power in the sphere of reproduction, and the dynamics and intensity of intercapitalist competition. Consequently, Jessup maintains, within the matrix established by the value form there is real scope for variation in the rhythm and course of capitalist development. According to Jessup, therefore, the relatively inchoate, contradictory matrix of social relations associated with the value form can only be translated into a system of reproducible institutional arrangements through the mobilization of accumulation strategies. In Jessup's terms, an accumulation strategy emerges when a model of economic growth is linked to a framework of institutions and state policies that are capable of reproducing it. 9. Most crucially here, Jessup proposes a formally analogous argument regarding the state form, whose functional unity and organizational coherence are likewise understood to be deeply problematic. On the one hand, Jessup maintains, the establishment of a political sphere that is distinct from the spheres of production and circulation may be functional to capital insofar as states provide many of the extra economic preconditions of successful capital accumulation. Various more concrete features of the state form may likewise contribute to this capitalist orientation, including the framework of bourgeois law, the operation of parliamentary politics, the nature of bureaucracy, the indirectness of state intervention in the economy, and the insulation of the state's economic and repressive organs from popular or legislative control. On the other hand, however, Jessup insists that the state cannot serve as an ideal collective capitalist, for its very existence permits a dislocation between the activities of the state and the needs of capital. In this sense, as Jessup has frequently reiterated, form problematizes function. The separation of the state from the circuit of capital may seriously constrain its ability to function as an agent of capitalist interests. Among many other factors, politically induced policy oscillations, bureaucratic inefficiency, and class struggles may undermine business conditions and disrupt the state's capacity to promote capital accumulation. Consequently, Jessup argues, the mere existence of the state as a distinctive form of social relations does not automatically translate into a coherent, coordinated, or reproducible framework of concrete state activities. On the contrary, the state form is an underdetermined condensation of continual strategic interactions regarding the nature of state intervention, political representation, and ideological hegemony within capitalist society. Accordingly, there can be no inherent substantive unity to the state qua institutional ensemble. Its unity must be created within the state system itself through specific operational procedures, means of coordination and guiding purposes. For Jessup, therefore, the functional unity and organizational coherence of the state are never preg-even, but must be viewed as emergent, contingent, contested, and potentially unstable outcomes of ongoing socio-political struggles between opposed social forces. Indeed, according to Jessup, it is only through the mobilization and consolidation of state projects which attempt to integrate state activities around a set of common, coherently articulated agendas that the image of the state as a unit organizational entity can be projected into civil society. 10 state projects are thus formally analogous to accumulation strategies insofar as both represent strategic initiatives to institutionalize and reproduce the contradictory social forms of modern capitalism. The key elements of this line of argumentation are summarized schematically in Fig 3.4. It is on the basis of these considerations that Jessup introduces the concept of strategic selectivity, the goal of which is to develop a framework for analyzing the role of political strategies in forging the state's institutional structures and modes of socio-economic intervention. Jessup concurs with the well-known hypothesis that the state is endowed with selectivity, that is, with a tendency to privilege particular social forces, interests, and actors over others. According to F, the institutional self-interest of the state in accumulation is conditioned by the fact that the state is denied the power to control the of those resources which are nevertheless indispensable for the exercise of state power. This situation, F contends, causes the state systematically to privilege ruling class interests and to exclude other social forces from the process of policy making. For Jessup, however, the ruling class selectivity of state power is best understood as an object and outcome of ongoing socio-political struggles rather than as a structurally pre-inscribed feature of the state system. Accordingly, Jessup proposes that the state operates as the site, generator, and the product of strategies. The state is the site of strategies insofar as a given state form, a given form of regime, will be more accessible to some forces than others according to the strategies they adopt to gain state power. The state is the generator of strategies because it serves as an institutional base through which diverse societal forces mobilize accumulation strategies and hegemonic projects. The state is the product of strategies because its own organizational structures and modes of socio-economic intervention are inherited from earlier political strategies. In this manner, Jessup underscores the relational character of state strategic selectivity. The state's tendency to privilege certain class factions and social forces over others results from the evolving relationship between inherited state structures and emergent political strategies intended to harness state institutions towards particular socio-economic projects. The state strategies in question may be oriented towards a range of distinct socio-institutional targets. In particular, strategies oriented towards the state's own institutional structure may be distinguished from those strategies oriented towards the circuit of capital or the maintenance of hegemony within civil society. In Jessop's terminology, the former represent state projects whereas the latter represent state strategies. State projects aim to provide state institutions with some measure of functional unity, operational coordination, and organizational coherence. State projects are endowed with strategic selectivity insofar as particular social forces are privileged in the struggle to enhance the evolving institutional structure of state power. When successful, state projects generate state effects that endow the state apparatus with the appearance of unity, functional coherence, and organizational integration. By contrast, state strategies represent initiatives to mobilize state. 87. Institutions towards particular forms of socio-economic intervention. State strategies are endowed with strategic selectivity insofar as particular social forces are privileged in the struggle to enhance the state's evolving role in regulating the circuit of capital and in the establishment of hegemony. When successful, state strategies result in the mobilization of relatively coherent accumulation strategies and hegemonic projects. While state strategies generally presuppose the existence of a relatively coherent state project, there is no guarantee that state projects will effectively translate into viable state strategies. At the same time, when state strategies are mobilized successfully, they may also significantly modify the political and institutional terrain upon which state projects are articulated. The relationship between state projects and state strategies is thus a dialectical one insofar as they mutually condition and constrain one another. State projects. Initiatives to endow state institutions with organizational coherence, functional coordination, and operational unity. They target the state itself as a distinct institutional ensemble within the broader field of social forces. Target, state institutions' possible outcome, state effects. State strategies. Initiatives to mobilize state institutions in order to promote particular forms of socio-economic intervention. They focus upon the articulation of the state to non-state institutions and attempt to instrumentalize the state in order to regulate the circuit of capital and to modify the balance of forces within civil society. Target, the circuit of capital and / or civil society. Possible outcomes, accumulation strategies and / or hegemonic projects. Fig 3.5. State projects and state strategies. Source, based on Jessop 1990a. In sum, in developing the notion of strategic selectivity, Jessop is concerned to emphasize the ways in which the state serves as a specific political form which offers structural privileges to some but not all kinds of political strategy. Rather than viewing selectivity as a pre-given structural feature of the state, Jessop contends that it results from a dialectic of strategic interaction and socio-political contestation within and beyond state institutions. In this view, ongoing social struggles mold the state's evolving institutional structure and the state's changing modes of economic intervention, accumulation strategies, and hegemonic projects. Just as crucially, the institutional ensemble in which this dialectic unfolds is viewed as an outgrowth of earlier rounds of political struggle regarding the forms and functions of state power. Accordingly, the state as such has no power. It is 88. Merely an institutional ensemble. It has only a set of institutional capacities and liabilities which mediate that power. The power of the state is the power of the forces acting in and through the state. The conception of the state as political strategy is thus intended to illuminate the complex interplay between these evolving institutional capacities / liabilities and the ensemble of social forces acting in and through state institutions. Spatializing strategic relational state theory, towards state spatial selectivity in an insightful geographical reworking of Jessop's arguments, Jones has suggested that state institutions are endowed with distinctive spatial selectivities as well. For Jones, spatial selectivity refers to the processes of spatial privileging and articulation through which state policies are differentiated across territorial space in order to target particular geographical zones and scales. In developing the concept of spatial selectivity, Jones underscores the ways in which the Thatcherite program of central local restructuring and labor market intervention targeted highly specific spaces and scales for regulatory intervention. Jones also notes a number of additional instances in which a state regime has systematically privileged particular spaces or articulated a policy agenda in spatially distinctive ways. Thus Gramsci's writings on the Southern question emphasize the Italian state's central role in the production and reinforcement of a North-South divide during Italian industrialization. Likewise, Esser and Hirsch's analysis of Modell Deutschland in the 1980s emphasized regionally specific forms of political compromise that emerged during a period of intensive economic restructuring in the Federal Republic of Germany. Consequently, as Jones emphasizes, space is not only a key dimension of state institutional organization, but frequently becomes an explicit object of state strategies as they target particular geographical areas, places, and scales. Figure 3.6 summarizes the various dimensions of state selectivity: structural, strategic, and spatial that have been examined so far in this discussion. Building upon Jones's arguments, I suggest that Jessop's conceptualization of the state as political strategy can be fruitfully mobilized as a theoretical foundation for a spatialized and scale-articulated conceptualization of statehood under modern capitalism. The methodological linchpin of this conceptualization is the proposition presented schematically in the preceding section that state spatiality is never permanently XED but, like all other aspects of the state form, represents an emergent, strategically selective, and politically contested process. Jessop's strategic relational approach provides a theoretical basis on which this proposition may be further elaborated. As indicated, Jessop maintains that the organizational coherence, operational cohesion, and functional unity of the state are never structurally pre-given, but can be established only through the deployment of historically specific political strategies. This argument may also be fruitfully applied to the 89 dimensions of state selectivity. Structural selectivity is derived from the state's dependence upon private capital for tax revenues that are essential to its own reproduction. Consequently, the state engages in a sorting process that systemically privileges the interests of capital in the creation and implementation of policies. Strategic selectivity results from the relational interplay between inherited state structures and emergent strategies to transform and/or mobilize state power. The state is the site, generator, and product of strategies through which particular class factions and social forces attempt to impose organizational unity upon the state and to promote particular forms of economic intervention. Consequently, particular forms of state privilege some strategies over others, privilege the access by some forces over others, some interests over others, some time horizons over others, some coalition possibilities over others. Spatial selectivity results from the relational interplay between the geographies of inherited state structures and emergent strategies to transform and/or instrumentalize the geographies of state power. Consequently, the state privileges scales, places, and spaces through accumulation strategies and hegemonic projects. Fig 3.6. Dimensions of state selectivity under capitalism, a schematic summary. Geographies of state power. From this perspective, the territorial coherence and interscalar coordination of state institutions and policies are not permanently XED, but can be established only through the mobilization of political strategies intended to enhance the form, structure, and internal differentiation of state space. Concomitantly, extant geographies of state institutions and policies must be viewed as the products of earlier strategies to reshape state spatial configurations. Therefore, as with state institutional arrangements, the spatiality of state power may likewise be viewed as a site, generator, and product of political strategies. Historically specific formations of state spatiality are forged through a dialectical relationship between inherited patternings of state spatial organization and emergent strategies to modify or transform entrenched political geographies. On this basis, by analogy to Jessop's strategic relational theorization of the state form, state projects, and state strategies, three equally fundamental dimensions of state spatial configurations under capitalism may be distinguished: the state spatial form, state spatial projects, and state spatial strategies. 1. State spatial form. Just as the state form is deemed by the institutional separation of a political sphere out of the circuit of capital, state spatial form is deemed with reference to the principle of territoriality. Since the consolidation of the Westphalian geopolitical system in the 17th century, statehood has been organized in the form of formally equivalent, non-overlapping, and territorially self-enclosed units of political authority. Throughout the history of state development in the modern world system, the geography of statehood has been deemed, at core, by this territorialization of collectively binding decision-making powers within a global interstate system. Indeed, the territorially centralized spatial form of statehood has been an essential condition of possibility for the separation of the economic and the political under capitalism, for it is territoriality that underpins the potential autonomy of state institutions from other social forces within civil society. Even in the current era, as national state borders have become increasingly permeable to supranational oaths, territoriality arguably remains the most essential attribute of state spatial form, the underlying geographical matrix within which state regulatory activities are articulated. 2. State spatial projects. As indicated, the organizational coherence and functional unity of the state form can be secured only through state projects that attempt to impart a specific strategic direction to the individual or collective activities of different branches. A formally analogous argument can be made with regard to state spatial form. Whereas territoriality represents the underlying geographical terrain in which state action occurs, its coherence as a framework of political regulation can be secured only through state spatial projects that differentiate state activities among different levels of territorial administration and coordinate state policies among diverse locations and scales. State spatial projects thus represent initiatives to differentiate state territoriality into a partitioned, functionally coordinated, and organizationally coherent regulatory geography. On the most basic level, state spatial projects are embodied in the state's internal scalar division among distinct tiers of administration, as deemed by subnational, provincial, regional, metropolitan, and local territorial boundaries. This scalar differentiation of statehood occurs in close conjunction with intergovernmental projects to coordinate administrative practices, skill relations, political representation, service provision, and regulatory activities among and within each level of state power. State spatial projects may also entail programs to modify the geographical structure of intergovernmental arrangements or to reconfigure their rules of operation. In this sense, state spatial projects represent the strategic expressions of state space in the narrow sense, as described in the preceding section. They are oriented most directly towards state institutions themselves as relatively centralized, institutionally distinct, and scale-articulated apparatuses of political authority within a given territory. 3. State spatial strategies. As we saw above, the capacity of state institutions to promote particular forms of economic intervention and to maintain societal legitimation can emerge only through the successful mobilization of state strategies. Analogous arguments can be made to characterize state strategies to enhance the geographies of industrial development, infrastructure investment, and socio-political struggle. 4. Just as state institutions play a central role in the elaboration of accumulation strategies and hegemonic projects, so too do they intervene extensively to reshape the geographies of capital accumulation and political struggle. However, state capacities to engage in these forms of spatial intervention, and thus to establish a structured coherence for capitalist growth within national, regional, and local economies, can emerge only through the successful mobilization of state spatial strategies. State spatial strategies are articulated through a range of policy instruments, including industrial policies, economic development initiatives, infrastructure investments, spatial planning programs, labor market policies, regional policies, urban policies, and housing policies. State spatial strategies are also embodied in the territorial differentiation of policy regimes within state boundaries and in the differential place, territory, and scale-specific effects of those policies. State institutions do not contain a precise structural orientation towards any specific scale, place, or location. However, determinate forms of state spatial and scalar selectivity emerge insofar as social forces successfully mobilize state spatial strategies that privilege particular spaces over against others. Moreover, because state policies always engender divergent, contextually specific impacts upon diverse scales and locations within each national territory, there is an inherent tendency to geographical variation among state activities. Whereas some state spatial strategies may explicitly promote this uneven development of regulation, this may also occur as an unintended side effect of state operations. State spatial strategies can thus be viewed as the strategic embodiment of state space in the integral sense. As deemed above, they attempt to enhance the geographies of social and economic relations, beyond the state apparatus proper, within a given territorial jurisdiction. Figure 3.8 summarizes the structural and strategic moments of state spatiality under capitalism. This figure illustrates how the structural distinction between state space in the narrow sense and state space in the integral sense is paralleled on a strategic level by that between state spatial projects and state spatial strategies. In sum, Jessop's strategic relational conceptualization of capitalist states may be expanded to provide the foundations for a strategic relational spatial framework for state theory. In this conception, the geographies of statehood under modern capitalism represent expressions of a dialectical interplay between inherited partitioning/scalings of political space and emergent state spatial projects/strategies that aim to reshape the latter. State spatiality can be 93. Conceived as a contested, multi-scalar politico-institutional terrain on which diverse social forces attempt to enhance the geographies of state territorial organization and state regulatory activity. On the one hand, through the mobilization of state spatial projects, such struggles focus upon the state's own territorial and scalar configuration. On the other hand, through the mobilization of state spatial strategies, such struggles also focus upon the geographies of state intervention into socio-economic life. And nally, as emphasized above, the framework of state spatiality in which state spatial projects and state spatial strategies are mobilized is itself the contested institutional product of earlier rounds of regulatory experimentation and socio-political struggle. The spatial selectivity of specific state institutional forms may thus be understood as an expression of the continual, dialectical interaction between entrenched configurations of state spatiality and ongoing struggles to enhance, modify, or transform such configurations. 11. Extending state spatial selectivity, parameters, evolution, transformation. Equipped with this geographically re-exhibe and scale-articulated variant of strategic relational state theory, we can now return to the questions posed above regarding the variation, evolution, and transformation of state spatial structures and state spatial strategies during the history of capitalist development. 3 issues are relevant here. First, what are the major institutional parameters within which forms of state spatial selectivity have evolved historically? Second, what types of changes occur within these parameters when inherited patterns of state spatiality are unsettled and new political geographies are forged? Third, how should the process of state spatial restructuring be conceptualized? Consideration of these issues can extend and concretize the conceptualization of state spatial selectivity introduced above. In so doing, this section will also introduce a meso-level framework through which to investigate the production of new state spaces in post-1970s Western Europe. Parameters of state spatial selectivity under modern capitalism. According to Mann, modern states have been conjured in a variety of politico-institutional crystallizations that wreak the divergent political, economic, military, and ideological agendas that are promoted through state policies. The spatial configuration of state power under modern capitalism has likewise exhibited tremendous variation across historical and geographical contexts. I would argue, however, that the variation of state spatial selectivity cannot be explained entirely with reference to the divergent political agendas and geographical orientations of the various social forces acting in and through the state. For such agendas and orientations have in turn been circumscribed within certain determinate institutional parameters associated with the distinctively territorial form of statehood under modern capitalism, and the endemic problem of regulating uneven spatial development within a capitalist space economy. First, state spatial projects and state spatial strategies have evolved within determinate institutional parameters associated with the modern state's underlying territorial form. Because modern statehood is constituted, on a fundamental level, with reference to the territorial centralization of collectively binding decision-making powers, state spatial projects and state spatial strategies necessarily target institutional arrangements or socio-economic relations situated within the bounded space of their political jurisdictions, or some portion thereof. This targeting and molding of political-economic relations generally transpires along two core axes of variation. A scalar dimension in which state institutions and policies are differentiated hierarchically among a variety of scales within a given territory, and a territorial dimension in which state institutions and policies are differentiated areally among different types of jurisdictional units or socio-economic zones within a given territory. I shall refer to the former axis of variation as the scalar articulation of state space and to the latter axis of variation as the territorial articulation of state space. 95. As we shall see in subsequent chapters, each of these axes is the site of deep tensions and conics in which diverse social forces struggle over the geographical configuration of state institutions and over the form of state spatial intervention. State spatial selectivity must be viewed, simultaneously, as an inherited framework of state spatial organization/intervention within which such struggles emerge and as the very medium in which they are fought out. Second, state spatial projects and state spatial strategies have evolved in close conjunction with the uneven geographies of capitalist development. As indicated in Ch1, the process of capitalist industrialization generates continually changing patterns of uneven spatial development as particular places and scales are privileged, subordinated, or marginalized during successive phases of economic growth. The geographies of state power do not passively wreak these patterns of uneven spatial development, but mediate and modify them in significant ways. State institutions provide territorially partitioned and scale-articulated regulatory landscapes within which processes of capital circulation are embedded and continually reinscribed. Consequently, each formation of uneven spatial development is conditioned in key ways by the geographies of state power. State institutions may be harnessed in order to enhance the geographies of uneven development, for they are invaluable in helping dominant groups organize and manage the increasingly large-scale, differentiated and changing social systems of capitalism. Under some conditions, state institutions may be mobilized in order to alleviate territorial inequalities, but they may also be mobilized in ways that intensify such patterns or modify the form in which they are articulated. While some social forces may favor patterns of uneven spatial development that privilege specific locations or scales into which they have sunk large investments or to which they have a strong cultural attachment, the resultant forms of territorial inequality may also generate major legitimation problems to the extent that they are politicized. Consequently, the relation of state institutions to patterns of uneven spatial development is frequently an object of intense socio-political contestation. While state institutions may actively contribute to the establishment of a spatial X for capitalist growth, in which the contradictions of capitalism are temporarily displaced, such an outcome is by no means preordained. Indeed, insofar as state institutions may also be harnessed in ways that exacerbate uneven spatial development, they may seriously exacerbate, rather than displace, capital's endemic crisis tendencies and contradictions. Figure 3.9 synthesizes these distinctions in order to specify the determinate scalar and territorial parameters within which state spatial selectivity has evolved during the course of modern capitalist development. As the GUR indicates, these parameters are deemed, on the one hand, by the changing forms of state spatial organization within a given territory, whether with reference to the hierarchical nesting of state power among different geographical scales or to its areal articulation across different types of locations, places, and regions. On the other hand, Fig 3.9 also specifies some of the ways in which states may attempt to enhance the geographies of uneven spatial development within their territories, whether by promoting the re-articulation of socio-economic activities among different scales or by redistributing them across different types of locations, places, and regions. The cells of the GUR illustrate some of the core tensions around which state spatial projects and state spatial strategies have been articulated, and the scale and area-specific patterns of state territorial organization and state spatial intervention that may emerge through such struggles. Cell 1, the scalar articulation of state spatial projects. An examination of the scalar dimension of state spatial projects reveals an endemic tension between the drive to centralize state operations at a single overarching scale and the impulse to decentralize or disperse them among multiple levels of political authority. The interplay between these competing approaches to state spatial organization has generated historically specific institutional hierarchies in which political power is more or less concentrated around a single, overarching tier. While state operations were increasingly centralized at a national scale during much of the history of capitalist development, projects of decentralization have generated significant institutional realignments and rescalings during the last 30 years, both in unitary and federal states. In the contemporary EU, the consolidation of multilevel governance systems has further advanced this simultaneous denationalization and decentralization of state scalar organization relative to the more centralized formations of state spatiality that prevailed across Western Europe under Fordist Keynesian capitalism. Cell 2, the territorial articulation of state spatial projects. An examination of the territorial dimension of state spatial projects reveals an analogous, and equally endemic, tension between the agenda of promoting administrative uniformity across an entire territory and the goal of establishing customized, area-specific administrative arrangements within different types of locations, places, and regions within that territory. The French Revolution and the subsequent wave of Napoleonic administrative reforms during the early 19th century entailed a dismantling of the relatively patchy, uneven, and erratic political geographies associated with late feudal and early industrial states. Subsequently, more uniform frameworks of territorial administration were introduced and generalized across much of Western Europe. By the Second Industrial Revolution of the early 20th century, large-scale bureaucratic hierarchies had been established through a variety of rationalizing state spatial projects in most Western European countries. Within these relatively centralized, standardized frameworks of national territorial administration, each scale of state power was equipped with formally equivalent politico-institutional arrangements. With the consolidation of Keynesian welfare national states during the post-war period, subnational administrative tiers were charged with the task of maintaining minimum standards of public welfare and social service provision in their territorial jurisdictions. During the last 3 decades, however, this long-run historical trend towards administrative uniformity and standardization has been unsettled through a variety of state spatial projects oriented towards a diametrically opposed, increasingly differentiated configuration of state space. Within this countervailing model, strategic locations within a national territory such as capital cities, major metropolitan centers, and high-technology zones are equipped with customized, place or scale-specific administrative arrangements that are considered to be suited to their own particular circumstances and socio-economic assets. Across Western Europe, these projects of institutional customization have significantly undermined the uniformity of national administrative arrangements and have engendered markedly divergent levels of public service provision across each territory in which they have been mobilized. An analogous periodization of state spatial development emerges when we consider the historical evolution of state spatial strategies under modern capitalism. As with state spatial projects, state spatial strategies can be classified with reference to their scalar and territorial dimensions. Cell 3, the scalar articulation of state spatial strategies. An examination of the scalar dimension of state spatial strategies reveals an endemic tension between the agenda of promoting a single scale as the overarching focal point for political economic life and that of distributing political economic activities in a more variegated manner, among multiple spatial scales within or beyond a given territory. This tension between state strategies intended to promote scalar singularity and state strategies intended to promote scalar multiplicity is formally similar to that between administrative centralization and decentralization, as discussed above. In this case, however, the key issue is not which scale of state territorial organization is accorded primacy, but rather which scale of capital accumulation and of socio-economic relations more generally is privileged through state operations. Much of the history of state formation has involved a process of nationalization in which national states have promoted the national scale as the primary focal point for socio-economic life. However, more recent rescaling processes have engendered 99. A rejigging of these inherited, nationalized scalar geographies as supranational and subnational layers of state power have acquired a growing strategic importance in the reproduction of capital. Under these conditions, the national state's traditional strategy of promoting scalar singularity within a relatively self-enclosed, autocentric national economy is being superseded by the problem of managing a situation of scalar multiplicity in which supranational and subnational levels of political economic organization are acquiring an enhanced regulatory significance, and socio-political struggles are proliferating, in and outside the state apparatus, to enhance the ongoing re-articulation of inherited scalar arrangements. Cell 4, the territorial articulation of state spatial strategies. Finally, an examination of the territorial dimension of state spatial strategies reveals a tension between the priority of spreading socio-economic activities evenly across a national territory and that of channeling them into particular types of locations, places, and regions within that territory. 12. The tension between equalizing, balancing state spatial strategies, and differentiating, concentrating state spatial strategies is formally analogous to that between administrative uniformity and administrative customization, as discussed above. In this case, however, the key issue is not how the state should territorialize its own administrative and regulatory functions, but rather how it should contour the geographies of capital accumulation and socio-economic activity within its territorial borders. During the course of the 19th and early 20th centuries, Western European national states attempted to extend their regulatory control over all locations, places, regions, and scales within their territorial boundaries. It was during this period, for instance, that national states began to channel substantial resources into the construction of large-scale public or quasi-public infrastructures throughout their territories, including ports, canals, bridges, tunnels, railroads, housing facilities, public utilities systems, and communications networks. This massive extension of state investments in the spatial infrastructure for capital circulation was also closely intertwined with new patterns of intranational territorial inequality and socio-spatial polarization, as some places and regions were systematically privileged over others as targets for state-subsidized or state-financed capital investments. With the consolidation of Keynesian welfare national states during the second half of the 20th century, states began to mobilize a variety of compensatory regional and social policies designed to spread industry, population, and infrastructural investment more evenly throughout their territories, and thus to alleviate inherited patterns of uneven spatial development. However, since the 1970s, in a trend paralleling that towards enhanced administrative customization, the project of promoting spatial equalization at a national scale has been largely abandoned. Instead, Western European national states have attempted to rechannel major public resources and infrastructural investments into the most globally competitive cities and regions within their territories. The crisis of redistributive approaches to territorial regulation during the post-1970s period, and the subsequent mobilization of reterritorialized, rescaled, and place-specific forms of socio-economic policy, is one of the key transformations of state spatiality that will be investigated in Ch5 below. For analytical purposes, I have thus far distinguished the scalar and territorial dimensions of state spatial projects and state spatial strategies, treating them as if they were separate components within each formation of state spatial selectivity. I have adopted this analytical procedure in order to illustrate the conceptual distinctions introduced in Fig 3.9. However, it is crucial to underscore that actually existing formations of state spatiality are produced through historically and contextually specific combinations of state spatial projects and state spatial strategies. As indicated in the previous section, state spatial projects and state spatial strategies co-evolve relationally, through a mutually transformative dialectic. Frameworks of state territorial organization generally facilitate determinate forms of state spatial intervention while excluding others. Meanwhile, the introduction of new forms of state spatial intervention generally hinges upon, and may in turn accelerate, the reworking of state territorial organization. The scalar and territorial dimensions of state space do not exist in ontologically separate realms but are, in practice, tightly intermeshed. Thus, the rescaling of state spatial projects and state spatial strategies generally has immediate ramifications for the territorial articulation of state space as a whole. Concomitantly, when the areal configuration of state space is reterritorialized, state scalar configurations are also generally moded. It should be recognized, nally, that determinate types of state spatial projects generally emerge in close conjunction with particular types of state spatial strategies. These interdependencies among particular types of state spatial projects and state spatial strategies are illustrated schematically in state spatial projects to promote administrative decentralization are generally aligned with state spatial strategies to promote scalar multiplicity. State spatial projects to promote administrative uniformity are generally intertwined with state spatial strategies to promote an equalization of socio-economic activities across a territory. State spatial projects to promote administrative differentiation are generally intertwined with state spatial strategies to concentrate socio-economic activities at specific locations within a territory. Figure 3.10 provides a schematic analytical grid through which to examine different historical forms of state spatial selectivity. The key task, in each case, is to position the state spatial projects and state spatial strategies associated with a particular historical formation of state spatiality on the scalar and territorial axes represented in the GUR. On this basis, the geographies of state space can be decoded as complex amalgamations, that is, as products, arenas, and catalysts of particular types of state spatial projects and state spatial strategies that are articulated at a variety of scales and differentiated among distinct territorial locations. In principle, any formation of state spatiality could be examined through this conceptual scheme by being positioned appropriately within one of the analytical quadrants along each of the axes depicted. Crucially, however, the purpose of this framework is not to classify formations of state spatiality in a static manner, as if the latter were composed of neatly isolated, permanently ossied institutional components. Rather, by building upon and concretizing the processual conceptualization of state spatiality introduced earlier, this model is intended as a basis for investigating the dynamic historical evolution of state spatial forms in relation to ongoing processes of capitalist restructuring. The framework presented in Fig 3.10 may thus be deployed most fruitfully not by positioning particular state forms at isolated points within the grid, but rather by specifying the determinate evolutionary pathways along which historically and contextually specific forms of state spatial restructuring have unfolded. This methodological strategy is represented in Fig 3.11, which outlines the general parameters for state spatial change within the modern interstate system through a series of diagonal arrows stretching from the upper left quadrant to the bottom left quadrant. The diagonal arrows are positioned so as to demarcate a variety of possible trajectories along which processes of state spatial restructuring might be expected to unfold. The bottom left and upper right corners of Fig 3.11 have been blocked out, because they correspond to articulations among the territorial and scalar dimensions of state space that are either logically impossible, 103, or empirically improbable. As the diagonal arrows in Fig 3.11 indicate, pathways of state spatial restructuring may be articulated within a given quadrant, but, under conditions of systemic change or crisis, they may also traverse from one quadrant to another. This latter proposition, along with the more general notion that processes of state spatial restructuring unfold along distinctive institutional and geographical pathways, can now be developed more concretely. 104. Towards an investigation of state spatial restructuring, a research hypothesis in the preceding chapter, I argued against conceptions of contemporary globalization as a process of deterritorialization by underscoring the essential role of state institutions in mediating, shaping, and animating contemporary geo-economic transformations at a variety of spatial scales. In that context, I also suggested that the active involvement of state institutions in these transformations has been closely intertwined with major political, institutional, and geographical realignments of state power itself. One of the central arguments of this book is that the nationally organized formation of state spatiality that prevailed throughout Western Europe during the post-war, Fordist Keynesian period has been systematically reorganized during the last 30 years. The expanded conceptualization of state spatial selectivity developed above provides a useful basis on which to explore more concretely the major institutional and geographical parameters within which this rescaling of statehood has been unfolding. Across Western Europe, the geographies of Fordist Keynesian states were quite multifaceted and did not correspond to a single, generic model of political space or institutional organization. Throughout the golden age of post-war capitalism, considerable variation obtained among state spatial projects and state spatial strategies within different types of Western European states. Levels of bureaucratic centralization and administrative uniformity differed among unitary and federal systems, the extent of economic nationalization differed among smaller, more open states and larger, more autocentric states, and strategies to promote a spatial equalization of socio-economic activities likewise differed according to contextually specific circumstances, territorial arrangements, and political alliances. However, even in the absence of a complete political geographic convergence, broadly analogous formations of state spatial selectivity crystallized across Western Europe during the Fordist Keynesian period. Building upon the analytical framework introduced above, the general parameters within which the geographies of Fordist Keynesian states evolved during the post-war period are depicted in the inverted L-shaped quadrant on the upper left side of Fig 3.12. My argument, then, is not that the state spaces of Fordist Keynesian capitalism converged around a single, generic model. I am suggesting, rather, that broadly analogous state spatial projects and state spatial strategies were consolidated during this period, leading in turn to distinctive institutional and geographical homologies among national states that were otherwise characterized by significant historical, political, and cultural differences. Figure 3.12 also points towards a closely analogous interpretation of the new state spaces that have been emerging across Western Europe since the 1970s. Here, too, there has been considerable institutional variation across national contexts, depending upon the specific configuration of state spatiality that was inherited from the Fordist Keynesian period, and the specific types of 105. State spatial projects and state spatial strategies that were subsequently mobilized. Nonetheless, I would argue that a number of broadly parallel patterns of state spatial restructuring have been crystallizing across Western Europe since the late 1970s. This development has resulted from the widespread mobilization of state spatial projects oriented towards administrative differentiation and decentralization, and state spatial strategies oriented towards the differentiation of socio-economic activities within a national territory and 106. Towards the management of scalar multiplicity. Figure 3.12 depicts this profound reworking of state spatial selectivity in contemporary Western Europe through the three diagonal arrows stretching from the upper left to the bottom right. Transformations within any of the basic parameters of state spatial selectivity have not occurred simultaneously or coevally. On the contrary, they have generally occurred at markedly different rhythms, in divergent institutional patterns, and with quite variegated political economic consequences across Western European national states. This means that, even among national states that appear to be experiencing formally analogous institutional and spatial realignments, substantively different geographies of state spatial organization and state spatial intervention are frequently produced. For this reason, the newly emergent state spaces depicted in Fig 3.12 are not enclosed within determinate borders. While these emergent forms of state space may be expected to be positioned within, or close to, the analytical zone encircled around the phrase new state spaces, they should be viewed as the outcomes of multiple tendencies of state spatial restructuring whose precise institutional and geographical contours remain deeply contested and thus highly unstable. Accordingly, Fig 3.12 is intended as no more than an initial, schematic outline of the broad parameters within which new state spaces are currently emerging. It is presented here as a research hypothesis for the study of new state spaces that owes from the expanded conceptualization of state spatial selectivity introduced previously. In subsequent chapters, I elaborate and concretize this hypothesis by investigating the role of urban policy as a key mechanism of state spatial restructuring. Path dependency and layered regulation. Conceptualizing state spatial restructuring. The restructuring of state spatiality rarely entails the complete dissolution of entrenched political geographies. For, as Lippietz indicates, human beings do not create new socio-spatial structures under conditions of their own choosing. Rather, all social actors are circumscribed in their projects to remake territory, regions, place, and scale by socio-spatial configurations inherited from the past, which serve simultaneously as constraints upon future developments and as openings for the latter. For this reason, the restructuring of state spatiality is uneven, discontinuous, and unpredictable. It is best conceived as a layering process in which newly emergent state spatial projects and state spatial strategies are superimposed upon entrenched morphologies of state spatial organization. Thus conceived, the spatiality of state power is at once a presupposition, a medium, and a product of the connectual interplay between inherited geographical parcelizations of state space and emergent political strategies intended to instrumentalize, restructure, or transform the latter towards particular socio-political ends. 107. Massey's concept of layers of investment within the economic landscape provides an apt metaphor for deciphering this unpredictable interplay between inherited spatial arrangements and emergent political strategies. For Massey, the economic geography of capitalism is embodied within historically specific rounds of investment in the locational infrastructure of industrial production. The resultant spatial divisions of labor are derived from earlier rounds of investment and are moded continually as RMS forge new locational geographies in response to class struggle, intercapitalist competition, and technological change. In Massey's framework, therefore, layers of investment represent, simultaneously the Aussie geographical legacy of earlier historical rounds of industrial growth, the geographical basis for current spatial divisions of labor, and an emergent, constantly changing locational surface on which new economic geographies are forged. By building upon the strategic relational spatial approach to state theory developed above, processes of state spatial restructuring may be analyzed in closely analogous terms. In this conception, processes of state spatial restructuring may likewise be understood as a continual layering of successive rounds of state regulation within a constantly evolving mosaic of state spatiality. Just as spatial structures of production lay the basis for the geography of economic activities within a given historical conjuncture, so too do entrenched configurations of state spatiality provide a relatively partitioned, differentiated geography for the articulation of state regulatory activities. Spatial divisions of regulation are thus directly analogous to spatial divisions of labor insofar as both entail determinate articulations and differentiations of particular types of social relations, whether of capitalist production or of state regulation over an uneven territorial surface and within a chronically unstable scalar hierarchy. Just as new rounds of investment in the economic landscape transform the locational surface of capitalist production and thus trigger a further differentiation of spatial divisions of labor, So too do state spatial projects and state spatial strategies continually transform the political geographies of state regulation, and thus engender shifts within the state's own territorial and scalar architecture. State spatial projects and state spatial strategies may therefore be conceptualized dynamically, as the catalysts of successive rounds of state spatial regulation in which multiple emergent layers of state regulatory activity are incrementally superimposed upon historically inherited geographies of state space. This model of state spatial restructuring is depicted schematically in between different areas. Analogously, processes of state spatial restructuring are likely to generate radically different outcomes in divergent institutional and spatial contexts, depending on the contextually specific ways in which inherited and emergent regulatory geographies interact. Peck explains this point as follows. The process by which new geographies of governance are formed is not a pseudo-geological one in which a new layer supersedes the old. To form a new institutional surface, geographies of governance are made at the point of interaction between the unfolding layer of regulatory processes/apparatuses and the inherited institutional landscape. The unfolding layer only becomes an on-the-ground reality through this process of interaction. From this perspective, then, each new round of state spatial regulation generates a contextually specific interaction between regulatory layers, leading in turn to new, place-jurisdiction- and scale-specific forms of spatial differentiation and uneven development within the regulatory architecture of statehood. 2. Path dependency and the juxtaposition of spatial structures. All dimensions of state spatial structure do not change simultaneously or in organizationally isomorphic patterns. Indeed, much like the early settlement morphologies of major industrial cities whose underlying contours have been preserved through successive rounds of economic growth and socio-spatial restructuring, certain ossied layers of state spatial regulation may remain entrenched, even as surrounding layers are reworked. 4. As with many other socio-historical processes, such as technological development and institutional restructuring, the evolution of state spatiality is strongly path-dependent insofar as many of its fundamental characteristics may be reproduced, reinforced, and even locked in during the process of historical development. For instance, many of the constitutional, administrative, and territorial structures forged during the early 19th century, whether of a Napoleonic, unitary, or federal character, continue to undergird significant aspects of state space even within post-Fordist Europe. Analogously, the scalar configuration of state spatiality has likewise been characterized by a strongly path-dependent developmental trajectory. As we have seen, the national scale of statehood has served as the predominant locus of territorial administration, regulatory activity, and socio-political struggle, both in Western Europe and elsewhere, throughout much of the geohistory of modern statehood. It is only relatively recently in the history of state spatial development that this nationalized scalar hierarchy of state power has been destabilized and reworked. The organization of state space at any historical conjuncture therefore represents a multilayered, polymorphic mosaic in which political geographies established at different moments of historical time are interwoven. Just as the spatial imprint of earlier rounds of capitalist industrialization is evident within the built environment of most contemporary cities, the architecture of state spatiality likewise bears the unmistakable territorial markings of earlier regulatory projects, institutional compromises, and political struggles. A key task that owes from a strategic relational spatial approach to statehood is to investigate the path-dependent layering processes through which successive rounds of state spatial regulation emerge within entrenched formations of state spatiality. New territorial and scalar geographies of state power are forged through a contested, open-ended interaction of historically inherited configurations of state spatial organization with newly emergent state spatial projects and state spatial strategies at various geographical scales. Summary and conclusion. The starting point for this chapter was the challenge of escaping the territorial trap that has long underpinned mainstream approaches to state theory, political sociology, and political economy. Against this background, I have elaborated the theoretical foundations for a processual approach to the production of state spatiality. From this perspective, State institutions do not merely exist in pre-given territorial containers. Rather, state institutions must be conceived as multi-scalar socio-spatial configurations that evolve historically, often in ways that have significant ramifications for the geographical configuration of capitalism as a whole. Concomitantly, the process of state intervention does not occur on a contourless plane of social relations but is always articulated in spatially selective forms that target diverse places, territories, and scales for particular types of state operations. As Lefebvre once remarked, space is one of the privileged instruments of state institutions as they are mobilized to regulate the social relations of capitalism. In short, within modern capitalism, statehood is congrued in a geographically differentiated form. At the same time, as state institutions are harnessed to regulate the uneven geographies of political economic life, they engage continuously in the production and transformation of places, regions, territories, and scalar hierarchies. As diverse social forces struggle to mobilize state institutions towards their own ends, state space is continuously recongrued, whether through explicit projects to reorganize the geographies of state territorial organization and state intervention, or as indirect outcomes of ongoing regulatory experiments and socio-political connects. I have theorized under capitalism through a spatialization of Jessop's strategic relational approach to state theory. By conceiving state space, at once in its narrow and integral senses, as an arena, generator, and product of historically specific political strategies, it is possible to explore the changing geographical dimensions of state power in historical 111 and contemporary perspective. On this basis, I have developed an expanded conception of state spatial selectivity that encompasses the role of state spatial projects and state spatial strategies in the production of historically specific formations of state space. I have suggested that state spatial restructuring under capitalism unfolds within certain determinate institutional parameters deemed by the underlying territorial form of modern statehood and by the chronic problem of regulating uneven spatial development within each state territory. By distinguishing state spatial projects and state spatial strategies along scalar and territorial axes, this chapter has proposed a methodological framework through which to investigate the path-dependent historical evolution of state spatiality within those broad institutional parameters. These arguments have also provided the theoretical grounding for a number of general propositions regarding the transformation of state space in Western Europe since the crisis of the Fordist Keynesian accumulation regime in the mid-1970s. As developed here, the concepts of state spatial projects and state spatial strategies may be deployed not only to specify the form of state spatial selectivity associated with Keynesian welfare national states, but also to demarcate some of the broad tendencies of state spatial restructuring that have crystallized across Western Europe during the last 3 decades. Finally, I have suggested that state spatial restructuring does not entail a unilinear replacement of one institutional geographical configuration by another, fully formed framework of state space. It occurs, rather, through a connectual, unevenly articulated, and path-dependent interaction between inherited patterns of state spatial organization and emergent projects to recongr the latter. The interface between inherited and emergent state spaces therefore represents a key focal point for further research on under capitalism. A number of research questions regarding the production of state space may be derived from this theoretical framework. First, one could investigate the interplay between state spatial projects and state spatial strategies under specific historical geographical conditions, exploring the ways in which forms of state territorial organization and patterns of state spatial intervention reciprocally shape and constrain one another. Second, one could investigate the evolution of specific dimensions of state spatiality, for instance, territoriality, spatial divisions of regulation, place-specific forms of governance, or the scalar articulation of state operations during the process of capitalist development. Third, one could investigate the evolution of the aforementioned aspects of state spatiality in relation to specific regulatory problems under capitalism, for instance, those associated with capital accumulation, social reproduction, political legitimation, and so forth. Finally, one could investigate the role of diverse social forces including classes, class factions, political coalitions, and social movements in shaping state-spatial projects and state-spatial strategies, as well as the ways in which the resultant configurations of state-spatial organization in turn mold the geographies of territorial alliance formation, socio-political mobilization, and contention. 112. Each of these questions is centrally relevant for my purposes in subsequent chapters. However, my overarching aim in this book is to investigate the evolution of state spatiality in relation to the major regulatory problems generated through the process of capitalist urbanization since the Fordist Keynesian period. The next chapter elaborates this agenda in three intertwined steps RST, by exploring the interface between urbanization processes and state spatial development under modern capitalism. Second, by analyzing the nationalized formation of urban governance and state spatial regulation that crystallized across Western Europe during the course of the post-war period. And third, by examining the systemic breakdown of the post-war configuration of state spatiality following the global economic crises of the early. The KWNS probably gave fullest expression to the organizational and societalizing possibilities of the national state with its retreat from formal empire and its limited commitment to integration into supranational economic blocs. This focus is not due to some teleological unfolding of this potential but to specific economic and political conditions associated with the organization of Atlantic Fordism under U.S. hegemony. Bob Jessup. Introduction. In the Western European context, contemporary forms of state spatial restructuring can be traced most immediately to the crisis of the Fordist accumulation regime and the Keynesian welfare national state during the 1970s. Since this period, state rescaling has emerged as an important political strategy through which diverse governmental coalitions have attempted to manage the disruptive consequences of a deeply rooted socio-economic crisis. This crisis-induced process of state rescaling has entailed a significant reorganization of inherited, Fordist Keynesian forms of statehood and the establishment of qualitatively new, albeit chronically unstable, state spatial configurations. Before examining these transformations, however, it is crucial to investigate the configurations of state spatiality that prevailed during the Fordist Keynesian period. For it is in relation to this inherited, nationalized configuration of statehood that the production of new, rescaled state spaces following the crisis of North Atlantic Fordism in the early 1970s must be understood. In the previous chapter, I argued that the process of state spatial restructuring must be conceived as a path-dependent interaction of inherited regulatory arrangements with emergent political strategies. Accordingly, in order to grasp contemporary strategies of state rescaling, it is necessary to explore the inherited configurations of state spatiality within which such political strategies have been mobilized. This chapter confronts this task by analyzing the political economic geographies of spatial Keynesianism, the framework of national and local state territorial regulation that prevailed across much of Western Europe during the golden age of Fordist Keynesian capitalism, roughly from the late 1950s until the late 1970s, when spatial Keynesianism was a multifaceted, multiscalar, and contradictory amalgamation of state spatial projects and state spatial strategies that were constructed in response to some of the major regulatory dilemmas associated with post-war Fordist urbanization in Western Europe. Its linchpin was the political agenda of alleviating entrenched patterns of uneven spatial development by spreading urban growth as evenly as possible across the entire surface of each national territory. This goal was pursued through the mobilization of state spatial projects intended to establish relatively centralized, uniform frameworks of state territorial organization, and state spatial strategies intended to channel private capital and public infrastructure investments from rapidly expanding urban cores into underdeveloped areas and rural peripheries. Within this nationalized spatial matrix, each unit of state administration was to be equipped with relatively analogous, if not identical, institutional arrangements, and comparable infrastructural facilities, public service relays, and socio-economic capacities were to be anchored within each local and regional economy. At the same time, the compensatory, redistributive approach to intranational territorial inequality associated with spatial Keynesianism was seen as a means to secure a stabilized, reproducible pattern of industrial development, to promote the efficient allocation of public services and to maintain national political and geographical cohesion. Spatial Keynesianism thus represented a historically unprecedented constellation of state programs to mold the geographies of capital investment, infrastructure provision, and public services into an equalized, balanced, and relatively uniform grid of national state space. Clearly, the far-reaching nationalization of political space that ensued under Fordist Keynesian capitalism was shaped by, and in turn shaped, diverse aspects of state activity, policy formation, and political life during this period. Consequently, the political geographies of the Keynesian welfare national state could be investigated by examining the spatial and scalar articulations of a variety of regulatory issues including, among others, monetary/financial regulation, industrial development, labor discipline, social reproduction, environmental relations, gender relations, and military security. My specific goal here, however, is to examine the interplay between urbanization processes and changing patterns of state spatial regulation during the post-war period. The point of this analytical focus is in no way to deny the importance of the aforementioned aspects of state spatial development, or any others. My purpose, rather, is to examine the ways in which regulatory responses to the Fordist form of urbanization shaped the evolution of state spatiality throughout Western Europe since World War II. More generally, this chapter suggests that policies oriented towards the regulation of urban development provide an illuminating analytical window through which to examine the changing scalar geographies of state spatiality. Such policies arguably played a key role in the nationalization of state space under post-war capitalism, and as we shall see in subsequent chapters, they have also served as key mediators and catalysts of state rescaling processes during the post-1970s period. The present chapter is therefore intended to provide a historical geographical reference point for investigating more recent processes of state rescaling. The next section considers the relationship between urbanization patterns and forms of state spatial regulation in Western Europe, focusing in particular on the intensification of national and local state initiatives to regulate various aspects of urban development since the 19th century. On this basis, I develop a more detailed analysis of spatial Keynesianism in post-war Western Europe. I argue that spatial Keynesianism was composed of a variety of spatially selective political strategies through which Western European national states attempted to manage the distinctive patterns of urbanization and uneven spatial development that crystallized across Western Europe during the Fordist Keynesian period. Finally, I analyze the destabilization of spatial Keynesianism during the course of the 1970s, a development that opened up a political and institutional space for the subsequent proliferation of state rescaling strategies across Western Europe. Industrialization, uneven urbanization, and state spatial development in Western Europe. An induced process which one could call the implosion-explosion of the city is at present deepening. The urban phenomenon extends itself over a very large part of the territory of great industrial countries. It crosses national boundaries. The megalopolis of Northern Europe extends from the Ruhr to the sea and even to English cities, and from the Paris region to the Scandinavian countries. The urban fabric of this territory becomes increasingly tight, although not without its local differentiations and extension of the division of labor to the regions, agglomerations, and cities. Henry Lefebvre. As we saw in Ch2, capitalist development is premised upon the production of relatively XED and immobile socio-spatial configurations. Such configurations provide a socially produced geographical infrastructure in and through which capital can circulate. They include urban-built environments, regional production systems, large-scale transportation, communication, and utilities infrastructures, and state regulatory institutions. Under certain conditions, these grids of capitalist socio-spatial organization may provide a stabilized basis for capitalist growth, yet they may also become a barrier to the accumulation process insofar as they tend to imprison capital within obsolete geographical landscapes that no longer generate profitable investment returns. It is for this reason that the political economic geographies of capitalism are subjected to a process of nearly continual transformation. As Harvey notes, the rush of human beings across space is matched by an accelerating pace of change in the produced landscapes across which they rush. Historically specific socio-spatial configurations are painstakingly forged in order to promote and stabilize the process of capital accumulation, only to 117. Be dismantled and reworked anew under conditions of systemic crisis. The process of urbanization is one of the key elements within this broader geography of capitalist socio-spatial organization. 4. Since the large-scale industrialization of capital during the course of the 19th century, global capitalist expansion has been premised upon the production and continual transformation of urban spaces. This worldwide process of capitalist urbanization has been profoundly uneven. It has not entailed a linear expansion of urban centers, but rather a highly disequilibrated form of growth characterized by continual ups in the fortunes of places, regions, and territories as industries emerge, expand, mature, and decline. While propulsive industries have generally clustered together within specialized local and regional economies, they have also tended to disperse away from these territorial clusters as they have matured and profit margins have been squeezed. Moreover, many new industries have emerged at a distance from established agglomeration economies, often in previously marginalized locations that provide fresh opportunities for innovative activities. Processes of industrial restructuring and technological change therefore reverberate in powerful and often destructive ways across urban and regional economies. As industries are restructured, so too are cities, regions, and the broader spatial divisions of labor in which they are embedded. In this sense, the evolution of capitalism through successive regimes of accumulation involves not only changing industrial specializations, but also a variety of geographical transformations in which the propulsive centers of industrial dynamism are periodically shifted across territories and scales, and places, cities, and regions are continually restructured in relation to changing spatial divisions of labor. In short, the urbanization process lies at the heart of the continuous reshaping of geographical landscapes that is endemic to capitalism as an historical system. The central issue, for our purposes, is the evolving role of state institutions in mediating the uneven geographies of capitalist urbanization at various scales within their territories. This role has significantly intensified during the course of the 20th century, leading to a number of major modifications in the state's own spatial configuration. It is therefore imperative, in studies of territorial development under advanced capitalism, to investigate the ways in which state institutions shape, and are in turn shaped by, the uneven geographies of urbanization at various scales within their territories. With the advent of mercantile capitalism during the 17th and early 18th centuries, the heartlands of European urbanization shifted from northern Italy and the Mediterranean to southern England, northern France, and the Low Countries. Following the consolidation of industrial capitalism from 1750, qualitatively new patterns of urban development crystallized across Western Europe. Initially, proto-industrialization unfolded in 118. The hinterlands of major towns as small manufacturing units were established in close proximity to proletarianized rural labor pools. However, this trend was reversed during the course of the 19th century with the intensification of industrial development and the increasing importance of large-scale XED capital outlays in the capitalist production process. Consequently, many rural areas were deindustrialized as both capital and labor owed into rapidly expanding cities, including older metropolitan centers such as Paris, London, and Berlin, as well as newer industrial agglomerations such as Manchester, Birmingham, and the Ruhr district. During this period, Great Britain experienced explosive urbanization as medium-sized factory towns became engines of an unprecedented wave of industrial growth. By the 1880s, a new mosaic of industrial urbanism, built predominantly around the locations for capitalist production sites, coaled regions, and an extensive network of railways and inland waterways, had been established throughout much of northwestern Europe, from the Pas-de-Calais in northern France and Liege in eastern Belgium to Aachen and the Ruhr district in Germany. Important outlying industrial districts also emerged in Upper Silesia/Northern Moravia, Lyon/Saint-Étienne, Catalonia, and northern Italy. Throughout this period of European urbanization, which corresponded roughly to the liberal competitive phase of capitalist development, the locational geography of industry was strongly conditioned by the need for easy access to coal supplies and transportation networks. Thus major industrial centers emerged in areas that contained large coalfields or were well connected to rivers, canals, and railroads. Under these conditions, uneven spatial development within each national territory was expressed in the form of a widening polarization between rapidly industrializing city regions and predominantly rural, agricultural zones. From Flanders, western and central France, and parts of southern Germany to Andalusia and the Italian Mezzogiorno, internal peripheries emerged that served primarily as suppliers of raw materials and cheap labor for the core industrial regions within each national state. This internal spatial division of labor within the Western European core states was replicated on a global scale through imperialist expansion and colonialism. State economic intervention under liberal competitive capitalism was in no way absent, but its impact upon urban and regional structures remained relatively indirect. Throughout much of the 19th century, European national governments oriented their regulatory operations primarily towards the establishment and consolidation of integrated national markets. National states attempted to remove various inherited pre-capitalist obstructions to market exchange, to establish the institutional preconditions for fully capitalist markets in land, commodities, and labor, to ensure sound national currencies, and to consolidate centralized bureaucratic authority within their territories. Nonetheless, during the course of the 19th century, 119 European national states became increasingly involved in the financing or direct provision of various types of key infrastructural facilities such as roads, canals, railroads, and harbors that shaped and accelerated the urbanization process at a range of spatial scales. Within cities, state institutions also became more directly involved in the production and maintenance of various public goods, such as infrastructures for water provision, energy production, communication, waste disposal, and public transportation. At this time, however, such infrastructural systems remained relatively fragmentary and disconnected. They had yet to be integrated systematically with one another or standardized across the rapidly urbanizing national territories in which they were located. As industrial urbanism matured, major social and environmental problems proliferated, including inadequate housing, poor public health, traffic congestion, and pollution. More extensive forms of state regulation were subsequently mobilized in order to confront these increasingly evident market failures. Throughout Western Europe, new techniques of urban planning were deployed to alleviate land use conflicts and to reorganize overcrowded, polluted urban spaces. Additionally, public services such as social housing and poor relief were expanded in order to alleviate some of the most socially destructive consequences of industrial urbanism. In the wake of the Second Industrial Revolution of the late 19th and early 20th centuries, capitalism evolved from a liberal competitive configuration to a state-managed or organized form. While the transition to organized capitalism unfolded in different forms and at divergent rhythms within each national territory, it was closely intertwined with qualitatively new patterns of urbanization, uneven geographical development, state power, and urban policy across Western Europe. The political economy of organized capitalism entailed an increasing centralization of corporate organizational structures, the widespread application of scientific management techniques to the production process, an intensified segmentation of the labor process, and a massive expansion of internal economies of scale. Under these conditions, a new round of urban and regional expansion was spearheaded by a number of emergent heavy industries such as steel, petrochemicals, automobiles, machinery, electrical appliances, and processed food, as well as by large retail RMS oriented towards the processing, packaging, and distribution of consumer durables. As these sectors expanded across Western Europe, a new industrial geography crystallized in which management, financial, and control functions were concentrated within traditional city cores, while manufacturing activities were increasingly decentralized into large-scale regional production clusters. This nationalized but polycentric pattern of urban and regional development was extended throughout much of Western Europe during the RST half of the 20th century, and it was still further consolidated with the widespread generalization of Fordist mass production technologies following World War II. 120. This new industrial geography was partially superimposed upon that of the RST Industrial Revolution of the 19th century, however, it also entailed an increasing marginalization of numerous older industrial regions and coal mining districts, which had now begun to experience significant levels of deindustrialization. The geographical heartlands of Western European Fordism stretched from the industrial triangle of northern Italy through the German Ruhr district to northern France and the English Midlands. The Fordist regime of accumulation was grounded upon nationally organized spatial divisions of labor and, therefore, upon distinctive patterns of uneven spatial development within each national territory. Large-scale metropolitan regions were transformed into growth poles in which the major, propulsive Fordist industries, their upstream suppliers, and unionized manufacturing workers were clustered. Throughout the Fordist period, these great industrial regions and their surrounding industrial satellites experienced consistent demographic growth and industrial expansion. Meanwhile, during the same period, branch plants, input and service providers, and other subordinate economic functions were relegated predominantly to outlying towns and peripheral zones. As the Fordist accumulation regime reached maturity in the 1960s, this decentralizing tendency intensified as large RMS began more extensively to relocate branch plants from core regions into peripheral spaces. Henry Lefebvre, one of the most astute observers and critics of Western European Fordism, described this intranational pattern of uneven spatial development under post-war neo-capitalism thus: reproduction is located not simply in society as a whole but in space as a whole. Space, occupied by neo-capitalism, sectioned, reduced to homogeneity yet fragmented, becomes the seat of power. Space is distributed into peripheries which are hierarchist in relation to the centers, it is atomized. Colonization is made general. Around the centers there are nothing but subjected, exploited, and dependent spaces, neocolonial spaces. The Fordist accumulation regime was propelled by the dynamism of large-scale manufacturing regions, but the latter were now, more than ever before, being embedded within the territorial economies of national states. Under these conditions, as exemplified clearly in Dickinson's map of the European urban system during the High Fordist period, urban regions were generally understood as nodes within national city systems, and thus as mere subunits of national territorial economies. Although transnational interurban linkages were quite crucial to North Atlantic Fordism, a relatively tight T was established during this period between urban dynamism and national economic growth. As national spatial divisions of labor and national markets were further entrenched, the geo-economic significance of major Western European 121 city regions could be measured most effectively with reference to the relative geopolitical power of the national state in which they were located. In Western Europe, as elsewhere, the Fordist period thus represented the high water mark of national capitalism. State power under organized capitalism was grounded upon centralized national economic planning, expanding state bureaucracies, large-scale investments in industrial infrastructures, and a growing reliance on corporatist bargaining arrangements to mediate labor-capital relations. Within this welfare nationalist framework, the state supplemented the market-sustaining functions of the liberal state with new functions intended to compensate for the negative effects of the market on significant numbers of citizens. In this context, the major national states of Western Europe also intensified their pacification, surveillance, and management of domestic social relations such that no point inside the state's frontiers could be left devoid of the state's control. In essence, European national states began much more aggressively to LL their internal territories through a range of spatially selective administrative classifications, infrastructural investments, and policy agendas. As Lefebvre notes, in conjunction with this new political rationality and its associated technostructure, space. Marked out, explored, discovered and rediscovered on a colossal scale. Consequently, nothing that happens within the nation's borders remains outside the scope of the state and its services. These cover space in its entirety. Under these conditions, industrial development assumed a relatively statist form, based upon centralized territorial planning and an intensive infrastructural interpenetration of everyday life by state bureaucracies. Most crucially for this discussion, the extensive nationalization of political economic space under organized capitalism was intertwined with the dramatic intensification of state intervention into processes of urban and regional development across Western Europe, particularly after World War II. For it was during this era that Western European national states began to invest extensively in the construction of large-scale, nationalized territorial infrastructures for capital circulation and social reproduction, to engage in long-term forms of urban, regional, and territorial planning, to facilitate the devalorization and revalorization of specific localities, places, and regions within their territories, and to intervene more directly in the regulation of intranational socio-spatial disparities. In many Western European countries, municipal institutions were substantially reorganized in conjunction with measures to centralize intergovernmental relations and to expand the provision of public goods within major city regions. Subsequently, as state institutions came to operate as the overall manager of the production and reproduction of social infrastructures within each national territory, the politics of national economic development were interlinked ever more closely with a variety of large-scale investments in strategic urban and regional spaces. In Western Europe, these state-subsidized, state-financed, or state-planned investments in urban agglomerations entailed, most importantly, the construction of large-scale transportation infrastructures such as highways, canals, ports, tunnels, bridges, railroads, airports, and public transport systems, the management of key public utilities and energy resources such as gasoline, electricity, and nuclear power as well as water, sewage, and waste disposal systems, the expansion of public housing, schools, universities, and other research facilities, the maintenance of communications networks, such as postal, telephone, and telecommunications systems, and the planning and construction of grand ensembles and other large-scale urban development projects. As the Fordist Keynesian system matured, the natural resources and coordinating activities of national states enabled small, fragmented islands of infrastructure joined up, integrated and consolidated towards standardized regulated networks designed to deliver predictable, dependable services across the metropolis. This increasing standardization and physical extension of infrastructural networks across regions and entire territories contributed not only to the reproduction of Fordist urban configurations, it also played a key role in catalyzing the nationalization of state space throughout the Fordist Keynesian period. 4. As Graham and Marvin indicate, taking control over the supply of networked infrastructure supplies to production, the territorial rollout of networks over space, and the application of new services to modern consumption, were essential components of the growth of the modern nation-state itself. Such nationally standardized, organizationally centralized, and publicly owned infrastructural networks, they argue, were necessary to support the integration of cities into national urban systems and markets and help to underpin the parallel growth of Keynesian regional policies. For Lefebvre, this intensive mobilization of state institutions in managing the process of territorial development is a key aspect of a qualitatively new formation of state power, to which he refers as the state mode of production. In Lefebvre's conceptualization, the state mode of production emerges as state institutions become more directly involved in constructing, maintaining, and reproducing the political, economic, and territorial preconditions for the accumulation of capital during the course of the 20th century. With this development, Lefebvre argues, administrative and political apparatuses are no longer content merely to intervene in an abstract manner in the investment of capital. The state and its bureaucratic and political apparatuses intervene continually in space, and make use of space in its instrumental aspect in order to intervene at all levels and through every agency of the economic realm. The SMP thus signals the consolidation of a system of state productivism in which the state takes charge of growth, whether directly or indirectly, and in which, consequently, economic failures are attributed to the state. Following this epochal transition, Lefebvre argues, state productivism 124 is inscribed into the modern state form, independently of fluctuations of political regime or ruling coalition. Subsequently, political struggles regarding state-economy relations came to focus increasingly upon the appropriate regulatory strategies through which accumulation would be pursued and the form and extent of state-led social and spatial redistribution within a given territory. 3. In the context of the present chapter, Lefebvre's account of the SMP is relevant due to its emphasis on the interplay between state-spatial configurations and the regulation of capitalist urbanization. In particular, Lefebvre examines 4 aspects of state-spatial intervention into the urban process that have been consolidated during the course of the 20th century. 4.1. States operate to mobilize space as a productive force within major urban regions through various forms of infrastructural investment, spatial planning, industrial policy, land use planning, urban and regional policies, and national regulation that contribute to the productive and innovative capacities of locally embedded capitalist RMS. As Lefebvre suggests, only the state is capable of taking charge of the management of space on a grand scale because only the state has at its disposal the appropriate resources, techniques, and conceptual capacity. According to Lefebvre, the role of state institutions in mobilizing urban spatial organization as a productive force has substantially intensified during the course of the 20th century through initiatives to devalorize obsolete industrial spaces and projects to create new spatial configurations for capitalist growth within their territories. 2. States construct and maintain the territorial conditions for social reproduction within major urban regions by means of various forms of housing policy, transportation policy, labor law, educational and training policy, demographic planning, welfare policy, and selected urban policies. State actions to promote urban collective consumption may occur in a variety of forms in which the costs of social reproduction are assumed to a greater or lesser degree by public agencies. 3. States operate as the most crucial institutional mediators of uneven geographical development within national urban systems. Above and beyond capital's inherent tendency towards uneven development, policies that promote the productive force of urban space may severely exacerbate inherited socio-spatial disparities across a national territory, contributing to macroeconomic crisis tendencies as well as to problems of political legitimation. Consequently, during the second half of the 20th century, national states throughout the developed capitalist world introduced a variety of spatial policy initiatives intended to mediate, and in many cases, to alleviate, the polarizing consequences of rapid urban growth within their territories. 4. Finally, Lefebvre emphasizes the essential role of state institutions in securing spatial access for capitalist growth both within and beyond urban regions. This occurs insofar as national states attempt to embed the process of capitalist urban development within relatively stabilized territorial configurations and scalar hierarchies that provide a temporary institutional basis for sustained accumulation. As Lefebvre suggests, the national state transforms virtually destructive conics into catalysts of growth. It preserves the conditions of a precarious equilibrium. It is ultimately through the role of state institutions in producing and reconfiguring social space, Lefebvre insists, that spatial access for the process of accumulation a certain cohesiveness if not a logical coherence of socio-spatial organization can be secured. While the 4 aforementioned aspects of state spatial intervention into the urban process were initially consolidated during the early decades of the 20th century, their politico-institutional forms have been reconfigured considerably since that period, often through intense socio-political contestation. The political geographies of spatial Keynesianism, which emerged across Western Europe between the late 1950s and the late 1970s, represent an important institutional product and arena of such struggles over the regulation of capitalist urbanization. A more detailed examination of spatial Keynesianism can illuminate key aspects of the historically specific formation of state spatial selectivity that was associated with the post-war Keynesian welfare national state in Western Europe. Accordingly, the next section examines some of the key politico-institutional pillars of spatial Keynesianism in the context of the broader formation of post-war capitalism in which it was embedded. Mapping state spatial selectivity in post-war Western Europe. Geographies of spatial Keynesianism. The national economy is privileged in Keynesian theory for the purely practical reason that the nation-state system deals the geopolitical space with the necessary features convenient for the theory, a common currency, common laws, and shared institutions. Hugo Ratis. Throughout the older industrialized world, the Fordist Keynesian configuration of capitalist development was grounded upon a historically specific set of regulatory arrangements, institutional forms, and political compromises that provisionally stabilized the conics and contradictions that are inherent to capitalism. Although the sources of this unprecedented golden age of capitalist expansion remain a matter of considerable academic dispute, numerous scholars have emphasized the key role of the national scale as the preeminent geographical basis for accumulation and for the regulation of political economic life during this period. To be sure, the exact configuration of regulatory organization and political compromises varied according to the specific model of capitalism that was established in each national context. Nonetheless, Box 4.1 summarizes the basic regulatory institutional architecture that underpinned the North Atlantic Fordist system. 5. The North Atlantic Fordist configuration of capitalism was premised upon a variety of regulatory arrangements that were articulated at the interface of the national and the global, including U.S. global military hegemony, the Bretton Woods monetary regime, the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, the newly consolidated institutions of the Keynesian welfare state, and nationalized frameworks of industrial relations and socio-political struggle. Consequently, the post-war years saw the construction of an international regulated space, comprised of a constellation of nation-states linked one to another through reciprocal oaths of money, goods, and services, complemented by a set of international institutions which existed to manage the process of adjustment within the international economy. However, even though the Fordist Keynesian system had determinate international dimensions, its most essential geographical building blocks were national political economic formations. Indeed, according to Lippietz, never before had the space of capital been so closely identified with the national framework. Within this framework, as Jessup explains, the complex eld of economic relations was handled as though it was divided into a series of relatively closed national economies. Concomitantly, it was through the national state that the national economy would be regulated as a distinctive imagined economic space, and efforts made to secure a complementary expansion of national production and consumption as the basis for a politics of prosperity. The Keynesian welfare national state was hardly a necessary teleological outgrowth of World War II. Yet, looking backwards at the history of modern state formation in Western Europe, Keynesian welfare national states may be viewed as the culmination of a longue-durée trend towards the nationalization and territorialization of political space that emerged during the mid-17th century with the consolidation of the Westphalian geopolitical order and was significantly intensified during the course of the late 19th century. After the Great Depression of the 1930s, the nationalized formations of political economic space that had been established during the preceding wave of capitalist expansion and state development were further entrenched. Following post-war reconstruction, Keynesian socio-economic policies were widely deployed across Western Europe in order to institutionalize demand management, deficit spending, collective bargaining, monopoly pricing, and counter-cyclical monetary policies, all of which presupposed the geographical political space of the sovereign nation-state. 6. According to Jessup's initial account, the Keynesian welfare national state was grounded upon the primacy of national states as the key institutional agents of regulatory activities, and the primacy of national economies and national populations as the key targets for state socio-economic regulation. Throughout the Fordist Keynesian period, from the 1950s to the early 1970s, the role of the national state as the primary geographical container of political economic life was significantly intensified across Western Europe. Within this nationalized politico-regulatory framework, public spending increased on utilities, social and physical infrastructures, and various collective goods, especially housing and nationwide education, healthcare and social benefit systems. Public sector employment increased significantly, not only through the expansion of welfare services, but due to the nationalization of key Fordist industries in a number of European countries, including Italy, France, Britain, Belgium, the Netherlands, and Sweden, among others. Consequently, this period marks the highest stage of the national state form in Europe as an economic, political, and social power container, with its apogee occurring at the end of the 1960s after the success of the Marshall Plan and the development of the European Community in 1945-1968. The scalar architecture of state regulation under Fordist Keynesian capitalism is summarized schematically in Fig 4.1. 7. Throughout the Fordist Keynesian period, state intervention into processes of urban and regional development was multifaceted. It was articulated in a variety of politico-institutional forms in specific national contexts, and it generated variegated effects upon patterns of urban and regional growth across the Western European space economy. As Swangadu explains, the homogenization across national space of a series of socio-economic aspects was articulated with a highly uneven and differentiated local and regional development process. However, even as urban and regional development patterns and governance arrangements were differentiated extensively under Fordism, a distinctive politics of spatial Keynesianism crystallized across much of Western Europe in which national states mobilized broadly analogous strategies of territorial administration and urban regional regulation. On the most general level, spatial Keynesianism may be understood as a broad constellation of national state institutional forms and regulatory strategies designed to alleviate uneven geographical development within the national space economy, and thereby, to promote stabilized national industrial growth. It was assumed, under these conditions, that there is a loss of output and income to the national economy from the overdevelopment of leading regions and the underdevelopment of others. The goal of state action, in this context, was less to enhance the productive force of capitalist socio-spatial configurations than to spread the industrialization process as evenly as possible across the entire surface of the national territory, much like butter on a piece of bread. Insofar as significant large-scale territorial disparities were viewed as a major threat to stabilized patterns of macroeconomic growth, political strategies to alleviate intranational socio-spatial polarization came to serve as important tools of national socio-economic and industrial policy. Writing in the mid-1970s, at the high point of spatial Keynesianism in Western Europe, Lefebvre insightfully underscored the complex 130 connections between urban regulation, the politics of economic growth and the problem of uneven spatial development under post-war capitalism. The period roughly between 1950 and 1970 was an idyllic period for the whole of capitalism. The retarded or backward areas, the underdeveloped countries, could and had to be integrated into growth. To use the classic metaphor, the ship of capitalism and its leaders found itself with a motor, a rudder, and a XED course. More precisely, it now constituted for itself solid nuclei, centers, what François Perroux calls the growth poles. Everything was subordinated to growth during this euphoric period. It seemed that the problem of integrating and co-opting everything that opposed this society ideologies, social groupings, classes had been solved. An apparent truth imposed itself which has only now become paradoxical, the truth of unlimited growth, the infinite extension of the centers, nuclei, and growth poles. This ruling scenario of the 1950 to 1970 period gave rise not only to a so-called logic but also to strategies which gradually covered space as a whole. As Lefebvre indicates, the attempt to integrate so-called lagging or backward areas into the developmental trajectory of the national space economy as a whole was a key component within the broader post-war project of integrating oppositional forces into a national social formation oriented towards mass production and mass consumption. The productivist economic logic of post-war Fordism, with its goal of endless industrial growth, was thus inextricably intertwined with the politico-geographic logic of endless spatial extension and homogenization, grounded upon the continual spreading of a standardized urban grid across the entire national territory, covering space as a whole, from suburbs and new towns to older industrial areas, rural peripheries, and outlying agricultural zones. This political project of spatial extension and homogenization of promoting the tailorization of territory was arguably the geographical essence of spatial Keynesianism. Spatial Keynesianism contributed in essential, if largely unrecognized, ways to the nationalization of state space during the Fordist Keynesian period, and it therefore provides an illuminating basis on which to investigate the distinctive form of state spatial selectivity that was produced in and through the Keynesian welfare national states of post-war Western Europe. 8. Drawing upon the approach Tostadt theory developed in the preceding chapter, spatial Keynesianism may be characterized most precisely with reference to the mobilization of state spatial projects oriented towards the establishment of centralized and uniform frameworks of territorial administration, and the mobilization of state spatial strategies oriented towards the spreading of urban development as evenly as possible across the entire national territory. In sum, under Fordist Keynesian capitalism, national states attempted to redistribute the surplus not only socially, through institutionalized collective bargaining arrangements and national social welfare policies, but also spatially, through a variety of political strategies intended to centralize, homogenize, standardize, and equalize national political economic space. In Peck's useful terminology, such strategies entailed the establishment of various extralocal or interscalar rule regimes that served to constrain and channel the strategic options and tactical behavior of local actors. Under the dominance of spatial Keynesianism, such extra-local rule regimes operated to bring regions and localities within the economy under much greater central state control and dependence by subordinating them to the macroeconomic and macro-redistributive imperatives of the center. Within this framework, the local unit was seen as having no essential economic life of its own. Its job was to follow the path to growth laid down by national policies. At the same time, the extra-local rule regimes associated with spatial Keynesianism established certain minimum standards of social welfare and infrastructure provision across national intergovernmental systems, thereby incorporating into an increasingly collective or public space economy, which in some countries extended to large-scale state ownership and management of key industries, in addition to utilities and other collective goods. Taken together, these extra-local rule regimes directly or indirectly generated a variety of regional redistributive stabilizing effects, including the stimulation of consumer demand, the promotion of full employment, the extension of capital investments into marginalized areas, and the tendential convergence of per capita income levels that gird crucially in the reproduction of the entire Fordist Keynesian order. The interplay between the rise of the Keynesian welfare national state, the diffusion of Fordist Keynesian forms of urbanization, the mobilization of spatial Keynesianism, and the nationalization of state space is represented schematically in Fig. 4.3. In the present context, I shall not attempt to provide a comprehensive investigation of the differentiated national political geographies that were generated across Western Europe through the politics of spatial Keynesianism. Instead, the following analysis focuses on some of the most prevalent policy mechanisms and institutional forms through which spatial Keynesianism was articulated, across otherwise qualitatively different national, regional, and local regulatory landscapes, between the late 1950s and the mid-1970s. Boxes 4.2 and 4.3 summarize the key state spatial projects and state spatial strategies upon which spatial Keynesianism was grounded. Selected examples of the latter are then surveyed in the discussion that follows. Compensatory regional policies. The more effectively a national state becomes a welfare state, the stronger will be both the urge and the capacity to counteract the blind market forces which tend to result in regional inequalities, and this, again, will spur economic development in the country, and so on, in circular causation. Gunnar Myrdal. Across most of Western Europe, regional policies were one of the most significant mechanisms of spatial Keynesianism, for they served explicitly to alleviate interplace disparities, to redistribute employment within national boundaries, and thus, to induce the spatial integration of the national economy as a whole. Between the 1950s and the 1970s, a range of regional industrial 13. and infrastructural policies were introduced to promote industrialization within each state's underdeveloped peripheries. Due to their high population densities, major cities and metropolitan regions still received the bulk of large-scale public infrastructure investments and welfare services during the Fordist Keynesian epoch. Nonetheless, a variety of compensatory policy mechanisms were introduced in order to rechannel employment and growth capacities into underdeveloped regions and rural. This modern state promotes and imposes itself as the stable center definitively of societies and spaces. Having become political, social space is on the one hand centralized and exced in a political centrality, and on the other hand specialized and parceled out. The state determines and congeals the decision-making centers. At the same time, space is distributed into peripheries which are hierarchist in relation to the centers. Spatial Keynesianism rested upon state spatial projects oriented towards the establishment of nationally centralized and uniform patterns of state territorial organization. These centralizing, standardizing state spatial projects included intergovernmental centralization. In both federal and unitary states, national governments acquired more centralized control over subnational territorial governance, enabling them to impose national socio-economic policy priorities upon regional and local governmental units. Local government reorganization. As national governments attempted to standardize the provision of welfare services and to coordinate national economic policies across their territories, municipal institutions were reorganized, rationalized, and expanded in order to deliver various kinds of public services to local populations. Within this nationalized institutional configuration, local states operated primarily as transmission belts for centrally determined policies. Metropolitan governmental consolidation. Between the mid-1960s and the early 1970s, consolidated metropolitan institutions were established in major Western European city regions. These new forms of metropolitan territorial administration played important roles in distributing the public services of the Keynesian welfare national state while managing the intensive patterns of land use and suburban expansion that crystallized within rapidly expanding Fordist city regions. Territorial reform initiatives. In conjunction with projects to rationalize governmental bureaucracies, the number of subnational territorial units, particularly municipalities, was significantly diminished in major Western European countries. Through such territorial reform initiatives, intranational jurisdictional boundaries were simplified and many formerly contiguous units of local territorial administration were fused together. 135. An apparent truth imposed itself which has only now become paradoxical, the truth of unlimited growth, the indefinite extension of the centers, nuclei, and growth poles. This ruling scenario of the 1950 to 1970 period gave rise not only to a so-called logic but also to strategies which gradually covered space as a whole. Spatial Keynesianism was grounded upon state spatial strategies oriented towards the nationalization, homogenization, and equalization of political economic life within the state's borders. These nationalizing, redistributive state spatial strategies included compensatory regional policies. National governments deployed various forms of national aid, locational incentives, transfer payments, and infrastructural investments in order to promote industrial growth and economic regeneration outside the dominant city cores. Their goal was to alleviate overheating in core regions while enhancing levels of economic activity and employment in marginalized, peripheral, or underdeveloped regions. Automatic stabilizers. These entailed mechanisms of interregional resource transfer that were built into national scale and social welfare systems and activated through regionally specific economic actuations. They enabled low-income regions to pay lower taxes and to receive higher levels of government expenditure, with high-income regions paying higher taxes and receiving lower levels of public support. National spatial planning systems. New forms of national spatial planning were mobilized in order to guide future patterns of territorial development in a comprehensive, systematic manner. Such indicative planning initiatives were generally centralized within newly established governmental ministries such as France's DATER and the Dutch RPD that were devoted specifically to problems of urban development, housing, population distribution, infrastructural planning, and large-scale territorial management. Like compensatory regional policies, national spatial planning systems stimulated and coordinated the channeling of investments away from overheated metropolitan cores into less developed or marginalized areas. Nationalized industries. In many Western European countries, central governments assumed direct ownership of major Fordist industries such as coal, steel, energy, shipbuilding, aerospace, and automobiles, among others. In this manner, national states enhanced employment levels and development potentials within selected localities and regions, while also adding a new layer of state-financed industrial investments within inherited spatial divisions of labor. New towns policies. National governments attempted to alleviate urban congestion by establishing suburban new towns in relatively close proximity to major metropolitan agglomerations. Through indicative planning initiatives and various forms of infrastructural investment, national governments facilitated population deconcentration and guided urban and regional development across the national territory. New towns policies were particularly prominent in Britain, France, Scandinavia, and the Netherlands but were 136 peripheries throughout the national territory. From the Italian Mezzogiorno and Spanish Andalusia to western and southern France, the agricultural peripheries and border zones of West Germany, the Limburg coal mining district of northern Belgium, the Dutch northeastern peripheries, the northwestern regions and islands of Denmark, the Scandinavian north, western Ireland, and the declining industrial zones of the English North, South Wales, parts of Scotland, and much of Northern Ireland. Each European national state had its so-called problem areas, lagging regions, or distressed areas, generally composed of economic spaces that had been marginalized during previous rounds of industrial development or that were locked into obsolete technological industrial infrastructures. Such regions were conceived as blank spaces on the national map of industry, to be LLED by the same development strategies as such voids were to be LLED in the Third World. Accordingly, throughout the post-war period until the late 1970s, a broad range of regional and spatial policies were introduced across Western Europe that explicitly targeted such peripheralized spaces. As Map 4.2 illustrates, few of Western Europe's major cities or city regions were targeted by these classic Fordist Keynesian regional policy initiatives, which were directed almost exclusively at underdeveloped rural peripheries, border zones, and declining coal mining regions. Generally justified in the name of priorities such as balanced national development and spatial equalization, these redistributive regional policies entailed the introduction of various forms of national aid, locational incentives, and transfer payments to promote industrial growth and economic regeneration outside the dominant city cores, and they often channeled major public infrastructural investments into such locations. Some of these policies were derived from the writings of Gunnar Myrdal and Albert Hirschman, both of whom suggested that various forms of public intervention were required to alleviate market-driven inter-regional inequalities. In the Western European context, the resultant compensatory regional policies included rebates of interest, government guarantees, tax privileges, capital grants, construction and purchase of industrial buildings, improvements of the regional infrastructure. François Perrou's growth pole theory, which emphasized the role of propulsive industries in generating investment and employment within particular areas, likewise gained considerable popularity during this period and was frequently 138. Invoked to justify a variety of industrial policies that had significant regional and local impacts. In particular, during the course of the 1960s, public policies inspired wholly or partially by growth pole theory played an important role in stimulating large-scale investments by the automobile and steel industries in a number of marginalized regions of the UK, France, and Italy, albeit with varying. In Britain, the Special Areas Act was approved in 1934 with the goal of promoting economic regeneration in 4 depressed coal mining regions: South Wales, North East England, West Cumberland, and Central Scotland. Through the distribution of Industry Acts, these target areas were expanded and relabeled after World War II to include a number of major towns, cities, and other areas afflicted with severe economic problems. The Industrial Development Act of 1966 established still larger target zones for regional policy, encompassing 40% of British territory and 20% of the total population. The overarching goal of post-war regional policy in the UK was to redistribute employment from rapidly expanding urban cores, such as the South East and the Midlands, into the distressed areas of the North and West. Although the precise boundaries of these assisted areas were mooted during the course of the 1960s, they served to delineate broad zones of the UK national territory in which industrial relocation was to be encouraged through diverse regional policy measures, including development grants, employment premiums, tax concessions, and discretionary loans. 10. In France, post-war regional policies were developed in close conjunction with a series of VE-year plans that underpinned national economic policy. Their main aim was to decentralize industrial capacities and employment out of the dominant Paris region and into major provincial cities, towns, rural areas, and border zones. Following the introduction of the Fourth National Plan in 1964, one of the cornerstones of this program was the delineation of 8 countervailing metropoles: Lyon, Marseille, Bordeaux, Lille, Strasbourg, Toulouse, Nantes, and Nancy, that were intended to serve as focal points for urban growth, population expansion, and infrastructural investment in peripheral regions dispersed outside the Parisian metropolitan area. The goal of such policies was to promote an urban division of labor so that each would be able to rival Paris in some way, becoming a magnet for activity in some critical area. In addition, French regional policy channeled substantial public funds into medium-sized regional centers for industrial growth and rural areas while imposing tax penalties on RMS committed to locating in the Paris region. 11. Post-war regional planning in Italy was initiated in 1950 with the establishment of the Southern Italy Development Agency, an executive body responsible for promoting agricultural modernization, industrial growth, and territorial management throughout the southern region. Subsequent initiatives in regional planning, in which the CASA played a central coordinative and national role, were oriented above all towards the alleviation of large-scale territorial disparities between the industrialized North and the predominantly agricultural South. As of the late 1950s, through tax incentives, capital grants, soft loans, and infrastructural investments, the CASA began to mobilize a variety of fiscal incentives and grants in order to promote industrial relocation into the Mezzogiorno, where new industrial development zones, growth centers, and nuclei of industrialization were established in strategic locations. The Italian Institute for Industrial Reconstruction, a multi-sectoral state holding Com. 141. Paine, responsible for coordinating the investment activities of public enterprises, likewise played an active role in rechanneling capital into the underdeveloped Mezzogiorno during this period of so-called extraordinary state intervention. From the mid-1960s, with the introduction of the RST National Economic Plan, regional policies oriented towards the South were integrated more explicitly with national economic agendas. 12. In West Germany, post-war regional policies emerged with the approval of the Spatial Planning Law in 1965, which required the promotion of equal life conditions across the entire national territory. The Raj distinguished urban regions, where economic growth and population expansion were expected to continue unabated, from various types of problem regions, including rural peripheries and marginalized zones along the eastern border. The problem regions were delineated with reference to their major cities and towns, which were labeled federal development areas and targeted for state aid and infrastructural investment, including capital grants, soft loans, and depreciation allowances. As of the late 1960s, the Raj was expanded to include depressed coal mining areas in the Saarland and the Ruhr zone as important targets for state assistance. This redistributive approach to spatial planning was further extended in 1969 with the introduction of the Program for the Improvement of Regional Economic Structure, which was intended, above all, to enhance coordination among federal and land authorities in the implementation of compensatory regional policy. In general terms then, the overarching focus of post-war regional policy in West Germany was on the spreading of developmental capacities, capital investment and employment from the major urban regions into lagging areas such as small towns, rural peripheries, and border zones. 13. The Netherlands represents one further variation on these broad trends within post-war regional policy. In the Dutch context, a variety of national land management and spatial planning initiatives were mobilized during the course of the 1960s in order to disperse industry, population, and employment from the Western Randstad region composed of Amsterdam, Utrecht, Rotterdam, and The Hague into the peripheral regions and depressed areas of the north, east, and south. The initial impetus for this project of spatial decentralization and concentrated deconcentration was the Physical Planning Act of 1962, which was followed in 1966 by the more comprehensive Second National Physical Planning Report. These national government initiatives attempted to promote a more balanced form of territorial development while simultaneously preventing unchecked suburban sprawl both within and beyond the Randstad megalopolis. They designated development areas and development nuclei into which industrial capacities, infrastructural investments, and public resources were to be channeled through a variety of direct and indirect policy measures. In addition, Dutch regional policy during the post-war period addressed various contextually specific issues such as structural unemployment, land reclamation, and the development of ports and inland waterways, which were particularly crucial to the Netherlands' distribution-based national economy. 14. Brunet's map of the French spatial structure depicts the intended effects of these compensatory regional policies in one national economic system. The diffusion of developmental capacities, industrial investment, and employment from the Parisian metropolitan core into the country's western and southern peripheries is represented through stark, forceful arrows, and the rest of the national territory is congrued into precisely defined functional zones into which metropolitan socio-economic forces were to be diffused outwards. Throughout Western Europe, closely analogous maps were disseminated by regional development agencies and national spatial planning ministries in order to represent the goals and projected consequences of compensatory regional policies within each national economy. Such maps served to glorify the modernizing power of the national state and to underscore its alleged capacity to sculpt patterns of industrial growth, population distribution, and employment according to a comprehensive, nationwide plan. Reacting on the political geographies of post-war Keynesianism across Western Europe, Keating summarizes the logic and the impacts of these nationally specific patterns of regional policy. A key feature of early policies was the diversion of industrial activity from one region of the state to another. From a political perspective, this had the advantage of addressing several constituencies at the same time. For the problem regions, diversionary policies brought jobs and investment. For regions of full employment, they relieved pressures on infrastructures, labor markets, and housing, and limited in-migration. For the national economy as a whole, the policy could be presented as a way of utilizing underemployed resources in the regions and expanding national output in a non-inationary manner. There was also a social dimension, as territorial equity comprised part of the post-war social settlement, along with the integration of the working class. Finally, there was a political rationale, as regional policy was seen as a mechanism for consolidating the nation-state in regions where dissent was likely, as well as boosting the fortunes of governing parties. And, indeed, as many studies have subsequently indicated, such direct and indirect interregional resource transfers had a very significant impact upon the intranational geographies of uneven development during the post-war period, contributing to an unprecedented convergence of per capita disposable income within most Western European states. This nationally oriented project of industrial decentralization, urban deconcentration, and spatial equalization must thus be viewed as one of the major state spatial strategies through which the regulatory architecture of spatial Keynesianism was articulated. Automatic stabilizers. A region which forms part of a political community, with a common scale of public services and a common base of taxation, automatically gets aid whenever its trading relations with the rest of the country deteriorate. There is an important built-in skull stabilizer Nicholas Calder. In addition to explicit, location-ally targeted forms of interregional resource transfer, spatial Keynesianism was also premised upon a number of so-called automatic stabilizers that were activated through regionally differentiated economic actuations rather than through direct political intervention. In contrast to explicit regional policies, such automatic stabilizers transfer the economic impact of state expenditures and of differences in taxation from one area to another. This interregional redistributive mechanism was generally built into national skull and social welfare systems, enabling low-income regions to pay lower taxes while receiving higher levels of government expenditure, and requiring high-income regions to pay higher taxes while receiving lower levels of public support. The overarching purpose of automatic stabilizers was to help marginalized areas absorb the impact of economic shocks while diverting the surplus income of core regions to stabilize the national economy as a whole. The logic of automatic stabilization is summarized schematically in Fig 4.4, which depicts the model of regional resource transfer among donor regions and recipient regions that was famously developed by the Cambridge regional economist Nicholas Calder. As the GUR illustrates, the system of automatic stabilization was calibrated so that government expenditure would decline within each region as per capita income rose. Conversely, personal taxation levels within each region were calibrated to increase linearly with increases of per capita income. Under these circumstances, low-income regions enjoy skull gains, high-income regions provide support. In sum, as one post-war commentator explained, the poorest region must not turn into a geographical proletariat, the growth of its per capita income must not be slower than the national mean. In the late 1970s, a detailed cross-national comparative study known as the McDougall Report was conducted by the European Commission to examine the impact of automatic stabilizers upon regional income levels in advanced capitalist states. While the study found that automatic stabilizers generated more explicit regional effects in federal states than in unitary states, it indicated that these mechanisms of interregional resource transfer had reduced regional income inequalities by an average of 40% during the high Fordist period in the countries under investigation v.e. Western European states, as well as the USA, Canada, and Australia. In particular, similar levels of interregional transfer were found to be occurring in the UK, West Germany, and Italy, which otherwise had quite different skull systems. The McDougall report thus concluded that the reality of automatic stabilization is remarkably close to the model. Automatic stabilizers can be viewed as state spatial projects insofar as they significantly enhance the geographical distribution of governmental expenditures within each national state apparatus. Just as importantly, automatic stabilizers also served as state spatial strategies insofar as, by rechanneling state funds towards less favored or marginalized regions, they generated spatially redistributive effects across much of the national territory. For this reason, automatic stabilizers represented one of the key institutional pillars of spatial Keynesianism. Economic regionalism was at RST national in character. The point of this lies in the fact that the nation can assist the region, by embarking upon a complementary policy for spontaneous development as well as a rational policy intended to stimulate new economic activities. J.R. Boudeville. As of the late 1950s and early 1960s, a number of Western European countries introduced national systems of spatial planning designed to guide future patterns of territorial development in a comprehensive manner. Such initiatives were generally centralized within newly established governmental ministries devoted specifically to problems of urban development, housing, population distribution, infrastructural planning, and large-scale territorial management. The paradigmatic exemplar of this new, comprehensive approach to national spatial planning was the French agency, DATER, the Delegation for Regional Development and Territorial Planning. Closely analogous, if less internationally prominent, planning ministries were established in many other Western European countries, including Germany, the Netherlands, and Sweden. In other European countries, such as Britain and Italy, comprehensive, territory-wide approaches to spatial planning were developed by national economic ministries in the former case, by the Department of Economic Affairs, and in the latter case, by the National Commission for Economic Planning. Such programs were viewed as an important extension of medium and long-term macroeconomic planning. National spatial planning generally involved efforts to forecast future patterns of national territorial development and, on this basis, to develop indicative plans that would mobilize state resources to enhance those patterns through a combination of inducements and restrictions. These new systems of spatial planning usually entailed the comprehensive division of each national territory into specific types of regional units, classified with reference to basic economic indicators that were often distinct from extant administrative jurisdictions. These subnational economic spaces were the key geographical reference points in terms of which future national trends were predicted and the targets for various forms of state regulatory intervention were identified. National spatial planning initiatives also entailed strategies for incorporating local and regional interests into national policy agendas, often through the establishment of new regional consultative bodies, for instance, the French Regional Economic Development Commission, the English Regional Economic Planning Councils, the Italian Regional Economic Planning Committees, and the Belgian Regional Economic Councils. Regional planning is perhaps the latest innovation in the dirigiste or neo-capitalist political economy which emerged in France during the post-World War II years. In France, perhaps more than anywhere else in the advanced capitalist world, the state has come to play a key organizing and energizing role in economic life. Because the very rapid economic development that owed from these planning efforts tended to accentuate regional imbalances already present in France, regional planning became a necessary addition to the planning operation. French regional planning was an attempt at injecting some geographical rationality into national economic planning, not an attempt at giving the grassroots more say about economic objectives. Thus it involved a centralization of influence, not the regionalization or decentralization of power as one might naively have expected. DATER was founded under the Gaullist regime in 1963, in conjunction with the Fourth National Plan. Responsible to the Prime Minister, the agency was required to advise the government on all matters of regional planning and policy. In particular, DATER acquired a variety of key roles in managing French national territorial development during the period of high Fordism. It assumed various interministerial functions, coordinating between governmental departments involved with any aspect of regional development and spatial planning. Its remit was to coordinate regional development activities on a national level, on a local level, and between levels. It was to be the general synthesizing organization for regional planning. It was to serve as a general center of animation for regional planning, promoting activity to keep the planning and execution program thriving wherever such activity was needed. It supervised regional development projects in diverse policy fields, including the planning and zoning of large-scale industrial estates, water management, tourism development, and the establishment of national parks. It engaged in various forms of indicative planning intended to project and shape future developmental patterns across the national territory. It introduced the Regional Development Fund to channel state resources into strategic local public investments. It promoted the decentralization of industry and employment away from Paris and into other towns and cities throughout the French territory, above all in the West, the Massif Central, and the South. Particular attention, in this context, was devoted to the automobile, aerospace, telecommunications, and oil sectors. DATER was also central to the implementation of the Métropoles d'Équilibre policies, whose goal was likewise to disperse industrial capacities into peripheral towns and regions. By establishing a central institutional locus for the coordination of territorial development policies, DATER played a key role within the regulatory architecture of spatial Keynesianism in France. It established new regulatory capacities for the shaping of national state space and introduced new forms of knowledge and representation through which developmental trends could be forecast and potentially enhanced through state action. 148. Frequently, these indicative planning initiatives were linked directly to national economic plans, which were introduced during the high Fordist period to guide macroeconomic growth. Thus, the Italian National Development Programme or Vanoni Plan of 1954, the French National Plan of 1966, and the British National Plan of 1965 all contained specific regional policy prescriptions intended to enhance future patterns of territorial development and to alleviate intranational territorial disparities. The project of indicative planning therefore overlapped significantly with the agendas of compensatory regional policy, for both entailed the mobilization of state spatial strategies intended to divert investments away from overheated metropolitan cores into less developed or marginalized areas. However, in contrast to the relatively successful outcomes of compensatory regional policies, the project of indicative planning proved largely to be a white elephant. It was relatively ineffectual in practice due to, among other problems, the difficulty of translating national macroeconomic goals into viable strategies of regional development, a continued politicization of regional policy priorities, and a chronic lack of appropriate inducements to enhance capitalist RMS locational decisions. Nationalized industries, the public ownership of major Fordist RMS. While public ownership of major capitalist RMS predated the Fordist era, state-owned sectors expanded considerably during and after World War II in a number of Western European countries. Most crucially for this discussion, the nationalization of key Fordist sectors such as coal, steel, energy, shipbuilding, automobiles, and aerospace had significant spatial ramifications within many Western European states. 4. Enhancing large-scale industries, national governments were also channeling significant public resources into the places and regions where such industries were located. During the course of the Fordist period, national enterprises were increasingly instrumentalized by national governments in an effort to solve specific problems, as if they were agencies of the state. Crucial among these problems was that of ensuring the location of more investment and jobs in regions of low employment growth or actual employment decline. Many of these initiatives were directly inspired by François Péru's approach to growth poles. In such cases, the public enterprise was intended to operate as a propulsive RM or motor industry whose upstream and downstream linkages to other RMS would enhance the spatial concentration of investment and employment within marginalized areas of the national territory. Consequently, in a number of prominent cases in France, Italy, and Sweden, among other countries, state control over public enterprise was mobilized. 149. Explicitly in regional policy initiatives as a means to divert investments into marginalized areas. The most comprehensive program to mobilize public enterprise in compensatory regional policy initiatives was embodied in the Italian Institute for Industrial Reconstruction, a state holding company that directed large-scale industrial investments into Italy's traditionally underdeveloped south. The IRI's contribution to regional development in the South has been so large that it raises the question whether other countries with serious regional problems would be advised to create a similar institution with a similar obligation to assist the economies of their less prosperous areas. The Italian Institute for Industrial Reconstruction was founded in 1933 as a state-owned holding company responsible for distributing credit and financial assistance to key industrial and service RMS. During the subsequent decade, the IRI played a major role in enhancing military production, thus much of its XED capital was damaged extensively during World War II. Following the war, the IRI re-emerged and was mobilized to modernize major national industries. By the late 1950s, the IRI had been transformed into a public agency holding majority shares in key industrial and service RMS. The IRI's investments were spread broadly among multiple sectors, including steel, cars, industrial machinery, electrical engineering, electronics, aircraft, shipbuilding, transport, highway construction, telecommunications, and railways. Unlike many approaches to public enterprise that prevailed in Western Europe, the IRI formula attempted to integrate state control and market forces. Thus the IRI generally controlled significantly less than 100% capacity in the sectors in which it operated, and it generally controlled less than a total shareholding. The IRI engaged in economic planning by attempting to steer investment into propulsive RMS within multiple sectors. Its goal was to generate multiplier effects that would enhance private economic activity as well. In this manner, the IRI acquired a prominent role in stimulating industrial relocation into the southern Mezzogiorno region. By promoting strategic relocations within public enterprises, the IRI attempted to generate follow-my-leader geographical effects in which private RMS linked to those sectors would replicate their locational patterns, and thus likewise channel investment into underdeveloped zones of the national territory. In one prominent example, the IRI's decision to construct an Alfa Romeo car plant in Naples was subsequently followed by plant construction programs in the south by the private car companies Fiat and Pirelli. These policies generated significant regional consequences. The IRI's manufacturing employment levels in the south increased by 82% between 1960 and 1969, and total IRI employment increased by 63% during the same period. The IRI thus represented a classic instance of a compensatory, redistributive approach to regional policy grounded simultaneously upon growth pole theory and public enterprise. 150. While the IRI was unique in the degree to which it explicitly promoted intranational industrial relocation, other Western European national governments likewise utilized their control over public enterprises to promote this agenda through a variety of policy mechanisms. The following examples illustrate some of the ways in which state control over public enterprise could operate as a form of regional policy. In 1957, the Italian national government passed a law requiring state-owned enterprises to locate 40% of their existing investments and 60% of their new investments in the Mezzogiorno. In 1968, these regulations were moded so that 100% of investment in new factories and 60% of total investment by public enterprises was required to be located in the south or in other marginalized areas. These laws regulated the activities of the IRI as well as all other state-controlled investment groups. The French National Planning Agency DATER played a key role in enhancing the locational geographies of public enterprises throughout France. For instance, in 1971, following lengthy negotiations, the French national car company Renault was forced by DATER to build a new electrical foundry in Brittany rather than in Paris. After another protracted struggle, DATER succeeded in enhancing the French national government to require Renault to build a new assembly plant near the harbour of Nantes, along with another assembly plant in Le Havre, closer to existing production facilities in Normandy. The Swedish parliament followed the example of the Italian IRI by establishing a state holding company in 1970 to enhance investments in various sectors, including mining, shipbuilding, and banking. One of its expressed goals was also to promote new employment opportunities, particularly in the defense sector, at vast areas in the underdeveloped north. However, even in instances in which national governments did not attempt explicitly to enhance the locational decisions of public enterprises, the existence of such state-enhanced industrial investments significantly enhanced employment levels and economic capacities within many marginalized localities and regions. In a number of Western European countries, such as Britain, Germany, and Italy, state enterprises played a key role in constructing large-scale transportation infrastructures, such as railways and highways, which also generated significant consequences for regional industrial and employment growth. More generally, insofar as they established an entirely new layer of state-enhanced economic activity within inherited spatial divisions of labor, public enterprises formed a crucial element within the broader political and economic geographies of spatial Keynesianism. 151. Intergovernmental centralization and urban managerialism. The post-war period witnessed an unprecedented centralization of intergovernmental relations throughout Western Europe. This centralization of intergovernmental authority occurred in close conjunction with the consolidation of a nationwide approach to state power in which governmental institutions were organized primarily for the routine nationwide organization and delivery of services of the welfare state, health, education, pensions and other income maintenance programs, public transport, and post and telephone communications. By the early 1970s, nationwide public services accounted for over two-thirds of total public expenditure among Western European national governments. The centralization of intergovernmental relations and nationwide systems of public service delivery during the post-war period entailed the increasing subsumption of municipal and regional state institutions within nationally organized institutional hierarchies. In order to standardize the provision of welfare services and to coordinate national economic policies, national states centralized the instruments for regulating urban development, thereby transforming local states into transmission belts for centrally determined policies and programs. Under these conditions, local governments functioned as subordinate agencies. States or regions were merely administrative units that channeled the growth and distributed the blessings of Fordist modernization evenly all over the nation. Within this managerial framework of urban governance, the overarching function of state institutions at the urban scale was the reproduction of the labor force through public investments in housing, transportation, social services, and other public goods, all of which were intended to replicate certain minimum standards of social welfare and infrastructure provision across the national territory. In this manner, local states were instrumentalized in order to carry out a national strategy based on a commitment to regional balance and even growth. Centrally enhanced local welfare policies also constituted important elements of the social wage, and thus contributed significantly to the generalization of the mass consumption practices upon which the Fordist regime of accumulation was contingent. Painter summarizes the key operations of the managerial local state under Fordism as follows. Firstly, local government provided a range of services whose production was unprofitable for capital under existing technical and organizational conditions, but for which there was a political demand. This principle of universal provision of a range of basic services is one hallmark of the Fordist era. Secondly, local government was involved in widespread planning and regulatory activity. This included land use and resource planning and environmental health regulation. Finally, the representative functions of local government meant that the relatively consensual social democratic politics char. 152. Characteristic of Fordism could nd partial expression at the local level. Thus, as a key component of the welfare state, local government was central to the Fordist mode of regulation. This pervasive localization of the state's collective consumption functions under Fordist Keynesian capitalism was famously theorized by Castells in his structuralist discussion of the urban question. For Castells, the state's role in the promotion of collective consumption was the very essence of urban politics within state monopoly capitalism. The state apparatus intervenes in a massive, systematic, permanent, and structurally necessary way in the process of consumption. Thus we shall witness a takeover by the state of vast sectors of the production of means essential to the reproduction of labor power, health, education, housing, collective amenities, etc. It is here that the urban problematic sends down its roots, since the state is taking charge of considerable, and objectively socialized, part of the process of consumption, since it intervenes in direct aid to the large economic groups that dominate that process, since consumption is becoming a central cog in the economic, political, and ideological levels, whereas no centralized regulation of the process is being set up in the economic, the state becomes the veritable arranger of the processes of consumption as a whole. This is at the root of so-called urban politics. This conceptualization of the post-war scalar division of state regulation was further specified by Saunders in his well-known dual politics thesis. Despite his otherwise deep theoretical differences with Castells, Saunders likewise postulated a scalar division of state regulation in which consumption interventions to be focused on local, electoral levels of the state, while production interventions gravitate towards higher-level corporatist institutions. While Saunders emphasized the nationally specific patterns in which this formation of state power was articulated, his analysis nonetheless underscored a broad tendency for policies oriented towards social reproduction to be locally scaled. In sum, throughout the post-war period, the nationalization of state space proceeded in significant part through the instrumentalization of municipal state institutions to implement centrally determined policy agendas. Western European managerial local states thus formed a key institutional pillar within the broader regulatory architecture of spatial Keynesianism. Just as crucially, However, managerial local states also served as key institutional arenas in which the crisis and eventual breakdown of the Fordist regime of accumulation would be articulated. With the onset of economic stagnation and recession during the course of the 1970s, neoliberal, neoconservative, and monetarist pressures for statescal retrenchment intensified. As the institutional ethos of the Keynesian welfare national state was increasingly destabilized, the continued expansion of local government services was subjected to intense political criticism from the right. Consequently, the expansion 153 of local government during the early 1970s fed into a crisis of regulation rather than contributing to a successful mode of regulation. As we shall see in the next chapter, the managerial, welfare-oriented functions of municipal governments have been significantly reconfigured since the breakdown of North Atlantic Fordism in the early 1970s. New towns policies and state-subsidized suburbanization. The location, number, character, and size of new towns must be examined within the framework of national policy for the settlement system. Such a national policy would aim at the creation of a suitable hierarchy of settlements based on the criterion of functional integration of settlement units at different levels of economy. Inspired in part by Ebenezer Howard's concept of garden cities, new towns were established near major British cities, above all around London, immediately following World War II. As the Fordist pattern of urbanization matured during the course of the 1960s, a number of Western European national governments likewise attempted to alleviate urban congestion, to expand housing infrastructures, and to counteract urban sprawl by establishing suburban new towns in relatively close proximity to major urban centers. While new towns were established in the Soviet Union, Eastern Europe, and Brazil as a form of compensatory regional industrial policy, in the Western European context they served chiefly as a means to facilitate and 154. Coordinate the ongoing decentralization of industry and population beyond core metropolitan areas. In a number of Western European cases, new towns were introduced with the explicit goal of creating new economic centers in previously underdeveloped areas. Examples of this trend included Morinx in southwestern France, Wulfen and Marl in the northern Ruhr district of Germany, Salzgitter in the German Harz Mountains, Wolfsburg in Germany's Lower Saxony region, Cwmbran in South Wales, Corby in the East Midlands, England, Newton Aycliffe, Washington, and Peterlee in northern England, Skelmersdale outside Liverpool, and Luossavaara-Kiruna in northern Sweden, among others. 15. However, the majority of new towns policies in post-war Western Europe were intended to subsidize and plan the process of suburban development, particularly around large urban centers. Thus large-scale urban planning initiatives in London, Paris, Copenhagen, Stockholm, the German Ruhrzone, and the Dutch Randstad delineated particular axes along which development was to be channeled and specific growth nodes into which population settlement was to be concentrated. Major national examples of new towns policies included the following. In Britain, the New Towns Act of 1946 established a national legal and administrative framework for the construction of new towns in suburban zones during much of the Fordist period. It established new town development corporations to guide the growth of new towns and introduced various financial incentives and restrictions intended to enhance RMS to decentralize their investments outside the most congested urban cores. Other components of the framework were intended to reduce metropolitan-wide population densities by encouraging residential decentralization. To this end, new forms of public infrastructure and housing were planned and eventually constructed outside London and other major cities such as Glasgow, Edinburgh, Cardiff, Newcastle, Liverpool, Manchester, and Birmingham. In conjunction with the planning of suburban new towns, large-scale green belts were also established around many urban areas. However, while over 500,000 people moved into the new towns during the 2 decades following World War II, these settlements absorbed only a relatively minimal proportion of total population growth within major British metropolitan regions. The French New Towns program was developed following World War II to address an increasingly serious housing crisis. Large-scale housing estates, or grands ensembles, were subsequently constructed with considerable state-financial aid through a variety of public or quasi-public agencies. As of 1958, a number of priority development areas were delineated throughout the Paris region, including Aulnay-sous-Varan, Créteil, Vitry, and Massy-Antony, in which such residential clusters were to be concentrated. Smaller grands ensembles were subsequently established at the fringes of other major French towns, as well as, in a few cases, in relatively marginal, mono-industrial zones and peripheral regions. The French New Towns program was significantly expanded in 1965 following the introduction of a master plan for urban development in the Paris region, which demarcated a constellation of new, relatively self-contained urban centers that were to be constructed along two preferential axes running along a southeast to northwest arc roughly parallel to the Seine beyond the city's most densely developed core. Broadly analogous master plans were subsequently introduced for Lyon, Nancy, Nantes, and Rouen-le-Havre. All were intended to forecast emergent urbanization patterns and demographic trends, and on this basis, to establish a new planning framework through which appropriate infrastructures for housing and transportation could be established. The priority of constructing and regulating new towns was also rooted in national policies and integrated directly into the 6th and 7th National Plans of 1971-5 and 1976-80. In addition, during this period the earlier ZUPs were replaced by concerted development zones in order to channel both private capital investment and governmental subsidies into the new towns. In the Netherlands, new towns policies likewise acquired considerable prominence during the post-war period. The previously mentioned project of concentrated deconcentration, which was introduced through the Second Report on Physical Planning of 1966, contained an explicit agenda of counteracting suburban sprawl and preserving open spaces. It attempted to achieve these goals in part through the establishment of new towns in close proximity to major urban cores, both within and beyond the western Randstad megalopolis. In addition to overspill towns or growth towns in immediate proximity to Rotterdam, The Hague, and Amsterdam, major new towns such as Almere, Lelystad, Dronten, and Emmeloord were also constructed on reclaimed land in the polder zones of the Zuiderzee. The Dutch approach to new towns was thus focused above all on channeling residential investments beyond the city cores, on coordinating urban development and preserving open space within the Randstad's green heart, on expanding regional transportation infrastructures, and on managing demographic expansion throughout the national territory. To be sure, the decentralization initiatives embodied in new towns policies were articulated at a more circumscribed scale than the types of regional policies discussed above. For the most part, they promoted a dispersion of industrial investment, infrastructural facilities, and population within major Fordist industrial regions rather than across the entire national territory of Fordist Keynesian states. Nonetheless, insofar as Western European new towns 156 policies were mobilized in significant measure through national governmental initiatives, and were articulated with reference to politically delineated target areas that were dispersed widely across each national territory, they must be viewed as key spatial strategies through which the regulatory architecture of spatial Keynesianism was articulated. Moreover, as Fordist urban regions expanded beyond the inherited boundaries of traditional industrial city cores, new towns policies became crucial regulatory instruments through which state institutions at once on national, regional, and local scales attempted to manage the process of urban and suburban development within their territories. While new towns policies did not disappear with the crisis of North Atlantic Fordism in the early 1970s, their broad diffusion in the Western European context must be understood above all in relation to the distinctive types of state spatial strategies that emerged under the Fordist Keynesian configuration of capitalist development. Consolidated metropolitan government. Within this nationalized system of urban governance, metropolitan political institutions acquired an important mediating role between managerial local states and centrally organized, redistributive systems of spatial planning. Between the mid-1960s and the early 1970s, diverse types of consolidated metropolitan institutions were established in a number of major Western European city regions. Among the major metropolitan institutions established during this period in Western Europe were the Greater London Council, the Madrid Metropolitan Area Planning and Coordinating Commission, the Rayonnement or Greater Rotterdam Port Authority, the urban communities in French cities such as Bordeaux, Lille, Lyon, and Strasbourg, the Stuttgart Regional Association, the metropolitan counties in British cities such as Manchester, Birmingham, Liverpool, Leeds, Sheffield, and Newcastle, the Barcelona Metropolitan Corporation, the Greater Copenhagen Council, the Greater Frankfurt Association, and the Ruhr Municipal Agency in the Ruhr agglomeration of Germany. Debates on the construction of metropolitan and regional institutions during this era focused predominantly upon the issues of administrative efficiency, local service provision, regional planning, and spatial redistribution within the nationally organized macroeconomic policy frameworks of the Keynesian welfare national state. Thus, newly established metropolitan institutions came to operate as key, coordinating administrative tiers within the centralized hierarchies of intergovernmental relations that prevailed under spatial Keynesianism. The establishment of larger units of urban territorial administration was viewed as a means to rationalize welfare. 157. Service provision and to reduce administrative inefficiencies within rapidly expanding urban agglomerations. At the same time, metropolitan institutional forms were seen as being analogous to Fordist forms of mass production insofar as they were thought to generate economies of scale in the field of public service provision. Accordingly, in a 1969 report to the British government, the Redcliffe Maud Royal Commission maintained that a population of 250,000 inhabitants was the optimal size threshold for effective, efficient local government. As suburbanization and industrial decentralization proceeded apace during the course of the 1970s, metropolitan political institutions came to be justied as a means to establish a closer spatial correspondence between governmental structures and functional territories. Numerous consolidated metropolitan institutions were introduced in order to differentiate urban and regional spaces functionally among zones of production, housing, transportation, recreation, and so forth. Metropolitan authorities subsequently acquired important roles in guiding industrial expansion, infrastructural investment, and population settlement beyond traditional city cores into suburban fringes, primarily through the deployment of comprehensive land use plans and other policy mechanisms to enhance intrametropolitan locational patterns. Box 4.7 summarizes the basic features of Rotterdam's rayonnement, which represents a typical instance of metropolitan governance within a large-scale Fordist industrial city region. Metropolitan governmental institutions appear significantly to have enhanced the geographies of state power and urban development during the era of high Fordism. They represented, on the one hand, state spatial projects insofar as they entailed the construction of new layers of political authority and regulatory capacity within inherited national administrative geographies. At the same time, insofar as they were generally harnessed in order to enhance land use and investment patterns within major Western European city regions, the consolidated metropolitan governments of this period also provided an important institutional platform for the mobilization of new types of state spatial strategies at urban and regional scales. Summary. 4 broad generalizations regarding the political geographies of Fordist Keynesian capitalism in Western Europe may be derived from the preceding analysis. 1. The Keynesian welfare national states that emerged throughout Western Europe during the post-war period were premised upon new ways of organizing, producing, and transforming political economic space. They entailed a variety of spatially selective institutional changes and policy initiatives that fundamentally transformed inherited patterns of state spatial organization and intervention. 2. The problem of regulating and reproducing Fordist forms of urban development occurred crucially in the production of these new forms of state space under post-war capitalism. As the Fordist pattern of urbanization accelerated and expanded, a new politics of spatial Keynesianism emerged across Western Europe in response to some of its major accompanying regulatory dilemmas. These dilemmas included, above all, improving administrative efficiency in metropolitan public service delivery, subsidizing and coordinating urban collective consumption, controlling the growth of rapidly expanding urban cores, securing an appropriate spatial X for Fordist regional production systems, and, above all, alleviating newly emergent patterns of uneven development within each national territory. National states thus played a key role in constructing, regulating, and reproducing the historically specific socio-spatial configurations upon which the Fordist regime of accumulation was grounded. 3. The regulatory architecture of spatial Keynesianism was composed of diverse state spatial projects and state spatial strategies that, taken together, contributed in fundamental ways to the pervasive nationalization of political economic space that unfolded during this period. State spatial projects were mobilized in order to centralize regulatory control over local development and to subsume all locational points within the national territory from cities, industrial regions, suburbs, and new towns to outlying areas and rural zones within relatively uniform, standardized administrative frameworks. State spatial strategies were mobilized in order to embed local and regional economies within an encompassing national space economy and to equalize the distribution of industry, infrastructure, and population across the entire national territory. To be sure, across Western Europe, each national state mobilized contextually specific combinations of such state spatial projects and state spatial strategies, and their precise institutional contours and regulatory orientations frequently became major focal points for political and territorial struggles. Nonetheless, the basic elements of spatial Keynesianism, as deemed in the preceding discussion, crystallized in some form within all major Western European national states between the early 1960s and the mid-1970s. 4. The politics of spatial Keynesianism signaled a significant intensification of state intervention into processes of urban and regional development. During the post-war period, national states not only rationalized, homogenized, and standardized subnational administrative structures, but mobilized a variety of political strategies intended, simultaneously, to facilitate economic expansion and social reproduction within core urban regions and to disperse socio-economic capacities and infrastructural investments outwards into suburban areas, outlying towns, and peripheralized regions. In this manner, cities, regions, and all other subnational economic spaces were increasingly enclosed within nationalized interscalar rule regimes. Such rule regimes served at once to subordinate cities and regions to the centralizing regulatory controls of national governments and to position them within nationally congruent spatial div. 160. Isions of labor. While these interscalar rule regimes were constructed, in a trial-and-error manner, through the various institutional forms and policy mechanisms outlined above, they eventually came to deem the basic parameters for local political economic life under the Fordist Keynesian system. The politics of spatial Keynesianism thus shaped the institutional landscapes of post-war capitalism in profound, far-reaching ways. Spatial Keynesianism played a key role in producing, stabilizing, and reproducing the distinctive urban-built environments, land use patterns, regional agglomeration economies, and nationwide infrastructural networks associated with Fordist urbanization. At the same time, the mobilization of spatial Keynesianism accelerated, deepened and intensified the nationalization of politically that was unfolding under North Atlantic Fordism, and in this manner, contributed significantly to the establishment of qualitatively new forms of state spatial selectivity. Indeed, spatial Keynesianism arguably represented the historical high point of 20th-century state strategies to alleviate uneven geographical development and territorial inequality within national borders. Insofar as intranational polarization was widely viewed as a significant barrier to stabilized national macroeconomic growth, the project of alleviating spatial disparities and equalizing socio-economic capacities across the national territory acquired an unprecedented political economic significance throughout Western Europe. The old Fordist mechanisms were developed to regulate the interaction of regional economies within a single nation-state rather than the interaction of interdependent regional and national economies in Europe. Mick Dunford and Diane Perrons. During the early 1970s, a number of tumultuous political economic shifts sent shockwaves through the North Atlantic Fordist configuration of territorial development. These included, most crucially, the breakdown of the Bretton Woods monetary order, the eruption of the 1973 oil crisis, the intensification of economic competition from newly industrializing countries, the decline of traditional Fordist mass production industries, the rise of mass unemployment, the increasing saturation of Fordist mass consumption markets, and the skull crisis of Keynesian welfare national states. These developments significantly destabilized the interscalar arrangements on which the Fordist Keynesian political economic order was organized: national regulation of the wage relation and international regulation of currency and trade. The deregulation of financial markets and the global credit system since the collapse of the Bretton 161 Woods system in 1973 undermined the viability of nationally organized demand management and monetary policies. Meanwhile, the intensified globalization of production, intercapitalist competition, and financials diminished the capacity of Keynesian welfare national states to treat their territorial economies as if they were self-enclosed, quasi-autarkic economic spaces. Under these circumstances, as Dunford explains, the connection between a national model of productivity growth and national macroeconomic mechanisms was weakened. In the past, wages paid in a particular country were also a major determinant of demand for the products of RMS located in that country. With internationalization, wages appeared increasingly as nothing more than a cost to be minimized. As successive governments adopted monetarist strategies, demand stagnated. World demand is just the sum of demand in each individual nation, however, and so as countries copied one another, world demand stagnated and the recession was internationalized. The global economic recession persisted into the 1980s, and processes of deindustrialization spread throughout the older industrialized world. Growth rates continued to plunge during this decade even as monetarist and neoliberal regulatory strategies superseded the traditional Keynesian formula of promoting full employment, institutionalizing demand management, and guaranteeing national social welfare. Taken together, these trends heralded the dissolution of the Fordist developmental regime, the systematic collapse of the interscalar arrangements upon which the post-war regulatory order had been grounded, and the dramatic proliferation of rescaling processes throughout the North Atlantic zone. 16. For present purposes, my concern is to summarize the ways in which the political, economic and scalar transformations of the 1970s destabilized the regulatory system of spatial Keynesianism that had been established in Western Europe and opened up a political space in which alternative approaches to the regulation of capitalist urbanization could be mobilized. In this context, four distinct but closely intertwined processes of political economic restructuring are of particular relevance. Spatial scale of regulation. Regulatory tensions and contradictions underlying the crisis of North Atlantic Fordism. Global international financial instability intensifies following the crisis of the Bretton Woods system in 1971. Intensified competition from newly industrialized countries threatens U.S. global economic hegemony and contributes to the formation of a new international division of labor. Global national relations. The internationalization of capital accelerates, undermining the viability of Keynesian demand management strategies and macroeconomic policies. Domestic macroeconomic problems are transmitted globally. National. With the decline of Fordist mass production systems, deindustrialization deepens, leading in turn to mass unemployment. Consequently, national governments experience extensive fiscal crises under conditions of declining control over interest rates and intensifying domestic distributional conflicts. National-local relations. New forms of intranational uneven development emerge and classical approaches to territorial redistribution become increasingly ineffectual. Fiscal retrenchment shrinks local budgetary resources and intergovernmental conflicts intensify. Local. As national fiscal crises worsen, local welfarism is undermined. Urban social exclusion and socio-spatial polarization intensify. 1. The decline and restructuring of mass production industries. The traditional mass production industries upon which the Fordist growth dynamic was grounded, such as steel, Petrochemicals, machine tools, appliances, shipbuilding, and the like contracted and declined as of the early 1970s due to a combination of intensified international competition, market saturation, and accelerated technological change. Unemployment rates skyrocketed as a wave of plant closings, layoffs, and industrial relocations swept across the Western European economic landscape. Although revitalized, neo-Fordist forms of mass production eventually crystallized within these sectors in a number of European manufacturing regions. Their industrial output and their share of total employment were markedly diminished relative to the levels associated with the high Fordist period. In the wake of these shifts, many of the boom regions of European Fordism, such as the English Midlands and the German Ruhr district, experienced long-lasting crises that were manifested in mass unemployment, social upheaval, infrastructural decay, and extensive ecological degradation. The decline of Fordist industries also had a profound impact upon more economically diverse metropolitan regions, such as London, Paris, Hamburg, and Milan, which confronted analogous problems within their traditional manufacturing sectors. Whereas Fordist systems of production have in no way disappeared from the Western European economic landscape, they have been profoundly restructured during the last 3 decades, as the socio-institutional conditions for maintaining industrial competitiveness in the manufacturing sector have been reconstituted under a new geo-economic configuration. These developments presented major dilemmas for the forms of territorial redistribution that had been introduced during the Fordist Keynesian period. Spatial Keynesianism targeted relatively underdeveloped regions as the key geographical focal points for redistributive public subsidies. Throughout the post-war period, large-scale manufacturing regions were viewed as economic spaces in which continued industrial development and social prosperity could be presupposed unproblematically. However, following the crisis of North Atlantic Fordism, this widespread equation of core city regions with consistent economic growth, permanent full employment, and stable demographic expansion became increasingly problematic. Instead, a new configuration of territorial development began to crystallize in which cities and regions across each national territory were restructured according to their relative positions within supranational spatial divisions of labor, and new forms of territorial inequality were superimposed upon inherited national patterns of core-periphery polarization. Within this transformed economic landscape, in which all major local and regional economies were undergoing systematic, highly disruptive transformations, the project of alleviating intranational uneven development through national state intervention was 164. Significantly complicated. 4. In contrast to the Fordist territorial configuration, in which spaces of growth, spaces of decline, and lagging areas appeared to be separated neatly among distinct geographical zones within each national territory, these different types of spaces were now being superimposed and interlinked at all geographical scales. During the course of the 1970s, a number of Western European countries attempted to confront this situation by including declining industrial cities on the list of target areas for redistributive territorial policies. Yet, as economic stagnation persisted and national budgets were further squeezed, the viability of promoting spatial equalization at a national scale was widely called into question. 2. The rise of exible production systems. As traditional manufacturing sectors declined, productivity, output, and employment began to expand significantly in newer industrial sectors grounded upon exible or lean production systems. These exible production systems have been characterized by the use of non-dedicated machinery and multi-skilled labor at the RM level, expanding social divisions of labor, dense subcontracting relationships, and short-term contracts at the inter-RM level, and increasing product differentiation in the sphere of circulation. Although exible production methods have had a profound impact upon labor practices and industrial organization throughout the advanced industrial economies, they have been particularly prevalent within 3 broad sectoral clusters: high-technology industry, advanced producer and financial services, and revitalized craft production. Additionally, during the last 3 decades, exible production methods have been introduced into traditional mass production sectors such as automobiles, as large RMS have mobilized new strategies in order to enhance efficiency, to bolster market share and to externalize risks in an increasingly turbulent geo-economic environment. Such strategies have generally involved the construction of new spatial divisions of labor in which command and control functions are centralized at selected headquarters locations, low-cost production facilities are dispersed outwards through global sourcing arrangements, and other major production functions are subcontracted or outsourced to diverse supplier networks. These organizational changes have been facilitated through advanced information technologies that provide new opportunities for increased flexibility in the production process and new options to customize products and production. The nature of the industrial divide between Fordist production systems and their putative successor remains a matter of considerable dispute. The crucial point here is that, during the last 3 decades, the RMS and regions associated with these flexibly organized, high-technology sectors have come to account for an increasing proportion of industrial output and employment in major Western European economies. As in other zones of the world economy, the CRIS 165 talization of flexible production systems in the Western European context has been particularly evident in so-called neo-Marshallian industrial districts, where small and medium-sized RMS have traditionally dominated the local economic fabric and where mass production technologies were never widely adopted. In addition to these new industrial spaces, flexible production systems and high-technology industrial clusters have also acquired prominence within and around major European global cities such as London, Paris, Amsterdam, Copenhagen, Frankfurt, Zurich, and Milan. Here, large transnational corporations rely extensively upon local webs of producer and financial services industries that are generally organized in flexible, decentralized forms. The post-war project of spatial Keynesianism entailed various top-down political strategies to establish standardized socio-economic assets, integrated policy frameworks, uniform institutional forms, and territory-encompassing infrastructural arrangements across the entire national space economy. However, with the crystallization of flexible production systems, corporate and political elites have come to emphasize the importance of customized, specialized, and place-specific conditions of production within local and regional economies as a means to secure global competitive advantages. As Veltz explains, economic development is increasingly systemic and presumes highly specific conditions in the environment, in the production and use of techniques and in competencies. Whereas in Taylorist Fordist mass production, territory mainly appeared as a stock of generic resources, nowadays it increasingly underpins a process of the creation of specialized resources. Competitiveness among nations, regions, and cities proceeds less from static endowments as in classical comparative advantage theories, than from their ability to produce new resources, not necessarily material ones, and to set up efficient configurations in terms of costs, quality of goods or services, velocity, and innovation. As we shall see in subsequent chapters, the increasingly widespread demand for place-specific regulatory, institutional, and infrastructural arrangements is to be interpreted less as the reaction of inexorable economic requirements than as the expression of newly emergent political strategies intended to position particular subnational economic spaces within supranational circuits of capital accumulation. In the present context, the key point is that the diffusion of flexible production systems across the Western European space economy has helped to create a political economic environment in which the traditional, compensatory regulatory strategies associated with spatial Keynesianism are considered increasingly obsolete. 3. The globalization and integration of European economic space. The aforementioned sectoral realignments have occurred in close conjunction with an intensified globalization and supranational integration of the European space economy. Since the early 1980s, European national economies have been fused. 166. Together through the institutions of the European Community and, subsequently, the European Union. With the consolidation of the single European market and the resultant abolition of tariff and non-tariff barriers to trade in 1993, international trade and foreign direct investment among the EU member states' economies were further accelerated. These developments, coupled with the deregulation of the financial sector and the process of European monetary integration, have significantly enhanced the mobility of capital within the EU states, reduced transaction costs, and intensified inter-RM competition for European market shares. Consequently, companies are increasingly restructuring themselves to serve the European market as a whole rather than a set of national markets. They eliminate national headquarters and have just a European headquarters, they have European-wide marketing strategies, and they streamline their product range and concentrate their production. Meanwhile, non-European foreign direct investment has also increased throughout the European Economic Zone, above all in the United Kingdom, France, the Netherlands, and Germany. Through a combination of mergers and acquisitions, the formation of international strategic alliances, and new greenfield investments, North American and Japanese corporations, among others, have become major players in European economies, competing directly with European RMS for national market shares. Dunford reports that direct overseas investment in EU countries reached $98.4 billion compared with $14.8 billion in the 1980s, increasing some 3 times faster than gross domestic XED capital formation in most of the large EU economies. Major European corporations have likewise internationalized their activities to become an important source of foreign direct investment in North America, Japan, and Europe itself. Cross-border mergers, acquisitions, and strategic alliances among European RMS have also significantly intensified as of the 1980s. In short, during the last 3 decades, a tidal wave of massive organizational and geographical restructuring has been underway within Western Europe as major European, North American, and Japanese RMS compete aggressively for market positions within the European economy while struggling to adjust to rapid geo-economic fluctuations. As a result of these developments, places throughout the EU are being embedded ever more directly in the hyperspace of transnational corporate capital. Even in the midst of the deepening localization and agglomeration tendencies associated with the proliferation of flexible production systems and processes of global city formation, the economic vitality of cities and regions has come to hinge still more directly upon their positions within international corporate geographies. The politics of spatial Keynesianism were oriented towards the patterns of core, periphery polarization that had emerged during the Fordist period within 167. Relatively autocentric national economies and extensively nationalized urban systems. Within this framework, territorial inequality was expressed, above all, in the form of a divide between expanding industrial city cores and relatively underdeveloped rural peripheries. However, post-1980s patterns of globalization and Europeanization have destabilized this pyramid-shaped model of territorial organization by embedding national economies within European and global spatial divisions of labor, expanding the geographic scope of transnational corporate activities, and enhancing the significance of horizontal linkages among large metropolitan regions situated in different national territories. As Veltz indicates, within this archipelago economy, metropolitan city cores are being delinked from their immediate hinterlands and connected instead to a transnational interurban network. In this new geo-economic context, the project of generating spread effects within a single national territory, as had been envisioned by post-war regional economists such as Muerdal and Hirschman, has become increasingly problematic. As Holland already recognized in the 1970s, multinational corporations have little reason to cooperate with the regional development priorities of their host countries, they thus contribute very little to the spreading of industrial capacities beyond the major metropolitan centers in which their own operations are located. More generally, by undermining the territorial and functional coherence of national economies, contemporary processes of globalization and European integration have at once enhanced socio-spatial polarization at a variety of spatial scales and undermined inherited national political strategies for alleviating the latter. 4. The crisis of the Keynesian welfare national state. The Keynesian welfare national states that had been consolidated throughout post-war Western Europe underwent a major crisis during the course of the 1970s. The geo-economic trends outlined above undermine the viability of traditional Keynesian macroeconomic objectives such as full employment, price stability and sustained economic growth while also generating major new regulatory problems such as rising unemployment, growing public debt, decaying public infrastructures, and shrinking state budgets. Subsequently, a variety of post-Keynesian regulatory experiments were mobilized whose aggregate effect, by the late 1980s, was to erode the institutional foundations of the post-war welfare state and to establish a more fragmented, multi-tiered, and market-oriented regime of state regulation than previously existed. At different times and speeds in Western Europe, the redistributive mandate of the welfare state was superseded by a new framework of political imperatives, such as promoting structural competitiveness, labor market accessibility, efficient public management, and permanent innovation. In this new political regime, labor is treated primarily as a cost of production in world markets rather than as a source of consumer demand. Accordingly, social policy is increasingly subordinated to the priority of maintaining labor market accessibility in a global context. Meanwhile, the demand side Polit. 168. Equal programs that prevailed within the Keynesian welfare state, such as employment policy, skill policy, and monetary policy, have been subordinated to supply-side agendas intended to enhance the accessibility of markets, RMS, and sectors and to construct advanced communications and transportation infrastructures for transnational corporations. In this manner, Western Europe has witnessed the widespread consolidation of competition states, as outlined in general terms in Ch2 above. This transformation of inherited forms of state regulation necessarily had major implications for the politics of spatial Keynesianism across Western Europe. First, the crisis and retrenchment of the Keynesian welfare state occurred under conditions in which demands for state aid were significantly increased while tax revenues were shrinking. The availability of public funds for redistributive spatial policies was thus severely constrained, and traditional forms of compensatory regional policy, like other forms of social policy, were scaled back. Second, the rise of new right and neoliberal political agendas in many Western European states entailed an aggressive ideological assault upon many established forms of state redistribution, which were now widely represented as an unnecessary interference in market relations. Consequently, the post-war view of socio-territorial inequality as a barrier to stable macroeconomic growth was called into question. Intranational spatial disparities were increasingly reinterpreted as unavoidable preconditions and consequences of market-driven growth rather than being seen as regulatory problems in their own right. The project of promoting territorial redistribution within the national territory was thus widely dismissed as an obsolete remnant of an earlier, gentler configuration of political economic life. Third, and nally, the establishment of multi-scalar regulatory arrangements within post-Keynesian competition states introduced a further complication for inherited forms of spatial Keynesianism. Within these newly emergent institutional hierarchies stretching from the EU downwards to regional and municipal governments, national states are no longer the singular, predominant scale of political economic governance and territorial redistribution. Consequently, even in national contexts in which political support for projects of spatial equalization has persisted, there has been considerable confusion, disagreement, and debate regarding the appropriate scale at which such projects should be mobilized. The national scale is no longer taken for granted as the primary level on which the regulation of capitalist territorial development should occur. Therefore, coupled with the aforementioned geo-economic trends, processes of welfare state retrenchment during the 1980s significantly destabilized the politico-institutional foundations for spatial Keynesianism, causing its various regulatory components to be weakened, reddened, or, in some cases, dismantled. Drawing on the stylized conceptualization of spatial Keynesianism that was presented in Fig 4.2, Fig 4.8 provides a schematic representation of its destabilization following the crisis of North Atlantic Fordism. As the GUR indicates, due to the patterns of crisis-induced restructuring reviewed above, the key state spatial projects and state spatial strategies associated with spatial Keynesianism became increasingly problematic during the course of the 1970s. These restructuring processes generated a variety of contradictions that undermine the basic political, institutional, and geographical preconditions upon which spatial Keynesianism was premised. By the end of the 1970s, therefore, it had become apparent that the project of alleviating uneven spatial development through the promotion of balanced urbanization within relatively closed national economies was as short-lived as the Fordist accumulation regime itself. Conclusion: spatial Keynesianism played an essential role in constructing and reproducing the nationalized forms of state spatial selectivity that were consolidated during the Fordist Keynesian period. However, with the relativization of scales following the geo-economic crises of the early 1970s, the primacy of the national scale of state power was significantly disintegrated, leading to new conflicts and struggles over the re-articulation of state scalar arrangements. Crucially, however, spatial Keynesianism was not dismantled through a single, catastrophic rupture. Rather, its constitutive elements were eroded due to a confluence of distinct processes of restructuring, leading in turn to path-dependent, politically contested regulatory realignments and institutional modifications within each national state apparatus. Despite considerable variation in the form and pace of these national responses, such shifts opened up a political and institutional space in which alternative, significantly rescaled approaches to the political regulation of capitalist urbanization could be mobilized. In the next chapter, I analyze the consolidation of these post-Keynesian approaches to urban policy and territorial regulation, and their implications for the geographies of state spatiality. Such an investigation provides an illuminating basis on which to decipher the emergence and subsequent evolution of new state spaces in contemporary Western Europe. 171. 5. Interlocality competition as a state. Project, Urban Locational Policy and the Rescaling of State Space. The state's role in favor of foreign or transnational capital heightens the uneven development of capitalism within each country in which foreign capital is reproduced. It does this most notably by designating particular regions as development areas to the detriment of certain others, a process which produces sewers in the national unity underpinning the bourgeois state. Nicus Balances. Rather than be constrained by an external force of globalization, the state has created conditions whereby it must make a normative differentiation between different aspects of its national economy with respect to the global. The state has not retreated but reconfigured the way it applies its regulations, so that they are no longer national in the sense of being universally and evenly applied throughout the territory of the state. National economic policies and institutions are increasingly being geared towards promoting internal competition between different industrial regions for investment. Angus Cameron and Ronan Palin. Urban Governance and the Political Geographies of the Competition State. As noted in our initial discussion of state restructuring in Ch2, the early 1980s witnessed the consolidation of post-Keynesian competition states throughout Western Europe, as national governments struggled to adjust inherited institutional frameworks, regulatory arrangements, and modes of intervention to a radically transformed geo-economic configuration. In contrast to the redistributive agenda associated with the Keynesian welfare national state, the competition state attempts to promote economic regeneration by enhancing the global competitive advantages of its territory, including its major RMS, its labor force, its technological infrastructure, and its most important cities, regions, and industrial districts. In the Western European context, this agenda has been pursued through diverse political strategies, including, most prominently, neoliberal initiatives intended to dismantle inherited regulatory constraints upon capital accumulation and thus to reduce the costs of public administration and economic activity within particular locations, and social democratic initiatives intended to establish the institutional, social, and technological preconditions for high road pathways of industrialization in which the priorities of profitability and social equity are reconciled. Box 5.1 summarizes some of the Box 5.1 key perspectives on the post-Keynesian competition state. Competition state is used here to characterize a state that aims to secure economic growth within its borders or to secure competitive advantages for capitals based in its borders, even where they operate abroad, by promoting the economic and extra-economic conditions that are currently deemed vital for success in competition with economic actors and spaces located in other states. The competition state prioritizes the pursuit of strategies intended to create, restructure, or reinforce as far as it is economically and politically feasible to do so the competitive advantages of its territory, population, built environment, social institutions, and economic agents. Rather than attempt to take certain economic activities out of the market, to decommodify them as the welfare state was organized to do, the competition state has pursued increased marketization in order to make economic activities located within the national territory, or which otherwise contribute to national wealth, more competitive in international and transnational terms. The state in the contemporary global economy can be legitimately regarded as a competition state in this respect. States take on some of the characteristics of RMS as they strive to develop strategies to create competitive advantage. Both are, in effect, locked in competitive struggles to capture global market shares. Specifically, states compete to enhance their international trading position and to capture as large a share as possible of the gains from trade. They compete to attract productive investment to build up their national production base, which, in turn, enhances their competitive position. In particular, states strive to create, capture, and maintain the higher value-adding elements of the production chain. 173. Key perspectives on the competition state that have been developed by critical political economists. Competition states should not be construed as fully consolidated, internally coherent state forms. They are generally grounded upon speculative, mutually contradictory political strategies intended simultaneously to promote economic development, to enhance national competitive advantages, to alleviate proliferating socio-economic tensions, and to maintain political legitimation. For this reason, within each state territory, the consolidation of competition states generates new fault lines of political conflict at various geographical scales, leading in turn to further rounds of trial and error, regulatory experimentation, institutional evolution, and socio-political struggle. Competition states must thus be viewed as unstable politico-institutional matrices in which a variety of structural realignments, policy realignments, and socio-political struggles are unfolding. Most importantly for our purposes, the consolidation of competition states has entailed a number of fundamental transformations of state spatial selectivity. In contrast to the comprehensive nationalization of regulatory space that was pursued under Fordist Keynesian capitalism, the current round of global restructuring has entailed the systematic destabilization of inherited national political geographies and the construction of new scalar configurations in a number of major regulatory spheres. The rearticulation of these regulatory arrangements has been intertwined with a major shaking up and reconstitution of worldwide interscalar hierarchies. Indeed, current transformations of national state spatiality have been provoked by, and have in turn significantly accelerated, the relativization of scales and the other rescalings, reterritorializations, and rearticulations of capitalist socio-spatial organization that were outlined in Ch2. This reshifting of the hierarchy of spaces has not established a stable interscalar architecture for the regulation of global capitalism, either above or below the national state. On the contrary, these worldwide rescaling processes have triggered an intensely contested search for a new institutional X characterized by the proliferation of political strategies intended to manage the disruptive supranational, national, regional, and local consequences of geo-economic restructuring. The newly forged patterns of spatial selectivity associated with post-Keynesian competition states must be understood in relation to these broader interscalar transformations and the diverse regulatory experiments and political struggles they have provoked. Against this background, the present chapter develops an interpretation of contemporary transformations of state spatiality in Western Europe. My central argument is that urban governance has served as a major catalyst, medium, and arena of state rescaling processes. In the previous chapter, the nationalization of state space under post-war Western European capitalism was interpreted as an outcome of political and institutional responses to the regulatory dilemmas generated by Fordist Keynesian forms of urbanization. Analogously, The present chapter interprets the rescaling of Western European statehood as an expression of diverse political and institutional responses to Box 5.2. The rescaling of regulatory forms after Fordism. Sources, derived from Brenner and Theodore 2002a, Swangito 1997, Petit 1999. What is generally referred to as post-Fordism is a series of highly contested, deeply contradictory and variegated processes and power struggles that often revolve around scale, control over particular scales, the content of existing scales, the construction of new scales, and the articulation between scales. Wage relation. Nationalized collective bargaining agreements and national regulations ensuring workers' rights are undermined. In many contexts, wage levels, working conditions, and workers' benefits are renegotiated, in downgraded forms, on a regional, local, sectoral, or plant-level basis. Form of intercapitalist competition. National protectionist policies and national barriers to foreign direct investment are weakened or dismantled. Due to the expansion of information and communications technologies, new spheres and methods of intercapitalist competition emerge. As Japanese and German capital threaten US RMS market shares, intercapitalist competition intensifies on a global scale. Monetary and financial regulation. National monetary systems and financial markets are deregulated with the collapse of the Bretton Woods system. As NAN's capital expands its control over industrial capital, the link between savings and investment is undermined. Global financial speculation intensifies with the rise of stateless monies that lie beyond national regulatory control. Offshore banking centers proliferate and the role of global regulatory bodies expands. The state and other forms of governance. Traditional Keynesian forms of national demand management, national macroeconomic policy, and national social welfare policy are undermined. State finances are reduced under conditions of sustained fiscal crisis, and public employment is retrenched. New, supply-side and monetarist programs of state intervention are mobilized, along with programs to promote structural competitiveness, technological innovation, and internationalization in major industries. Redistributive welfare policies are widely superseded by workfare policies intended forcibly to conscript workers into low-wage, contingent labor markets. New scales of regulation emerge at global, supranational, and subnational levels. International configuration. With the growing dominance of neoliberal ideologies, geoeconomic integration intensifies and deepens. Deregulatory initiatives facilitate the expansion of foreign direct investment and global financial speculation. The national scale of capital accumulation is increasingly superseded by supranational economic blocs and by subnational agglomeration economies. Neoliberal political economic forces promote the further deregulation, liberalization, and privatization of global, supranational, national, and local economic spaces. 175. The tumultuous, crisis-induced forms of urban restructuring that have unfolded since the 1970s. 1. The regulation of urban restructuring in post-1970s Western Europe has been pursued through a broad array of political strategies, at a variety of spatial scales, and by means of diverse institutional realignments. However, across the Western European city system, the attempt to regulate urban development during the post-1970s period has entailed significant rescalings of state spatial organization and state spatial regulation. 4. In pursuing their overarching goal of enhancing the supranational competitive advantages of their territories, Western European national, regional, and local states have mobilized a number of profoundly place and scale-sensitive approaches to institutional reorganization and regulatory intervention, many of which have explicitly targeted cities and city regions. These include state spatial projects intended to establish customized, place-specific regulatory capacities in major cities, city regions, and industrial districts and, more generally, to decentralize key aspects of economic regulation to subnational institutional levels, and state spatial strategies intended to reconcentrate socio-economic assets and advanced infrastructural investments within the most globally competitive city regions and, more generally, to enhance the territorial competitiveness of major local and regional economies. This rescaling of statehood has not only eroded the nationalized formations of urban governance and the redistributive forms of state spatial policy that prevailed during the Fordist Keynesian period. It has also entailed the consolidation of new interscalar rule regimes that have enhanced fiscal constraints and competitive pressures upon cities and regions, impelling their regulatory institutions to privilege the goals of local economic development and territorial competitiveness over traditional welfarist, redistributive priorities. I shall refer to the diverse institutional realignments and regulatory strategies mobilized by post-Keynesian competition states as forms of urban locational policy insofar as they explicitly target cities and urban regions as sites for the enhancement of territorial competitiveness. The key institutional features of such urban locational policies, their major political forms, and their relation to the contemporary rescaling of statehood, will be examined at length below. The new, growth-oriented forms of state intervention into urban and regional development that have crystallized in the wake of contemporary rescaling processes have been discussed by numerous urban scholars under the rubric of urban entrepreneurialism too. While the present chapter draws upon the empirical insights generated in such studies, I shall embed them within the spatialized state theoretical framework developed in Ch3. From this point of view, the pervasive reorientation of urban governance from the managerial, welfarist mode of the Fordist Keynesian period to an entrepreneurial, growth-oriented, and competitiveness-driven framework during the post-1970s period is not to be understood merely as a realignment of local institutional forms and functions. Rather, as I indicate below, the proliferation of entrepreneurial approaches to urban governance represents a key expression and outcome of the place and scale-specific types of state spatial projects and state spatial strategies that have been mobilized by post-Keynesian competition states. As such, entrepreneurial urban policies have been closely intertwined with contemporary processes of state rescaling. The next section examines the rearticulation of the Western European urban system during the last 3 decades, focusing in particular upon the crystallization of a new mosaic of uneven spatial development in conjunction with ongoing processes of industrial restructuring and European economic integration. On this basis, I consider the new approaches to urban policy that have been mobilized since the 1970s as Western European national, regional, and local states have attempted to confront the multifaceted regulatory problems associated with the new configuration of urbanization. Initially, deindustrializing cities and regions mobilized endogenous development policies that attempted to address place and scale-specific forms of economic decline while strengthening inherited social compromises and forms of territorial redistribution. However, the post-1980s period witnessed a pervasive turn towards urban locational policies, spatially selective state initiatives intended, above all, to enhance the supranational competitive advantages of strategic cities and city regions. Like the endogenous development policies of the 1970s and early 1980s, these new urban locational policies have emphasized the need for place and scale-specific forms of state regulatory intervention, but they have been oriented more directly towards positioning major cities strategically within broader global and European spatial divisions of labor than towards the traditional priority of facilitating intranational or intra-regional territorial redistribution. I argue that, since the mid-1980s, urban locational policies have been an increasingly pervasive state response to the regulatory challenges of geo-economic restructuring and European integration, and that such policies have in turn triggered a number of fundamental rescalings of state space. In the remainder of the chapter, I survey the major state spatial projects and state spatial strategies through which urban locational policies have been mobilized, and I examine their cumulative impact upon the scalar configuration of Western European statehood. Urban restructuring and uneven spatial development, towards Archipelago Europe. The core islands of Archipelago Europe already have a name: the Parisian region, London East Anglia, the New Edinburgh, Glasgow area, the Frankfurt, Stuttgart, and Munich regions, the New Berlin, Brussels district, Rotterdam and Antwerp, together with the rest of the Dutch Randstad, Denmark, Stockholm, Lombardia, the New Veneto, Torino, Madrid, Barcelona. The most aggressive natural resources will be available in these cities/regions, the best universities, research centers, and scientific institutions, the greatest theaters, operas, concert houses, and musea, headquarters of multinational organizations and networks of the most dynamic SMEs. The core islands will tend to establish, maintain, and strengthen tighter ties and linkages among themselves than with the rest of their national, European and global peripheries. The linkage between the core islands of the archipelago and the rest are growing increasingly weaker. Ricardo Petrella. The spatial consequences of the crisis of North Atlantic Fordism have been widely noted. In the Western European context, this crisis entailed the tumultuous decline of many large-scale manufacturing regions that had been grounded primarily upon Fordist mass production industries. As deindustrialization accelerated and established economic specializations were reworked, formerly dynamic cities and regions were confronted with unforeseen developmental blockages, decaying industrial infrastructures, and proliferating social problems. The urbanized industrial heartlands of Western Europe, including the British Midlands, northeast France, western Belgium, the Paris Basin, and the German Ruhr region, experienced devastating socio-economic and infrastructural crises during this period. In many European countries, as manufacturing industries were downsized, unemployment rates in major cities exceeded 20% or up to twice the national average. Even in countries in which average unemployment rates did not reach these levels, major cities experienced particularly massive job losses, above all in the manufacturing sector, during the course of the 1980s. However, some older industrial cities, such as those located in key border regions or in major transportation hubs, for instance, Lille, Barcelona, or Glasgow, were able to renew their strategic importance within the changed geo-economic configuration. Still, other European city regions, particularly major metropolitan centers such as London, Paris, Amsterdam, Copenhagen, 179, and Milan, experienced simultaneous processes of economic decline and economic rejuvenation as different sectors within their local economies struggled to adjust to the rapidly changing competitive environment. Just as importantly, in the midst of these major sectoral and geographical realignments, new spaces of growth emerged in a number of erstwhile lagging or marginalized regions that were insulated from the older foci of Fordist mass production. From Bristol, Cambridgeshire, Grenoble, and Montpellier to West Jutland, Baden-Württemberg, the Swiss Jura, Emilia-Romagna, and Tuscany, these new industrial spaces have been grounded upon exible production systems and have demonstrated impressive dynamism in a variety of internationalized, high-technology sectors and revitalized craft industries. Such new industrial spaces also proliferated on the fringes of major European city regions, in locations such as the M4 corridor, Eschborn and Darmstadt, the Site Scientique in southern Ile-de-France, the Schiphol Airport Zone, northern Rotterdam, and northern Copenhagen. Thus, even though historically entrenched territorial disparities decisively condition the developmental pathways of cities and regions, the current period has been characterized by qualitatively new forms of uneven development and periphery polarization at European, national, regional, and local geographical scales. These new, Europe-wide geographies of uneven spatial development may be understood as the expression of four closely related trends. 1. Metropolitanization and the rise of the archipelago economy. The sectoral transformations and new corporate accumulation strategies of the last 3 decades have intensified established spatial divisions between advanced, highly developed urban and regional cores and lagging, peripheralized zones. Faced with enhanced geo-economic volatility during the last 3 decades, the leading metropolitan areas of Western Europe have been able to exploit 2 crucial locational advantages: their strategic positions within advanced communications and transportation networks, and their large concentrations of high-skilled workers. Consequently, since the early 1980s, the strategic importance of major metropolitan cities within the Western European economy has been significantly enhanced. Veltz refers to this trend as a process of metropolitanization in which high value-added socio-economic capacities, advanced infrastructures, industrial growth, inward investment, and labor ows are increasingly concentrated within major metropolitan regions, and territorial disparities between core urban regions and peripheral towns and regions are significantly intensifying across the entire European economy. Such metropolitanization tendencies have been embodied, during the last 2 decades, in a number of spatial transformations within European national urban systems, including 180. The increased concentration of high-skilled, high-tech jobs and productivity growth in Paris, which now accounts for over 30% of French GNP. The increasing centralization of management and control functions in major German cities such as Frankfurt, Stuttgart, Cologne, Hamburg, Munich, and Berlin. The growing dominance of Greater London in producer and financial services. The enhanced significance of the Dutch Randstad as a center for corporate headquarters and logistics functions, and the intensified economic dynamism of local production systems, grounded upon a variety of industrial specializations and institutional configurations, in many major European urban and regional economies. The consolidation of the single European market in 1993 unleashed powerful centripetal forces that further contributed to the process of metropolitanization and the consequent intensification of territorial disparities. In short, processes of industrial restructuring since the 1970s have engendered a self-reinforcing polarization of high-level activities in well-resourced and well-connected nodes throughout the European space economy. Within the resultant archipelago economy, according to Veltz, metropolitan growth creates autonomous centers of development that benefit more from their networked horizontal relationships with other large poles than from their traditional vertical relationships with the hinterland. 2. The formation of transnational urban hierarchies. The rescaling of inherited urban hierarchies has also contributed to the establishment of new patterns of uneven spatial development during the last 3 decades. During the 1950s and 1960s, each European national economy contained an internal hierarchy of cities, suburbs, industrial regions, and lagging areas organized according to their specific functions within fortist production systems and nationalized spatial divisions of labor. By contrast, in the current period, processes of industrial restructuring, globalization, and European integration have contributed to the formation of new transnational urban systems in which the most globally integrated cities are linked together ever more tightly while disadvantaged places and less favored regions are further marginalized. Following a massive wave of mergers and acquisitions during the 1980s, foreign direct investment accelerated markedly across Western Europe, causing transnational corporate control over employment, output, and trade to be extended in many local economies. One major consequence of this development has been the formation of a European network of global cities in which advanced management, financial, and corporate control functions both for global and Europe-wide. 181. Investment activities have been centralized. Because such functions are heavily dependent upon a complex of specialized producer and financial services, they generate spillover effects into local economies that reinforce the metropolitanization tendencies discussed above. Major European global cities include, among others, London, Paris, Amsterdam, Frankfurt, Zurich, and Milan. These European global city economies now capture many of the administrative and managerial functions that were previously concentrated within regional centers or national capitals. Moreover, as Fig 5.3 indicates, a large number of global and European corporate headquarters in banking, commerce, and industry are concentrated within a relatively small network of European metropolitan centers. Box 5.3. Global city formation in Western Europe. Urban researchers have identified various global cities or world cities as key spatial nodes of contemporary global capitalism. Since the initial formulation of the world city hypothesis in the early 1980s by Cohen and Friedman and Wolff, world city theory has been consolidated as a major framework for critical urban studies. While various criteria have been proposed for the specification of the world urban hierarchy, Most researchers concur that world cities represent key basing points for global capitalist RMS due to their high concentrations of corporate decision-making, financial planning, and control capacities. In addition to their role as locations for TNC headquarters, global cities contain other propulsive industries that are linked to the activities of TNCs. The most important among these are advanced producer and financial services sectors, for instance, banking, accounting, advertising, financial management and consulting, business law, insurance, and the like, which serve the command and control requirements of transnational capital. Friedman's foundational statement on world city theory included a number of European cities within the global urban hierarchy: London, Paris, Rotterdam, Frankfurt, Zurich, Brussels, Milan, Vienna, and Madrid. More recently, Friedman has noted the role of Amsterdam, Barcelona, Lyon, Munich, and the Ruhr agglomeration as important nodes within the emergent transnational urban system. Many European global cities, such as London, Paris, and Amsterdam, have a much longer history as administrative hubs of colonial empires and as coordinating centers for global trade. Others, such as Frankfurt and Barcelona, have only more recently acquired worldwide or continental economic significance. As the methodology of world city theory has been rent, more precise models and more detailed descriptions of the European global city system have been developed. Such models have underscored not only the strategic functional roles of global cities within a vertically congruent urban hierarchy, but also their increasingly dense, horizontally articulated interlinkages with one another. Research on global cities has drawn attention to the following major realignments within the European urban system of urban development, even in cities and regions that lack the transnational command and control capacities associated with global cities. As processes of deindustrialization and reindustrialization have deepened, the entire European urban system has been differentiated extensively among cities and regions attempting to position themselves strategically within the single European market and the new international division of labor. As in the USA, where processes of industrial restructuring during the 1980s polarized urban development patterns between the declining snow belt cities of the northeastern manufacturing belt and the Sun Belt boomtowns of the south and west, these shifts within the Western European urban system have re-articulated and intensified nationally specific patterns of interurban polarization. Consequently, as evidence of intensifying intranational disparities mounted during the 1980s, debates on the regional problem were renewed both in political and academic circles. As we shall see below, political responses to the situation during the post-1980s period have differed significantly from those that predominated during the Fordist Keynesian epoch. 4. New zones of marginalization and exclusion. New zones of marginalization and exclusion have emerged at the fringes of Europe's vital axis as transnational corporations have continued to decentralize routinized, low-value-added economic functions and back offices into semi-peripheral and peripheral regions of Mediterranean and Southern Europe and, more recently, into the border states of Eastern and Central Europe. From Spain, Portugal, Southern Italy, and Greece to Poland, the Czech Republic, and Hungary, these zones are dominated by cities and towns that lack large clusters of skilled workers and an advanced industrial, transportation, and communications infrastructure. Given the centripetal forces and large-scale socio-spatial disparities that have been unleashed through the process of European integration, it has been extraordinarily difficult for cities and regions located in these marginalized zones of the European space economy to break out of deregulatory, defensive modes of adjustment. Figure 5.5 illustrates the intensifying disparities among strong and weak European regions, measured in GDP per inhabitant, during the 1980-88 period. The new patterns of uneven geographical development that have resulted from the aforementioned four trends have been described through a number of spatial metaphors, including the blue banana, the blue star, the cucumber, the European green grape, the bowl of fruit, the boomerang, and the red octopus. 3 Map 5.1 depicts one of the most widely disseminated spatial images of post-1970s Europe, the so-called blue banana, which was elaborated by Brunet in a report for the French Spatial Planning Agency. Whereas the development of the post-war space economy up to the early 1970s was generally convergent, for the past decade or more, and especially since the late 1970s, it has been divergent. The pattern of uneven development is now one of increasing spatial division, at a variety of spatial scales. To a large extent these divergent geographies wreak the different roles of different areas and localities in the old and new regimes of accumulation, and on a wider front their position in the changing international division of labor. The regional repercussions of this loosening up of the landscape of capital have been dramatic and perplexing. Relatively stable mosaics of uneven regional development have suddenly become almost kaleidoscopic. Once highly industrialized and prosperous core region segments of the American manufacturing belt, Northeast England and Wales, Northern France, Wallonia, the Ruhr have been experiencing accelerated economic decline and deindustrialization, while many poor peripheral regions have become new centers of industrial growth and expansion. These role reversals of regions wreaked what has been the most extensive geographical decentralization and internationalization of industrial production since the origins of industrial capitalism. The geo-economic dislocations of the 1970s intensified territorial disparities across the European space economy. These new territorial disparities were articulated on a variety of spatial scales, but one of their most significant expressions was the intensified polarization of spatial development within each national territory. Under these circumstances, traditional urban/rural divisions were increasingly superseded by differentials in employment, population, and investment levels among already urbanized local and regional economies. In the FRG, the UK, and Italy, academic and public discussions of the so-called North/South divide proliferated during the 1980s in conjunction with debates on deindustrialization, mass unemployment, and urban decline. In the German context, researchers detected evidence of a North/South regional divide during the mid-1980s, as disparities intensified between the declining, older industrial areas of the West and North and the more diverse southern regions, where many high-technology RMS had recently agglomerated. Analogous forms of territorial polarization were articulated within the German urban system during this period. While all major cities in the Federal Republic of Germany experienced population growth and high employment levels until the mid-1960s, by the early 1970s conditions among cities located in different zones of the national territory had come to differ significantly. Northern industrial cities such as Berlin, Hamburg, Bremen, Hanover, Düsseldorf, Bochum, and Essen became sites of disinvestment and mass unemployment. Data. Such simplistic spatial models have been criticized, however, because they ossify complex networks of interdependencies and ongoing socio-spatial transformations into a static territorial grid. Moreover, insofar as they are usually promulgated by public agencies that have a strong political interest in depicting particular localities, regions, or countries as the boom regions of the future, such models are often based less on empirical evidence than on creative geopolitical imaginations. For present purposes, the key point is that recent processes of geoeconomic restructuring, European integration, and metropolitanization have meant. Meanwhile, southern urban centers such as Frankfurt, Stuttgart, and Munich became important centers for high-tech industries and advanced producer and financial services. The economic dynamism of these southern cities was wreaked in relatively low unemployment rates throughout the 1980s. In Britain, the North/South divide has a long historical legacy. While spatial inequalities were partially counterbalanced during the post-war period, as regional per capita incomes tendentially converged, they intensified following the onset of global recession and the consolidation of Thatcherism. These new territorial disparities were debated most explicitly in the UK as a resurgence of the country's recurrent regional problem. During the 1980s, the historically entrenched North/South divide in Britain was exacerbated through a combination of accelerated economic growth in the southeast, the southwest, and East Anglia, continued industrial decline and socio-economic crisis in the older manufacturing regions of the West Midlands, the northwest of England, Scotland, and Wales, and significantly increased north/south divergence in unemployment levels, household income, and new business registrations. The intensification of inward investment around Greater London, the process of global city formation in the city's financial district and, more generally, the growing London-centeredness of the entire UK economy, contributed further to these trends. Italy represents another major European national state in which an inherited north/south divide was exacerbated during the 1980s. While it was grounded upon historically entrenched spatial divisions, the new pattern of territorial polarization was the product of three post-1970s developments. First, in the northwestern heartlands of Italian Fordism, the industrial centers of Genoa and Turin underwent significant deindustrialization and reindustrialization. Meanwhile, Milan was transformed into an important second-tier European global city region, generating important spillover effects for its surrounding regional economy. Second, the northeastern and central industrial districts of Emilia-Romagna and the Third Italy were consolidated as major sites for exhibible production systems, above all in revitalized craft sectors dominated by small and medium-sized RMS. Third, despite the redistributive regional policy programs that had been mobilized during the post-war period, the southern Mezzogiorno region experienced a severe economic crisis characterized by mass unemployment, capitalite, and insufficient capital investment. Thus, even though the national space economy was often said to have been differentiated among three Italys during this period, the north/south division continued to represent the predominant axis of territorial inequality. 187. Fundamentally transformed the patterns of geographical industrialization and territorial development that prevailed under Fordist Keynesian capitalism. Consequently, as Petrella indicates in the statement quoted at the outset of this section, the economic geography of the New Europe is now dominated by a broad urban arc stretching from the southeast of England through the German Rhinelands southwards to the northern Italian industrial triangle. The heartlands of this densely urbanized vital axis are located, RST, in the traditional northwestern urban cores of London, Paris, Brussels, and the Dutch Randstad, and second, in the dynamic cities of southern Germany, Switzerland, and northern Italy, whose accelerated growth in recent years has pulled Europe's economic center of gravity southwards. This transnational urban corridor, whose components are tightly interlinked through advanced communications and transportation infrastructures, is surrounded by a number of important outlying cities, such as Barcelona, Hamburg, Copenhagen, Berlin, and Vienna, and by a number of affiant, traditionally corporatist countries, including Switzerland, Austria, Norway, Sweden, and Finland. An outer layer of relatively underdeveloped peripheries, characterized by low-wage economies and strong deregulatory policy orientations, stretches from the western Atlantic coast to the southern Mediterranean economies and Greece, and now also includes eastern Germany and parts of eastern and central Europe. Although these emergent patterns of uneven spatial development have a longer lineage within previous rounds of capitalist industrialization, their current articulation is a powerful expression of the centripetal, polarizing forces that have been unleashed since the crisis of North Atlantic Fordism. Thus, as Soja explained in the mid-1980s, paradoxical as it may initially appear, part of the change has involved an intensification of pre-existing patterns of uneven regional development and a reinforcement of old core and periphery relations. Many well-established core regions have experienced sustained and even expanded relative economic and political power, while many backward peripheries have plunged deeper into relative impoverishment. These intensified continuities, however, are not simply more of the same, for they have been occurring under a new set of sectoral, social, political, and technological conditions which have significantly molded how good is produced and reproduced. Urban economists have developed a variety of ranking systems, based on diverse data sources and conceptual schema, in order to examine the changing structural positions of European cities within this new spatial mosaic. For in the present context, S. Kratka's analysis of the new European urban hierarchy is particularly useful. In this model, the urban hierarchy is composed of two overlapping dimensions: RST, the position of cities within global, European, and national spatial divisions of labor, as deemed by their dominant forms of industrial production and economic specialization, and second, the position of cities within networks of corporate control, as deemed by their role as global, European, or national headquarters locations or as management, financial, or control centers for major RMS. This two-dimensional, hooks and ladders conceptualization of the European urban hierarchy is represented in Fig 5.6. This GUR is intended to represent an unstable, evolving system of relations and interdependencies between cities rather than a XED hierarchy of positions. As the arrows in the diagram indicate, various forms of economic restructuring may alter a city's position in the urban hierarchy. Cities may ascend the hierarchy as their local economies are upgraded from standardized mass production systems into flexible, decentralized, and innovation-oriented production systems. As new headquarters locations and command, management, and steering functions are attracted to a city, it may likewise ascend within the hierarchy. Cities may also move downwards within the hierarchy if their industrial base or command and control functions are significantly downgraded. Figure 5.6 thus represents a multi-scalar geographical force field in which inherited spatial infrastructures, corporate allocational strategies and localized processes of industrial restructuring interact to produce differential pathways of urban development within a rapidly changing geo-economic environment. In sum, the economic geography of post-1970s Western Europe is characterized by an enhanced concentration of socio-economic capacities, high-skilled labor, and advanced infrastructure investments into major metropolitan areas, a growing differentiation among local and regional economies according to their particular specializations within global and European spatial divisions of labor, enhanced levels of connectivity and interdependence among the most dynamic, globally integrated metropolitan cores, and an increasing functional disarticulation of major urban regions from their surrounding peripheries and from other marginalized areas within the same national territory. In light of these trends, which are exacerbating territorial inequalities at all spatial scales, the notion of an archipelago economy introduced by Veltz and the vision of an archipelago Europe proposed by Petrella provide vivid, if also disturbing, characterizations. 191. Of the new spatial order that has emerged in Western Europe during the last 3 decades. Urban governance in transition, from endogenous development to locational policy. As indicated in the penultimate section of CH4, the regulatory architecture of spatial Keynesianism was destabilized following the crisis of North Atlantic Fordism due to a confluence of geo-economic realignments, industrial transformations, political shifts, and internal crisis tendencies. However, even as inherited approaches to spatial policy were being undermined, urban crises were deepening, and thus the problem of regulating the process of capitalist urbanization remained as acute as ever. The new patterns of urbanization outlined above presented state institutions at all spatial scales with any number of major regulatory dilemmas including, in particular, deindustrialization, mass unemployment, decaying public infrastructures, declining tax revenues, labor descaling, rising socio-spatial inequalities, and intensified interspatial competition. The key question, then, is how inherited state spatial configurations were recalibrated, as the obsolescence of spatial Keynesianism became widely evident, in order to confront the rapidly proliferating regulatory challenges associated with newly emergent urbanization patterns. I suggested in CH3 that the production of new state spaces cannot be conceived adequately as a complete destruction and transcendence of inherited political geographies. Instead, state spatial restructuring is best viewed as a layering process in which newly emergent state spatial projects and state spatial strategies interact with inherited configurations of state space. This interaction generates new, multilayered formations of state spatiality that eclectically combine elements of inherited state spatial arrangements with newly forged regulatory geographies. This conceptualization provides a useful methodological basis on which to investigate the reworking of state intervention into the urban process during the post-1970s period. 4. The transformation of urban governance during the last 3 decades has not entailed the simple replacement of spatial Keynesianism with a single, coherent, post-Keynesian model. It has been premised, rather, upon a series of ad hoc, trial-and-error regulatory experiments through which national, regional, and local state institutions have attempted, with divergent degrees of success, to confront the various aspects of urban restructuring discussed in the preceding section. However, despite their variegated effects upon cities and regions, these processes of regulatory experimentation have cumulatively engendered a number of systemic transformations of state spatiality at both local and supralocal scales. As we saw in Ch4, spatial Keynesianism was grounded upon top-down, redistributive policies intended to spread certain generic socio-economic 192 assets, infrastructural arrangements, and public services as evenly as possible throughout the entire national territory. In stark contrast to this post-war project of promoting the tailorization of territory, the new urban policies of the post-1970s period have been recalibrated to emphasize place and scale-specific industrial legacies, socio-economic conditions, institutional configurations, and developmental resources. Consequently, as Messner declares, traditional industrial policies, formulated far from the sites concerned by the planning staffs in capital cities, are obsolete. I shall argue that such state initiatives to address place and scale-specific regulatory dilemmas in significant measure through the rescaling of state institutional structures and modes of intervention represent an essential feature of post-Keynesian forms of urban governance. Interscalar tensions, endogenous development strategies, and the new politics of place throughout the 1970s, political alliances in many European national states attempted to defend the redistributive policy relays of spatial Keynesianism. The goal of such preservationist alliances was to intensify still further traditional regional policy instruments, to rein their criteria and spatial orientation towards specific crisis areas and locations and to shift to more directly effective instruments. Initially, national governments mobilized rebrigade-type crash programs intended to address particularly drastic urban industrial crises through direct subsidies or incentives to large RMS. Subsequently, however, as crisis tendencies within the boom regions of Fordism deepened, the inherited policy framework of spatial Keynesianism was further differentiated to include deindustrializing, distressed cities as key geographical targets for state-financial assistance, and to remove barriers to investment within major industrial centers. Thus, in contrast to classical Keynesian forms of spatial policy, which had focused almost exclusively upon underdeveloped peripheries, national urban policies were now introduced in major Western European states in order to address the specific socio-economic problems of large cities. Key examples of such policies in the 1970s included the West German Urban Development Assistance Act, the French Plan of Action for Employment and Industrial Reorganization, the Dutch Big Cities Bottleneck Program, and the British Inner Urban Areas Act. In this manner, many of the redistributive policy relays associated with spatial Keynesianism were significantly expanded. The national state's underlying commitment to the project of spatial equalization at a national scale was thus strongly reinforced during the course of the 1970s. Indeed, this decade may be viewed as the historical culmination of the various projects of national territorial redistribution that had been introduced during the post-war period, albeit under geo-economic conditions that were systematically undermining the viability of the Fordist Keynesian developmental model. 193. While redistribution-oriented political alliances prevailed at a national scale during the RST half of the decade, the tide began to change in many European national states during the late 1970s, as industrial restructuring accelerated and inherited frameworks of interscalar relations became increasingly unstable. At this time, across much of Western Europe, the national scale became an important institutional locus for diverse restructuring-oriented political alliances that aimed to dismantle many of the redistributive, compensatory policy relays that had prevailed within the Keynesian welfare national state. In particular, a range of devolutionary national policy initiatives and intergovernmental realignments were introduced in order to scale back inherited, managerial welfarist approaches to urban governance. Following the global economic recession of the 1970s, Western European national governments were increasingly pressured to rationalize public expenditures. National grants to subnational administrative levels were markedly reduced, and local government expenditure as a share of GDP likewise declined significantly. These newly imposed forms of fiscal austerity impelled many European local governments to become more dependent upon locally collected taxes and non-tax revenues such as charges and user fees. In the wake of these shifts, many municipalities attempted to adjust to the new fiscal climate by delaying capital expenditures, by drawing upon liquid assets, and by increasing their debts, but these efforts proved to be no more than temporary, stopgap measures. Whereas the new national urban policies introduced during this period enabled many cities to capture supplementary public resources, most local governments were nonetheless confronted with unprecedented budgetary constraints due to the combined impact of national fiscal retrenchment and rapidly intensifying local socio-economic problems. Subsequently, additional public revenues were sought in, among other sources, local economic development projects. More generally, within the newly imposed framework of interscalar relations, there was a proliferation of so-called endogenous development strategies intended to promote economic growth and technological innovation from below, without extensive reliance upon external investments or national subsidies. Thus, in contrast to their earlier focus on welfarist redistribution, local governments now began to introduce a range of initiatives intended to rejuvenate local economies, beginning with anti-closure initiatives, land assembly programs, and land use planning schemes, and subsequently expanding to diverse RM-based, area-based, sectoral, and job creation measures. Although this new politics of urban economic development would eventually be diffused in diverse political and institutional forms throughout the Western European city system, during the 1970s it remained most prevalent within manufacturing-based cities and regions, often dominated by a single industry, in which economic restructuring had generated particularly devastating consequences. Under these conditions, even as most Western European national governments continued to promote territorial equalization at a national scale, neo-corporatist alliances proliferated within monostructural, Rust Belt cities and regions, from Hamburg and the German Ruhr district to Lorraine and the Nord in France, Belgian Wallonia, Rotterdam, and the English Midlands. Their central goal was to mobilize regionally and locally specific sectoral, technology, and employment policies that would reverse industrial decline and facilitate economic restoration within particular places. As Hudson and Sadler note, borrowing a political slogan that was used in opposition to a plant closing in Longwy, France, these alliances were concerned to defend the right to live, learn, and work in particular places. While some commentators characterized these initiatives as labor-oriented regional policies, most were, in practice, grounded upon a variety of cross-class, sectoral, and place-based alliances concerned to rejuvenate locally exceed capital investments and, thereby, to ward off the threat of localized, place-specific devaluation. Accordingly, throughout the 1970s and into the early 1980s, such place-based, neo-corporatist alliances attempted to establish negotiated strategies of industrial restructuring in which economic regeneration and technological revitalization were to be linked directly to priorities such as intra-regional redistribution, job creation, vocational retraining, investments in collective consumption, and, more generally, class compromise. Another important strand of endogenous development strategy during this period emphasized the role of cities and regions as strategic arenas for radical political reform and grassroots democratic renewal. Such democratic associationalist priorities were counterposed to the centralizing administrative hierarchies of the Keynesian welfare national state, which was criticized as a bureaucratic monolith lacking genuine democratic accountability. These local reform initiatives were elaborated from a wide range of political perspectives, including green, feminist, eco-socialist, socialist, and social democratic standpoints, but all viewed municipalities as privileged institutional platforms for various forms of democratic self-determination by local populations. In the West German discussion, for instance, municipalities were represented as a counterforce against national state policies. Likewise, In Britain, the municipal socialist movement attempted to mobilize local councils in order to counteract the neoconservative policies of the consolidating central state under Thatcher. Throughout the early 1980s, the Greater London Council mobilised a variety of industrial and social policies intended at once to alleviate concentrated unemployment, to enhance municipal control over capital investment, and to address other new urban left concerns such as nuclear disarmament and the rights of women, gays, and ethnic minorities. And, similarly, in France, the late 1970s witnessed a variety of self-management initiatives by dissident socialist groups and trade unionists concerned to assert workers' control over major factories and, more generally, to promote grassroots democratic control over local territorial units. In essence, then, the municipality as counterforce, local socialism, and autogestion movements entailed the defense of local islands of reform and radical economic democracy within an increasingly hostile, turbulent political economic environment. Unlike many of the place-based alliances that emerged in older industrial regions during this period, which often took the form of spatially exclusionary, militant particularist loyalties to particular communities and locales, the democratic associationalist approach to endogenous development generally coupled its local political initiatives with efforts to forge broader connections to progressive social forces located in other, equally embattled locations and territories. However, during the second half of the 1980s, as central governments continued to transpose the costs of economic restructuring onto scally enfeebled subnational institutions, such movements lost momentum or collapsed. Nonetheless, these democratic associationalist approaches to endogenous development played an important role in animating the broader politics of place that was crystallizing during this period in many Western European cities and regions. The endogenous development initiatives of the 1970s and early 1980s were grounded upon a neo-Fordist political project intended to recalibrate the institutional infrastructures of spatial Keynesianism from the national scale to the regional or local scale. In contrast to national policies of territorial redistribution, in which local and regional economies were viewed as agglomerations of generic resources, cities and regions were now recognized to have their own, place-specific socio-economic assets, developmental trajectories, and structural problems. In this sense, the new projects of endogenous development laid the foundations for a customized, scale-sensitive approach to spatial policy that would be focused explicitly upon the regulation of particular places and regions rather than treating them either as subunits of the national space economy or as localized relay stations within national administrative hierarchies. At the same time, however, the basic Fordist Keynesian priorities of social redistribution, territorial equalization, and class compromise were maintained, albeit now within the more bounded parameters of regional and local economies rather than as a project to be extended throughout the entire national territory. Some of these neo-corporatist local and regional economic initiatives would persist into the 1980s, albeit in reconfigured political forms, in a rescaled institutional framework, and in a transformed geo-economic environment. The salient point here is that such localized strategies of endogenous growth, economic,